Coming home from duty to find Dad sold my house. It's for the family, he lied. I proved the POA was fraudulent and kicked them out of my property. I had hardly gotten out of the taxi when I noticed the two of them standing on my porch. My father and older brother smirked, as if they'd been waiting all day to deliver a punch I'd never seen coming. My sea bag was still hanging over my shoulder. My boots are still dusty from Okinawa. And I hadn't even walked 4 feet toward the house when my father shouted it. "You are now homeless." Just like that. No greetings, no welcome home. Just a sentence that slammed me harder than any blast wave I'd ever experienced downrange. I froze. "What are you talking about?" I inquired, but my brother snorted into his beer and added, "We sold your house, sis. Try to keep up." They truly laughed at me, at their daughter, and at their sister returning home after an overseas deployment to discover everything gone. My father pointed lazily at the front door, as if this were just a game. "Your sibling needed assistance. Family makes sacrifices for family. You were not here. You didn't need the space." And then he added the portion that revealed how little they thought of me. "You Marines are bouncing about regardless. What difference can a house make?" I should have exploded, cursed, and fallen apart. Instead, I smiled slowly and steadily, causing both of them to scowl. My father asked, "What's so funny?" I replied, "The house you sold was actually." But before I continue that statement, let me take you back to the beginning of this whole thing. Because the truth is that none of this was accidental. They did not stumble upon this betrayal. They planned it, but not as well as they expected. I was stationed in Okinawa 4 months ago, midway through a 6-month tour. I had been looking forward to that assignment. Shore duty is not glamorous, but it is predictable. And predictability is something Marines don't get too frequently. During my off hours, I called home to check on the house and make sure nothing was on fire. I'd owned that property for 7 years. I bought it myself following my second deployment. I renovated it room by room on my own budget. It was meant to be my foundation, anchor, and future. But every time I called home, something seemed amiss. My father would answer the phone, sounding furious as if I had interrupted something. My brother Leo, the everlasting self-discovery project, had moved back in with Dad after losing yet another job. When I asked what he was doing to get back on his feet, Dad defended him. "He only needs a little time. He is working on it. Sophia, don't be so judgmental." I'd hear dishes clattering in the background and voices I didn't recognize. I once heard someone cry, "Did she send the money yet?" And the call ended 3 seconds later. I tried not to overthink everything and to show them grace. After all, I'd spent my whole adult life training, deploying, and moving from base to base. Maybe I didn't grasp what was going on at home. Maybe I did not want to. But 3 weeks before my homecoming, I received a telegram that should have been a warning. My father sent me a quick text. "Call us before you arrive home." No punctuation and no explanation. I stared at it for a long time, feeling the chilly twist in my gut that every Marine knows something is wrong, and something is about to happen. However, duty hours were extremely high that week. By the time I got a chance to call, it had gone to voicemail twice. I told myself it didn't matter. My flight had been scheduled. My leave is approved. I'd get home soon enough. And suddenly I was standing in my driveway, staring at the people who were meant to be my family, only to discover that they had sold the roof over my head to pay off my brother's gambling debt. That portion was new to me. Not then. However, I could already sense the remorse in their eyes, and the shamelessness in their posture. You can always tell when someone has done something bad and convinced themselves that it was justifiable. My brother raised his beer again, as if he were celebrating something. "Don't look astonished, sis. You are gone." Dad held power of attorney. "It's an easy process. You will get over it." I felt my jaw tighten, but my smile did not fade. If anything, it expanded. "Is this what he told you?" I asked quietly. My father's brows knitted together. "What is that intended to mean?" I didn't respond. Not yet. Because what they didn't realize, what hit them like a truck in about 90 seconds, was that the house they sold was not what they believed it was legally, financially, or structurally. They had no idea what they had put on the market. But I wasn't ready to reveal that to them. Not immediately. Sometimes revenge needs to stew for a bit longer. I placed down my sea bag, brushed dust from my sleeve, and went toward the porch as if nothing could stop me. My father stepped away, irritated yet perplexed. My brother scoffed. "Look at her calm demeanor." They assumed I was calm because I was weak. Because I was startled. They had no idea I was so calm since I was already 10 steps ahead. Marines do not return home hoping for the best. We arrive home prepared for the worst. And this was nothing compared to what I'd been through before. I did not go inside right away. I just stood there on the porch, both of them staring at me, waiting for me to cry, shatter, or crumble in the way they'd presumably planned in their minds. But nothing arrived. No crying, begging, or collapse. Just a long, heavy stillness that caused my father to shift uneasily, and my brother to tap his beer can on the railing as if he couldn't take his nerves. That stillness was all the power I needed at that point. Eventually, my father cleared his throat. "So, won't you say something?" I tilted my head and studied him. The man who used to get up at 5 a.m. every day to prepare breakfast for me before school. The man in the first row of my boot camp graduation, tears in his eyes. The man who hugged me so tightly before my first deployment that I could not breathe. I wondered when he had stopped being that man. I wondered when I stopped being his daughter and became his backup bank account. "When did you sell it?" I inquired, voice steady. 4 weeks ago, he stated. It was the correct thing to do. Your sibling needed assistance. There it was again. Needs always require. It's always about Leo. Always thinking about his next fix, problem, or temporary setback. "And you didn't think about calling me?" I asked. He scoffed. "You were occupied while overseas. You Marines have your heads in the clouds. Always too busy to pick up the phone." "That's interesting," I remarked. "Because I phoned each week." Leo rolled his eyes. "Okay, here we go." I turned to face him. "Did you know? Did you really sit there and watch him sign away my home?" He shrugged, lazily, unconcerned. Dad claimed everything was okay. I believed him. Why shouldn't I? He's Dad. I almost smiled at how unself-aware an adult man could be. Instead of arguing, I strolled down the stairs and did a slow lap around the yard, letting the cool Washington air clear my mind. The house appeared the same from the outside: white siding, clipped hedges, and the flagpole I'd placed after re-enlisting, but it didn't feel the same. Something significant had been broken. Something more profound than a deed or a signature lies behind me. My father exclaimed. "We put the money to good use. Your brother's debt is handled. He's safe now." Debt. That word stuck in my gut like a stone. Leo was not the sort to pay off debt. Leo was the type to incur debt as if it were a pastime, and Dad helped him every step of the way. I moved back toward them, step by step, until I was standing at the foot of the porch stairs. "You two want to tell me the whole truth?" I asked them. "Or do you want me to find it myself?" My father's jaw hardened. Leo drank the last of his beer, then crushed the can with his hand. "What truth?" he asked. "You're blowing this way out of proportion." "Really?" I inquired. "Because when I left, the house was paid off. I had no debt, liens, or anything pending. For you to sell it quickly, you'd have needed cash buyers, which means desperation." "Whose desperation?" Leo's eyes flashed briefly, but I caught it. "My brother's." I spoke softly. "So, let's hear it. Gambling, drugs, loan sharks. Which was it this time?" My father burst. "Stop interrogating your brother like he's some criminal." "I'm interrogating," I explained quietly. "Because my house is gone." "You were gone," he said. "Always gone. Always Marine Corps this, Marine Corps that. You think you're better than everyone. You think you don't need this family. I've been serving this country for 15 years. I replied. "And every single assignment. I came home to this house, my house. The one thing I worked for. The one thing that was mine." He waved his hand dismissively. "You'll buy another one. You make good money, better than him." He pointed to Leo as if he were a defenseless child, not a 40-year-old guy who had been bailed out by his family more times than I could remember. I felt something inside of me crack, not break, but change. I could see them both plainly in that moment, as if a lens had suddenly come into focus. Dad was not assisting Leo because he was kind. He was assisting him because he required someone to need him. And Leo didn't apologize because he didn't have to. Dad always took the blame for him. And now they've taken something from me because they thought I was strong enough to lose it. Strong enough to bounce back. Strong enough to withstand betrayal. That's the thing about being the strong one. People presume that when they twist the knife, you don't feel it. Then the front door opened. A woman stepped out, blonde hair, sweatpants, and holding a mug that read, "Mama needs coffee." She wasn't my father's girlfriend, not a neighbor, but someone else totally. "Who are you?" I inquired. She grinned gently. "I'm Rachel, the new owner." My dad winced. Leo shifted. And my world twisted because that meant the house hadn't just been sold. It was closed, definitive, and finished. I still grinned. "Congratulations," I told the woman. "Did they tell you everything?" She blinked. "Everything." I looked back at my father and brother. Their faces paled somewhat, letting me know I wasn't the only one in risky terrain. I turned to Rachel. "Did they tell you that the house you bought?" I stopped, allowing the tension to build as my father fidgeted and Leo gripped the railing as if it could save him. Isn't actually in their name? Rachel looked perplexed. My father's voice crackled. Sophia, don't. But I wasn't finished. Not even close. Rachel glanced at me, as if she didn't know whether to smile or return to the house she thought she owned. She appeared to be the type of woman who had always avoided fighting. Gentle, kind, the type who apologized when others ran into her. And here she was, trapped in the heart of a mess she had no idea existed. She gripped her coffee mug a little more tightly. What do you mean it's not in their name? The paperwork? I inquired. I'm sure the paperwork looked official. I remarked, maintaining an even and calm tone, but paperwork only tells one side of the story. I glanced at my father, then allowed the quiet linger, allowing him to absorb the weight of what he had done. His face flushed a deep scarlet, the color of embarrassment mingled with wrath. Leo murmured something under his breath, but he had already stopped smirking. They both realized I wasn't lying. They realized I had something they didn't understand, something they hadn't planned for, when they used my power of attorney as a golden ticket. I don't understand, Rachel muttered. My father says a lot of things, I explained. Let me ask you something. When you bought this house, who handled the sale? She looked at my father, then back at me. A man named Darren. He said he was helping your family with the transfer. I closed my eyes for a second. Darren. Of course, it was Darren, an old friend of my father. Someone who was always connected or involved in a trade. A man who dealt in the gray realms of money and property. The type of man who came up at barbecues after my father remarried, always bragging about flipping houses without ever lifting a hammer. They knew how to transform desperation into profit. Did you sign anything with an attorney present? I was wondering. She shakes her head. He said it wasn't necessary. He said the family wanted it quick. The last syllable cracked a little. Quick. This is how things happen. Quick sales, transfers, deceit, and ruin. My father approached me from behind. Sophia, enough. You're upsetting her. I gently turned around. Upsetting her? You sold her a house you had no right to sell. You stole from me, and you put her in the middle of it. My voice remained calm, but something sharp moved beneath it. Years in the Marine Corps had taught me that raising one's voice was the fastest way to lose power. Silence, temperance, and precision were much more effective weapons. My father stroked his brow and said, You weren't here. You didn't need the house. We did the best we could. The best you could? I repeated. Or the fastest way to clean up another one of Leo's disasters. Leo stiffened. It wasn't a disaster. It was a misunderstanding, he explained. A misunderstanding that cost thousands, was my reply. Or tens of thousands. Let me guess, sports betting, poker, or did you finally graduate to loan sharks? He looked away, his jaw stiff. That was plenty of an answer. I turned back to Rachel. How long have you been here? A week, she replied gently. We just moved in. And did you wonder why the sale went so fast? She paused a little. But your father said you were living overseas and wanted the money for something else. He said you'd agreed. I exhaled a breath that felt like it had been held inside me for months. This was not simply a betrayal. It was a swindle. A full-fledged coordinated deliberate swindle perpetrated while I was halfway around the world wearing the uniform of the country that had trusted me to serve with honor. Rachel, I spoke gently. I'm sorry you were dragged into this, but the truth is they didn't have the legal right to sell this house. Not fully. I dug into my pocket and pulled out a folded document, a copy of something I'd been carrying with me since deployment ended. Her gaze followed the page as I held it out. This house was purchased using a VA home loan. That means certain protections apply and certain rules. And selling it without me present, without my consent, without proper legal procedure. I looked at my father. That's a federal issue, not a family issue. Rachel's eyes widened. My father's face became pallid. Leo's boldness vanished entirely. He looked like a child caught taking candies from a store shelf. I kept going. Power of attorney gives temporary rights to handle bills, repairs, emergencies. It does not give the right to sell federally backed property without filing a series of authorizations, none of which were done. Rachel pushed one hand against her chest. Are you saying the sale is invalid? I'm saying, I responded softly, that this isn't what you think it is, and unfortunately, you'll need legal help to sort it out. My father took a step closer, his voice quivering with fury and terror. Sophia, don't do this. We're family. That didn't stop you, I said. Family didn't matter when you needed quick cash. It was for your brother. He exclaimed. And what about me? I inquired quietly. When did I stop being your child? When did I become expendable? For the first time since I came onto that porch, Dad did not respond. Rachel eventually spoke again. What do we do now? I told you, get a lawyer. And you tell them everything. And you stop speaking to my father outside of official channels because the deeper you let yourself get involved with this situation, the worse it will be for you. She nodded slowly, clutching her mug as if it were the last solid object in her universe. My father pointed at me and said, "You're ruining everything." I shake my head. "No, you ruined everything the minute you treated my service as an opportunity instead of a sacrifice." Leo murmured something about the Marine attitude, but I barely heard him. I was already walking down the porch, lifting my sea bag, my boots crunching against the gravel. The air was harsh and chilly, but in a way that clarified rather than muddled my mind. I started strolling towards the street. My dad called after me, "Where are you going?" "Home," I answered. "You don't have one?" Leo exclaimed. I turned back to face them, allowing the porch light to throw a halo around their outlines. "That," I answered, "is what you think." And then, for the first time since arriving, I felt tranquil since they had no idea how much trouble they had caused themselves. No idea what the next few days would bring. No one realized how unprepared they were for the consequences. And I didn't have to scare them with details. Fear grows best when left unexplained. I did not sleep that night. I booked into a low-cost roadside motel with a buzzing neon sign and a humming air conditioner that rattled louder than the traffic outside. I placed my sea bag on the chair, sat on the edge of the bed, and glanced at my phone. My father's number flashed across the screen 3 times before I placed the phone down and let it ring. I wasn't prepared to talk to him. Not when my chest still felt tight and my pulse raced every time I remembered the scene on the porch. I remembered Rachel's astonished expression, Leo's shame disguised as bravado, and my father's rage, justifications, and insistence that what he'd done was for the family. People love to use the word family when they need something from you. It's incredible how rarely they use it when you require anything from them. The motel smelled of old carpet and lemon cleaning spray. I took a shower to get rid of the day's heaviness. But even after the hot water ran cold, it remained. So I sat back down on the bed, turned on the small lamp, and took out the folder I had been holding since Okinawa. Paperwork, notes, screenshots, emails, everything I had accumulated in those final weeks abroad, when the truth began to emerge. It had not happened all at once. Betrayal rarely occurs. It starts with small gaps, awkward silences, hazy explanations, and incomplete sentences. Then one day, the dam bursts, and you understand every red flag was attempting to warn you. I vividly recall the first time it actually hit me. I was standing on a balcony outside the barracks in Okinawa, the air thick with humidity, and my camis clung to my skin despite the fact that the sun had set. The cicadas were screaming in the trees, as if they were attempting to drown out whatever thoughts I was experiencing. My phone buzzed in my hand, indicating another notice and automated alert. I almost disregarded it until I saw the words "property ownership update," and every instinct I'd ever developed prompted me to stop and read. The message wasn't long. It did not explain anything. Just a digital certification that an ownership change has been completed. Not completed. Not validated. Just processed. My name was still on the house, but there was another name added, a fuzzy, incomplete one, as if someone had begun a transfer but not completed it. I quickly called my father. There was no answer. Called again, went straight to voicemail, texted him, no response. Then I tried Leo, even though I knew he wouldn't answer. He did not. I tried again, and nothing happened. I stood there on the balcony, looking out at the Pacific. The night breeze felt nice on my face, but my stomach had turned frigid. Not because I understood what was going on, but because I didn't, and the uncertainty was far worse than the truth. The next day, during my lunch break, I asked one of the JAG officers on base if he could spare 5 minutes. He gave me 10. I told him what I had witnessed. He did not panic. He only asked one question. "Who has your power of attorney?" When I spoke my father's name, something in his demeanor changed. Not pity or judgment, just recognition. He had seen this too many times. He told me stories about service personnel being burned while abroad, families selling cars, cashing out accounts, refinancing properties, emptying storage units, and even signing divorce papers for people halfway around the world. "Trust is good," he stated, "but oversight is better." Those words resonated with me. Trust is good. Oversight is better. I asked him what to do next. He instructed me to request entire transaction logs from the county. He taught me which office to email, which forms to submit, and how to word the request so it didn't get lost. I sent everything the same afternoon. A week later, the file arrived. I opened it on my bunk, expecting confusion, a mistake, or a clerical error. But the instant I saw the signatures, dates, notations, and the buyer's name, Darren, I felt a chill that sank into my bones and refused to go away. My father had signed the first authorization 2 days before, telling me how tranquil the house had recently become. He'd signed the second after texting me a heart emoji, and the third, which permitted the property to be listed for sale, on the same day I called him from a field exercise and told him I missed home. He never told me anything, not even a clue. The logs also indicated Leo's bank account as one of the wired money destinations. I sat on my bunk for quite a while, staring at the TV. I recall the low light above my bed flickering, the hum of the fan overhead, and the hushed laughter of Marines in the hallway after a long day. Life continued to move around me, but I felt immobilized. Later that night, I phoned my father again. This time he answered, but only because he didn't recognize the number. I had dialed the business phone rather than my own. Initially, his voice was cheery. Too cheerful. "Hey, sweetheart. Is everything okay over there?" I swallowed hard. "Did you sell my house?" The pause that followed revealed all. 5, 10, or 15 seconds is enough time for the world to collapse. Then he said, "Before you get upset," so I hung up. I didn't trust my ability to speak. And, for the next few days, whenever he called back, I let it ring. I wasn't prepared to hear excuses. I was not prepared to listen to his rationale, guilt, or justification. I wasn't prepared to listen to a man who had not shown me the respect to give me the truth. But what I was prepared for, what was slowly and steadily developing inside me, was a plan. People believe that revenge is loud, explosive, and theatrical. However, proper revenge is quiet. It breathes. It waits. It observes. It sharpens itself in the dark until needed. When my deployment finished, I made no statement. I booked the earliest flight home and arrived at SeaTac before daylight. I didn't tell Dad, Leo, or anyone. I hired a car at the airport, went to the county recorder's office as soon as it opened, and requested each document in person. I spent 2 hours with a clerk who had witnessed enough ugly family arguments to recognize trouble from a mile away. She didn't say much, but the sympathy in her eyes proved I wasn't mistaken. When I walked out with the entire package of paperwork, the truth hit me squarely. For the first time, my father and brother had legally cornered themselves. They just didn't realize it yet. That night, while I sat at that cheap motel, with the neon sign buzzing through the window, I laid out every page, signature, and timestamp. I highlighted lines, circled dates, and cross-referenced entries. The betrayal still hurts. God, that stung. But the clarity that came with realizing the magnitude of their errors felt like oxygen filling my lungs anew. They believed they had beaten me. They assumed I'd return home helpless. They assumed a Marine would crumple due of a house. But they forgot something. They forgot who had raised me. They forgot that Mom had taught me how to fight silently. They forgot that the Corps had taught me how to fight smartly. Worst of all, they forgot that the repercussions are patient. The following morning, I drove back to the neighborhood before the sun had fully risen. The houses were silent, the lawns were still dewy, and a light gray fog hung low over the street, as if the world had not yet awoken. I parked a few houses down and sat for a bit, allowing the motor to tick into silence. It seemed weird to be sitting so near to a location that had once been my shelter but was now occupied by strangers because those who should have protected me decided I was expendable. I watched as the porch light flickered on. Rachel went outdoors in a light jacket, looking like she hadn't slept well either. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, and she stood on the porch, arms wrapped around herself, peering out at the yard with a forlorn expression. I got out of the car and proceeded gently toward her, not wanting to shock her. When she looked up and saw me, I raised my hand. "Morning." "Morning," she whispered quietly. "I didn't expect to see you here." "I know," I responded, "but we have a lot to sort out." I moved onto the grass and stood a few feet away, not wanting to intrude on what she thought was her space at the time. "Did you talk to anyone last night?" She nodded. "My husband, he's flying back tonight. He said we'll get a lawyer first thing tomorrow." She paused and continued. "I didn't tell your father." "Good," I said. "Don't." She exhaled shakily and slumped onto the porch step, the mug in her hand wobbling slightly. "I don't know how this happened. We've been saving for years. This was supposed to be our fresh start, our first real home." Her voice cracked, and I felt a stab of shame. Not because I was to blame, but because my father's devastation had spread to someone who did not deserve it. I sat down on the step next to her. "You didn't do anything wrong, Rachel. You bought a house. You trusted the people selling it. That's what anyone would do." She nodded, but tears rolled down her cheeks. "Anyway," she said under her breath, "when he told us he had authority, we believed him. He seemed so certain." "My father always sounds certain," I remarked. "Even when he's dead wrong." She immediately wiped her face. "What do you think will happen now?" "That depends on how honest you want to be with your lawyer," I told you. "And how honest they want to be with the court." I reached into my backpack and took out 2 copies of the documents I'd put together. "Here, these are for your attorney. They outline everything I told you yesterday. Rachel accepted the papers, her fingers brushing against me briefly. This is going to get messy, isn't it? Yes, I replied, but messy doesn't mean hopeless. Before she could react, the front door flung open and my father came out. His expression was the same as when Dad scolded me as a teenager. Stiff, inflexible, and impatient. Sophia, what are you doing here? Talking, I said quietly. He gestured at me as if I were a trespasser on my own lawn. Not without my permission. You're not. I stared at him. Your permission? I repeated. That's interesting, considering none of this belongs to you. It doesn't belong to you. Either. He exclaimed. And Rachel shuddered beside me. I rose off the step and approached him directly. It never belonged to you. You acted like you could make decisions about my life because you had a piece of paper and a signature. Power of attorney isn't ownership, Dad. It's responsibility. And you abused it. I did what I had to do, he explained, his voice shaking with rage. Your brother was in danger. He had people after him. People are always after him, I said. That's not an excuse to steal from me. It wasn't stealing, he insisted. You always judge him. You always think you're better than him because you're a Marine. But he's my son, too. And he needed help, and I didn't? I asked, my voice low and calm. I served for 15 years. I sent money home. I kept this family afloat more times than either of you will admit. When did I become the one who didn't matter? He paused. And in that short second of silence, I realized the truth. He hadn't intended to hurt me. He did not do anything with malice. He acted out of weakness. Love twisted into servitude. He never gave up hope of saving his son because he was afraid of losing him. But intent did not heal the hurt, and true love never justified betrayal. The screen door creaked behind my father again, and Leo walked out, rubbing sleep from his eyes as if he were waking up from a nap rather than realizing the implications of his own actions. Is this still about the house? He muttered. I looked at him, truly looked at him, and I saw a man who had never been told no, never been held accountable, and never had to rely on his own abilities. A man had become accustomed to taking from those around him since it was simpler than earning. Yes, I answered. It's still about the house. Leo sighed heavily. Jesus, sis, relax. It's not like you're dead. You can rebuild. It's not the end of the world. No, I replied. It's not the end of mine, I said, taking a step forward. But it could be the end of yours. His features twisted. Is that a threat? No, I replied. It's a prediction. A car slowed on the street and came to a stop in front of the home. The driver rolled down the window. Everything all right? I heard yelling. It was Mr. Montgomery, my neighbor who has resided 2 doors down since I purchased the house. He was the kind of retired Navy guy who manicured his lawn in precise diagonal stripes and stopped the mailman to discuss base news. He immediately recognized me and got out of the car. Staff Sergeant Lawson, he announced. Didn't know you were home. Just got back, I said. He looked at my father and Leo, then at Rachel, his face wrinkled. Something going on here? My father stiffened. Private family matter. Actually, I replied, it's not. Mr. Montgomery waited patiently, like the old sailor he was. I detailed what had transpired in simple terms, the transaction, the fraud, and the abuse of power of attorney. I did not embellish, I did not accuse. I merely expressed the facts. When I finished, he whistled gently. That's not good. No, I replied. It's not. Have you called the sheriff yet? He inquired. My father turned toward him. No one needs to call anyone. We'll settle this ourselves. Rachel shakes her head. No. She replied gently. We won't. I'll be calling my attorney today, and I'll be contacting the VA legal office. I told him. They need to be involved. My father's face crumpled. Sophia, please don't do this. We're family. I looked at him for a long time. I know, I replied softly. That's why this hurts. He took a deep breath. I made a mistake. You made several, I said. And now we're dealing with them. There was silence for a bit. A bird chirped someplace. An automobile drove past. Even though it appeared that our world was collapsing, it continued to turn. I turned to Rachel. You should go inside. You've got a long day ahead. She nodded and retreated back into the home. Mr. Montgomery returned to his car, and I stepped off the porch and headed down the street. My father called after me, his voice cracking. Where are you going now? To do what you should have done, I stated without looking around. Tell the truth. I spent the rest of the morning in the sheriff's office, which I'd visited once previously when I originally moved to the area to register my address following deployment. Back then, it was a straightforward procedure. A few signatures, a nice greeting, and an elderly deputy who thanked me for my assistance and handed me a local ordinance pamphlet. This time, the vibe was different. I was not Staff Sergeant Lawson checking in. I was the woman who walked in with a folder full of evidence that her own family had broken federal regulations while she was overseas serving her country. The deputy at the front desk knew me almost instantly. Retirement age, gray hair, glasses perched low on his nose. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Back in town already, Lawson?" "I came home with a problem," I remarked. He looked up completely and analyzed my countenance, taking in the folder clasped to my chest. He nodded slowly. "Let me get Lieutenant Donahue." Within minutes, I was seated opposite from him in his office. He was younger than the deputy outside, but older than me, possibly in his late 40s, with the worn authority that comes from 2 decades of putting out other people's flames. I laid the folder on his desk. He opened it, studied the first few pages, and gave a deep, quiet sigh. "Your father signed these?" "Yes." "And the buyer connection?" "Darren, you know him." "Unfortunately," I said. Donahue continued to flick his face, tightening with each page. "VA-backed property, unauthorized POAUs, rush sale, no attorney oversight, no court approval. This isn't small." He sat back in his chair. "This is a mess." "I know." He stroked his chin while thinking. "The sale can't be finalized legally, and your father and brother may have, well, they may have committed more than one offense here. I'm aware." He closed the folder gently, as if it were something fragile. "I'll need to send this to the county prosecutor, and we'll need statements from everyone involved. You, the buyer, your father, your brother, the middleman. What's his name?" "Darren." He shakes his head. "He's been on our radar before." Of course he had. "Lawson," he stated calmly, "are you sure you want to move forward with this? Once we start, there's no taking it back. It will be public. It will get messy. It will destroy your father's reputation and possibly more." I took a slow breath. "Lieutenant, he destroyed my trust. He used my deployment to take something I spent years building. If I let that go because it's uncomfortable, then every service member with family issues becomes vulnerable." Donahue nodded. "All right, then. Well, start today." For the next hour, I sat with a young female deputy who typed my whole statement while Donahue made calls. I detailed everything: the power of attorney signing the emails in Okinawa, the unanswered calls, the text from Leo, the balcony night when I learned the ownership shift, the hasty sale, the porch confrontation, and Rachel's involvement. The deputy typed quickly but never stopped, except to clarify dates and names. After I finished, she looked up and quietly whispered, "I'm sorry." The unexpected sympathy nearly broke me. Instead, I nodded and murmured, "Thank you." As I stepped out of the sheriff's office, the afternoon sun was high and warming the pavement. I felt an odd combination of tiredness and clarity. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. Not in a childish sense. This was accountability. And accountability requires effort. Rachel called me later in the afternoon. Her voice shook as she informed me that her attorney had confirmed everything the sale was invalid, and she had grounds to take legal action, not only to reverse the transfer, but also to hold both Darren and my father liable for damages. "I didn't want any of this," she replied. "I just wanted a house." "I know," I replied kindly. "And you'll get one, but this one needs to be fixed first." She asked if I wanted to speak with her attorney immediately. I agreed. An hour later, I was on a conference call going over every detail again, allowing the lawyer to interrupt, ask questions, and confirm timelines. I felt calmer as I talked, as if each word lifted another weight off my chest. However, the real confrontation was still to come. My phone phoned again at 8 o'clock that evening, just as the sky was turning a deep blue between daylight and night. This time, it was not Rachel. It was not the sheriff's office, it was Dad. For a while, I pondered leaving it ringing, but something inside me, perhaps the part that still remembered the father he once was, compelled me to respond. He did not yell this time. His voice was little and tight, almost brittle. "Sophia, the sheriff's office came by." "I know. They said you filed a report." "I did." He let out a nervous breath. "You didn't have to do that." I closed my eyes. "I gave you every chance to be honest." "You weren't." "I made a mistake," he stated again, as if repeating the words would make them more relevant. "You made a series of choices I corrected. And each one hurt someone." "It wasn't supposed to hurt you," he said quietly. "Dad, it was always going to hurt me. You sold my home." There was a prolonged pause. I heard him breathe deeply and gently. "Can we talk in person?" he inquired. "Yes," I replied, "but not alone." He sounded hurt by it, but he did not argue. "Okay, tomorrow morning." "My house?" I repeated, allowing the words to sink in the gap between us. "I'll be there." I hung up, And the motel room felt heavier than before. Not due to fear. No, that phase had already passed. What I felt now was the weight of ends and beginnings intertwined so tightly that I couldn't distinguish which was which. I didn't get much sleep that night, but I wasn't restless. I was ready. The next morning, I traveled back home. Rachel was present with her counsel. A sheriff's deputy arrived shortly thereafter. Then my father and Leo arrived in Dad's pickup, both appearing smaller than I had ever seen them. Dad refused to meet my gaze. Leo seemed to want to disappear into the ground. We gathered in a loose circle in the yard. There was no shouting or drama, just the quiet stress of finally confronting the reality. With nowhere else to go, Dad cleared his throat. I didn't realize it was illegal, he claimed. I swear to God, I didn't. You didn't want to realize, I explained softly. There's a difference. Leo mumbled something, but his lawyer, whom he had brought, placed a hand on his shoulder, silencing him. The sheriff's deputy detailed the next step statements, interim limitations on both Dad and Leo's land, an upcoming investigation, and the possibility of charges. My father's face became pale at the word. He stared at me and his eyes watered. I never meant for it to come to this. I know, I continued, but you brought us here. I then turned aside, as there was nothing further to say. For the first time in days, I approached the front door and placed my hand on it. The paint felt cool on my fingertips, familiar in a manner that made my throat tighten. I did not open it. Not yet. But I stood there long enough to feel something returning. A sense of belonging. Not because the home was secure, but because the truth was. When everyone left that morning, the deputy, the attorneys, and the neighbors who lingered near their windows, trying not to notice I remained in the yard long after the last car had driven away. The air was chilly and silent, with the quiet gravity that a neighborhood feels immediately following a storm. My father and brother had driven away without speaking. Rachel and her attorney had left to submit their paperwork, leaving me alone on the small patch of grass I used to mow every Sunday morning. Allowing the silence to settle around me like a blanket I couldn't decide whether to wrap myself in or shake off. I eventually opened the front door gently and cautiously. It felt like walking into a memory that was no longer mine. The living room appeared different. Rachel had rearranged the furniture, added comfortable blankets, and hung photos of her family on the walls. But, beneath the fresh touches, I could still see the shadow of my own existence. 3 years ago, I dropped a toolbox, leaving a dent on the floor. The small scratch on the door frame from moving my dresser alone. The tiny outline on the wall where my medals were formerly displayed. Homes change, but people remember. I went through the place room by room, not to reclaim anything, but to assure myself that I hadn't lost everything. The decision was now in the hands of the courts, attorneys, the county, and the Veterans Administration. And for the first time since the nightmare began, I trusted the process more than anything my father said or did. My bedroom was the final room I visited. Rachel had hung white curtains, which floated in the gentle air from the cracked window. The bed was altered, as was the color scheme and fragrance, but the room's bones remained the same. And as I ran my fingers down the ledge, I felt the slight ridge where I had carved my initials when I first bought the house. I had forgotten it was there. The slight raised bumps on the letters struck me like a soft blow in the heart. I stood there for a long time before departing. I didn't want to intrude any more than necessary. They still lived there, after all. But I needed to feel the house once more before leaving again. As I walked out, I noticed someone waiting for me at the bottom of the porch. My father. He was standing beside his truck, hands in his pockets, shoulders bowed like a man carrying a weight he only later realized was his own. For a period, neither of us spoke. It was the longest silence we'd had in years. Finally, he asked, "Can we talk?" I stepped down the porch, keeping a safe distance. "We've been talking." "No," he replied gently. "Not like this." Something in his voice, perhaps humility or tiredness from running out of excuses, made me pause. I nodded once. He appeared older than I remembered, not in the sense that time ages you, but in the way that regret ages you all at once. His eyes were crimson, and his mouth trembled as he began to speak. "I thought I was helping him," he explained. "I thought if I didn't step in, he'd lose everything." "You didn't step in," I said. "You stepped over me." He bent his head. "I know, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I just need you to understand." I was scared. "Of what?" I inquired. "Losing him," he said quietly. "He's a mess, Sophia. He always has been. But he's all I have left." He gulped heavily. "And I didn't want to lose you either. But I kept choosing wrong." I did not soften. "Not yet. But I listened. Your mother was the strong one," he added. "You got that from her. After she died, I didn't know how to hold things together. Leo needed me more. Or at least it felt like he did. You were always fine. You were always the one who made it. I thought you wouldn't break." I didn't, I said. But you broke something in me. His eyes had flooded. I know. And you broke something in yourself, too. I told you. You just don't see it yet. He covered his face with one hand, as if he was trying to hide the reality. I don't know how to fix this. You can't fix it all, I murmured softly. But you can start by being honest, and by letting the consequences happen. He let his hand fall. I don't want to go to jail. You may not, I replied, but you may have to answer for what you did. He nodded slowly. If that's what it takes to make this right, then I'll do it. For the first time since my homecoming, I believed him. He began to turn away, but suddenly paused. I'm proud of you, you know, he replied softly. I know. I never say it the right way or at all, but I am. I didn't answer immediately. The words were wonderful, but they arrived late. Still, they were something, a start, and that could be enough for now. Take care of yourself, I replied, and take responsibility. He nodded again, got into his vehicle, and drove away slowly as if his wheels were heavy. I sat in the yard a little longer, allowing the air to take some of the weight off my shoulders. Rachel emerged shortly after, her hands in her coat pockets, her expression nicer than I deserved. Are you all right? She inquired. I think so, I answered. Are you? We will be, she replied. It'll take time, but we'll figure it out. I'm glad I told her. No matter what happens. I want you to land on your feet. She grinned slightly. You, too. The following weeks proceeded slowly. Attorneys met. Papers were filed. Darren went missing for 2 days before the sheriff discovered him hiding at a friend's trailer. Leo went to mandatory consultations with a public defender. My father delivered a 3-hour statement that left him pale and shivering, but he refused to back down. He faced the consequences of his actions, as well as the house. After enough legal fighting to fill a drawer, the sale was officially canceled. Rachel and her husband were reimbursed by the county's emergency fraud fund while they sought reimbursement from Darren. My house remained mine, though it would be months before everything had calmed enough for me to return home. But that was okay. Healing requires time. When I finally stepped inside as the formal owner again, I strolled slowly through each room, feeling every memory rush back through the walls. This time, however, there was something different. Peace. Not full or complete serenity, but a peaceful acceptance. I hadn't felt this softness in years. I stood in the midst of the living room, whispering, I'm home. But the truth was far more than that. I wasn't just at home. I was entire again in a way that betrayal and forgiveness could not erase, but rather softened like a sharp object losing its edge. And if there's one thing I hope you take away from my narrative, it's that family can fail you. People can disappoint you. The people you care about the most might also cause you the most pain. However, you do not lose your value because someone else lost their way. You do not lose your right to exist in this world because someone attempted to take it away from you. And, just sometimes, the most difficult trips yield the clearest insights. After 18 months of work, my dad destroyed my thesis laptop hours before submission, saying I didn't deserve a future. But I earned highest honors. My name is Elise. I'm 24 years old, and my father slammed my laptop against my skull 2 days before my PhD thesis deadline. I had been working on the thesis for 18 months. My mother laughed in the corner as blood streamed down my temples. Dad stood over me, his face distorted with anger. What's your future? That's a joke, he spit. You don't deserve a future. You're just a leech. I never anticipated my educational journey would end this way. If you're watching, I grew up in Millbrook, a little industrial town where the factory whistle regulated life better than any clock. Our humble 2-bedroom house located on the outskirts of town, its peeling paint a daily reminder of what my father termed, having realistic priorities. My father, Victor Morgan, had worked at the steel mill for 27 years. His calloused hands and constant scowl were the consequence of what he proudly described as real work. In his opinion, education was a luxury for those who were too soft to work hard. Marion, Mom, worked part-time at the local cafe when she wasn't maintaining the house exactly as Dad desired. She learned early in their marriage that contradicting him resulted in days of quiet or heated confrontations. She gradually became his echo, confirming his beliefs in order to avoid becoming their target. She would occasionally join him in mocking my intellectual interests, her uneasy laughter serving as a screen against being the next target of his scorn. My older brother, Andrew, was the golden child. He dropped out of high school during his junior year to work alongside his father at the mill. Now that is a real Morgan, Dad would say proudly at family gatherings, clasping Andrew's shoulder. None of that book nonsense, just honest work. Andrew readily absorbed these lessons, mimicking Dad in both viewpoint and manner. By the age of 20, He had his own apartment and a stable paycheck, both of which my parents believed to be the pinnacles of success. Meanwhile, I quickly learned that I like learning. Words captivated me. Numbers had mysteries that I longed to uncover. Science projects in our kitchen would cause me to lose track of time until Dad stormed in and demanded that I stop wasting food on silliness. Mrs. Whitaker, my third-grade teacher, was the first to notice. "Elise has remarkable analytical skills," she informed my parents during a conference. They just attended because it was required. Dad glanced at the wall and Mom nodded nicely, both forgetting her remarks before we arrived at the parking lot. By 5th grade, I had won the district spelling bee. The local newspaper published a little piece featuring my photograph. I was happy, clutching my certificate, as my classmates' parents took photos. Mine never appeared. "Had to work overtime," Dad claimed. I subsequently overheard him telling Andrew that it was silly to celebrate learning how to spell phrases that a normal person could simply look up. In 7th grade, my scientific project on water quality in local streams received state distinction. The principal personally called home to deliver the news. Mom said, "That is nice," in the same tone she used to acknowledge the weather forecast. When I asked if they would drive me to the state competition 2 hours away, Dad laughed. "We aren't wasting gas just so you may play scientist. This will not put food on the table." High school became my refuge. I joined every academic club I could find, staying after school until the last possible moment before leaving for home. My English teacher, Mr. Callahan, loaned me books from his own library. "Your mind is exceptional, Elise," he once told me. "Do not let anyone dim your light." Miss Rivera, my math instructor, remained late to assist me prepare for advanced placement examinations. "College will open doors you cannot even imagine," she urged. When I became valedictorian, the principal personally invited my parents to the event. They did not attend. Dad had planned a fishing excursion with Andrew. Mom claimed to have a migraine. I presented my speech in front of a throng of strangers, fighting back tears while other students went to hug their ecstatic parents afterwards. I stood alone until Mr. Callahan appeared with a little wrapped gift. It was a journal with the inscription, "Your journey has just begun, the world requires your voice." That night, I made a secret pledge to myself. I would be the first Morgan to attend college. Not just any college, but the greatest one that will accept me. Education would be my escape from the limited future my family anticipated for me. Each rejection of my accomplishments just strengthened my resolve. Each disdainful word strengthened the basis of my resolve. I applied for scholarships in secret, utilized school computers to complete applications because we didn't have internet at home, and set up a special email address that my parents would never discover. To avoid receiving mail at our residence, I got a teacher to serve as my primary contact. While my peers shared their college acceptance letters with supportive families, I kept mine hidden under a loose floorboard beneath my bed, bringing them out at night to reread by flashlight. My fingertips tracing the embossed institution logos like treasure maps to another life. As my family celebrated my graduation, Dad simply remarked, "So, you start at the mill next week, correct?" When I finally mustered the nerve to inform them of my full scholarship to State University, the silence lasted 10 agonizing seconds until Dad slammed his plate against the wall. "Do you think you are too good for honest work? Is it too wonderful for your family? Books and theories do not nourish people, Elise. Real work works." Mom just gazed at her lap, and Andrew smiled and said, "Always knew you were weird." That night, I packed what little I had, knowing the bridge I was crossing was on fire behind me. Despite the terror twisting in my stomach, each item I packed into my luggage seemed like recovering a piece of myself they'd never completely recognized. My first day of college orientation seemed like I had stepped onto another planet. Families helped unload cars loaded with dorm supplies, with mothers fussing over bed layouts and fathers assembling furniture. I came alone on a Greyhound bus, carrying one suitcase and a backpack containing everything I possessed. The scholarship covered tuition and basic room and board, but not anything additional, such as spending money, a laptop, or extra clothes and supplies. "Are your parents arriving later?" Leah, my roommate, inquired as her mother organized their closet space, and her father set up a little fridge he had purchased as a surprise. "They had to work," I told a lie. The first of many over the next 4 years. The truth was too complex and terrible to communicate to these strangers, whose parents embraced them goodbye with tears and pleased grins. The first semester was the most difficult transition. Without a laptop, I spent hours in the computer lab typing papers while other students worked comfortably from home. The financial aid office assisted me in obtaining a work-study employment in the cafeteria, but the hours were limited and the income barely met basic needs. I got a second job waiting tables at a cafe near campus, working nights and weekends while attempting to maintain the GPA required for my scholarship. 3 weeks into October, my meticulously planned budget fell apart when I had strep throat. The doctor appointment and medication drained my modest cash. With nowhere else to go, I swallowed my pride and called home. Mom responded, her voice immediately guarded. "Is everything all right?" she inquired, implying, "Are you finally abandoning this college nonsense?" "I am a little short on money this month," I explained. "I got sick and had some medical bills. I was wondering if I could borrow $100 until my next paycheck." The hush lasted till Dad picked up the phone. "We already have money difficulties. Welcome to the real world, college lady. Maybe now you'll realize what actual responsibility feels like." He hung up without saying anything further. That night, I slept in my car for the first time, unable to pay for both my prescription and my share of the dorm expenses. Leah had family visiting, so I made excuses to stay with a buddy to avoid shame. I spent 2 weeks alternating between the back seat of my 15-year-old Honda and the 24-hour university library, showering in the gym before class. Nobody noticed. I became indistinguishable, just another exhausted student among thousands. By Thanksgiving, most students had gone home for the holiday. I took on extra shifts at the diner, earning double pay and huge tips from customers who felt sorry for the poor college girl working on a holiday. With those cash, I was able to get a small studio apartment off campus at a lower rate than the dorm. It was in a problematic area, but it was mine. Despite these challenges, I thrived academically. My lecturers recognized my hard ethic and intellectual interest. Dr. Patel, my introduction to psychology lecturer, was the first of many mentors who would help define my academic career. After I completed a report on the psychological effects of economic uncertainty on family dynamics, she invited me to stay after class. "This analysis shows remarkable insight," she told me. "Have you ever considered majoring in psychology?" That conversation paved the way for new opportunities. Psychology provided a framework for understanding my own experiences. As I studied family systems, attachment theory, and resilience characteristics, I noticed commonalities in my own childhood. Knowledge became more than just an escape. It was also a source of healing. By sophomore year, I'd established a rigorous but sustainable schedule that included morning classes, afternoon library study sessions, evening work shifts, and late-night homework. I survived on ramen noodles, free campus event food, and the rare lunch bought for me by a professor during academic discussions. To save money on my apartment utility bills, I learned to look for buildings with the finest heating in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. Junior year offered a research assistant employment that paid more than my previous service jobs. Professor Whitmore chose me above dozens of applications based on my academic performance. "Your perspective on socioeconomic factors in family psychology is unusually nuanced," he told me. "Most pupils my age had merely a theoretical comprehension of these topics. If only he knew how intimately I understood them." Each theory I examined shed light on another facet of my family's dynamics. Each academic paper I read helped me put words to experiences I had only felt before. By senior year, I discovered my academic passion, investigating how family settings influence scholastic attainment and psychological development. The irony was not lost on me that my own family had become my most important research. I graduated summa cum laude with departmental honors. Several professors pushed me to apply to graduate programs and provided wonderful recommendations. I felt vindicated when I received my graduate school acceptance letter, which included a teaching assistantship that would cover the majority of my fees. I had proven myself despite all odds. In a moment of optimism, I called home to share the news. Mom responded, sounding older than I remember. "I got accepted into the graduate program at State," I added, attempting to keep the pride out of my voice. "Full funding and a teaching position." "Oh," she stopped. "Okay, more school then. Elise, when do you plan to obtain a real job?" "Mom, this is a legitimate job. I'll be teaching and conducting research." Dad must have been listening on the extension because his voice abruptly cut in. So, the perpetual learner continues to postpone maturing. Some of us have had genuine jobs since we were 16, but I think that is beneath the professor wannabe. I ended the call shortly after, reminding myself of why I had limited communication with them in the first place. Nonetheless, some infantile part of me yearned for approval, recognition that what I had done was worthwhile. That hope now appeared as unrealistic as expecting water from a stone. With graduate school ahead, I needed to find affordable apartments close to university. However, the teaching stipend would barely cover the necessities. After calculating expenditures, I made a difficult decision. I'd rent a small flat in my hometown, 20 minutes from university. The rent was much lower than university area apartments, and I could make the drive. I told myself it was all about money, but maybe a part of me still craved the family connection I'd never had. Graduate school enhanced every aspect of academic life. The homework became more difficult, the expectations increased, and the rivalry grew fiercer. However, for the first time, I felt completely in my element. My college struggles had prepared me for this strain in ways that my more wealthy classmates were only starting to appreciate. My research narrowed down on family psychology, specifically the effect of parental attitudes toward education on children's academic achievement and self-esteem. Every study article I produced revolved around this issue, exploring it from various theoretical perspectives. My lecturers observed the exceptional depth of my analysis. Most students your age approach these topics theoretically, Dr. Halverson said about one of my articles. Your work shows a remarkably nuanced understanding of the lived experience. If only she understood how personal this research was to me. Every statistical correlation I examined mirrored events from my own childhood. Every case study contained echoes of my own experience. I was both the researcher and the subject, but I kept this fact disguised under academic terminology and scientific rigor. 3 months into the program, my meticulously managed budget crumbled when my automobile required substantial repairs. The teaching salary barely covered rent, utilities, and food, leaving nothing for emergencies. After exhausting all other possibilities, I grudgingly contacted my parents. I just need a place to stay for a month or two while I save for a new car, I said, hating the vulnerability in my voice. I can pay some rent, help with chores, and I will be at the university most days anyway. To my amazement, they agreed without much debate. Dad grumbled about coming back with your tail between your legs, but Mom appeared almost delighted to have me back home. Maybe, I stupidly assumed, time had eased their attitudes. Maybe my dedication may finally gain their appreciation. The first week went remarkably smoothly. I put up a modest workspace in my previous bedroom, which is currently primarily used for storage. I developed a practice of leaving early for university and returning late, limiting our connection time. Mom would periodically leave plates of food in the fridge with my name on them. Dad kept his opinion to a few muttered remarks about career students, but nothing directly aggressive. This tenuous peace enabled me to concentrate on drafting my thesis idea. My past study had naturally led me to this topic. Educational resilience in first-generation college students, family dynamics, and psychological coping mechanisms. My thesis committee warmly accepted it, citing its potential benefits to better understanding impediments to higher education access. Dr. Halverson consented to be my principal consultant, providing valuable assistance and support as I established my study technique. The initial research phase proceeded nicely. I conducted literature reviews, created survey items, and received Institutional Review Board approval for human subjects research. I organized interviews with 20 first-generation college students, carefully selecting individuals whose experiences would provide different perspectives on the topic I was researching. Each interview lasted 2 to 3 hours and provided valuable qualitative data that both verified and complicated my initial notion. As the workload increased, so did tensions at home. What started as subtle jabs turned into daily commentary on my obsession with schooling and concerns about when I'd join the real world. Dad was especially upset with my laptop, which represented everything he loathed about intellectual pursuits. Staring at that screen all day will rot your brain, he would say, purposefully turning on the television at full power while I was working. People who type for a living are just pretending to work, Mom repeated her usual pattern of passive reinforcement. Your father just wants what is best for you, she would reply in response to particularly harsh statements. Perhaps a comfortable office job would be preferable to all this stress. Simpler. Simpler. As if I desired simplicity. As if I hadn't spent my entire life fighting for a simple escape. My brother Andrew began visiting more frequently. When I was immersed in thought, he would burst into my room without knocking, ask irrelevant questions, or remind me of family obligations I had allegedly neglected. Each interruption sapped vital time and mental energy as I battled to regain my concentration. Sleep became a luxury that I could rarely afford. I started working through the evenings when the house was quiet, getting a few hours of sleep in the early morning before traveling to university. The physical and emotional weariness mounted, but my determination only became greater. Every impediment they erected spurred my determination to complete my thesis, to demonstrate once and for all that their restricted perception of my worth was incorrect. 6 weeks before the submission deadline, Dr. Halverson evaluated my paper and provided important criticism that required significant adjustments. Your analysis is solid, she said, but you should rearrange your conclusions to better meet the theoretical framework. These links are inherent in your work, but they should be explicit. This setback was accompanied by technological troubles that corrupted some of my backup data. I missed several days of work, forcing me to piece together difficult statistical analyses from memory and scattered notes. The pressure increased as the deadline approached, with seemingly insurmountable problems. Every day, I felt the thesis slip further from completion. The night I overheard my parents discussing me in the kitchen was the tipping point. I came downstairs for coffee, hoping to remain up for another all-night writing session. Their voices came from around the corner. She thinks she is so smart with all those books and big words, my dad said. What use is a fancy degree if you still live with your parents at 24? At the age of 19, Andrew acquired his own place. I worry about her, Mom said, not in defense but in agreement. All this schooling, and for what? No husband, no children, just papers that no one will ever read. Waste of time and money, Dad concluded. Should have gone to work after high school like a normal person. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. The weight of them pressed down on me. I could almost feel each sentence embed itself further in my head. With newfound motivation, I worked for 20 hours straight, powered by coffee and wrath. The hours merged into one another, and the world beyond my screen vanished. My fingers glided across the keyboard with mechanical accuracy. By the time daylight broke, I had rebuilt the lost analysis and applied the majority of Dr. Halverson's recommended changes. My thesis was 90% complete. Only the final pieces remained, with 48 hours to submission. That morning, Dad increased his interference. He barged into my room every 30 minutes, making minor demands or comments. Each encroachment was like a hammer breaking glass, shattering my concentration. It took me longer and longer to collect my thoughts again. Mom joined in, but more subtly. She insisted on taking breaks to eat meals I didn't desire, or to help with domestic activities that couldn't wait. Your thesis will still be there tomorrow, she responded dismissively when I mentioned the deadline. Family comes first. The last 24 hours were a struggle of wills. I had retreated to the dining room table, which was the only place with enough space for my reference materials. My notes, research articles, and drafts were carefully organized. Dad purposely turned on the television in the next living room and switched to a sports station at full blast. The sound echoed through the walls. When I requested him to lower it, he went on a diatribe about ungrateful children. My house. My rules. I labored all night, finishing the last adjustments as sunlight began to shine through the curtains. Only formatting and one final proofread remained. The submission deadline was 12 o'clock. I felt fatigued, yet triumphant. I had surmounted every impediment they had set in my way. The thesis was excellent. It was truly fascinating work, with significant contributions to my field. For the first time in weeks, I let myself feel a flicker of pride. When Dad walked into the dining room, coffee mug in hand, everything changed forever. The morning of my thesis submission day began with deceiving tranquility. Birds chirped outside my window. Sunlight seeped through the poor blinds, creating faint patterns on the crowded floor. I'd been awake for over 36 hours straight, fueled by black coffee and pure willpower. My eyes burned from gazing at the screen, but a sense of satisfaction overcame the tiredness. Just a few more hours, I reminded myself. With just a few more hours and 18 months of work, my thesis would be complete. The home was peaceful. Too quiet. I tiptoed into the kitchen for my 5th coffee refill. The microwave's digital clock illuminated at 7:06 a.m. There were less than 5 hours left until the noon deadline. I only needed to finish the final proofread, arrange the references to academic standards, and create the submission package. If nothing goes wrong, I'll finish with plenty of time left over. My workspace was arranged on the dining room table. I had moved there the previous evening after Dad took over the living room for a loud basketball game. My references and notes were carefully arranged into piles, each representing a portion of my thesis. My laptop, an old model that I had bought second-hand with my teaching stipend, hummed steadily as it processed the enormous document. The first sign of problems occurred about 7:30 a.m. when Dad emerged from his bedroom. On his days off, he usually slept in until about 8 a.m. His early look immediately threw off alarms in my thoughts. He paused in the kitchen doorway, eyes narrowed as he examined my workspace. "Still playing student, I see," he said, his voice bearing that old dismissive tone. Normal people are heading to work right about now. I bit back the response that had formed instantaneously in my head. Just a few more hours, I reminded myself. Do not engage. Don't give him an excuse. Good morning, Dad, I responded, keeping my tone calm. I'll be done shortly. My submission is due by noon. He grunted and moved to the coffee maker. Submission. A fancy name for homework. When I was your age, I already had a family. The words hung in the air like an outdated accusation. I'd heard them hundreds of times before. Today they scarcely registered. I went back to my screen. Mom appeared next, with her hair still in curlers. She pursed her lips as she studied the dining room table. All these papers everywhere, she said. We need to set the table for breakfast. I just need a few more hours, I explained, trying not to sound desperate. It's due today. It represents the conclusion of 2 years of study. Work? Dad sneered in the kitchen. Typing is not working. Try hauling steel beams in 100-degree heat. That's work. Mom placed a hand on my shoulder. To anyone else, it may have been supportive, but I noticed the subtle pressure in her fingertips. Surely you may take a quick break for family breakfast. We hardly see you anymore. The irony of this statement was nearly hilarious. For weeks they had complained about my presence, about my laptop, about my documents cluttering their area. Now, family togetherness was a priority, and it happened to be right when my deadline was approaching. I really cannot stop right now, I stated firmly. The formatting is extremely precise, and I need to concentrate. Dad appeared at the doorway, holding a coffee mug hard. Your mom asked you to clear the table for breakfast. This was not a request. His speech had a deadly edge that I recognized from boyhood. That tone was always used before punishments and intense anger. Still, I could not give. Not today. Not with everything at stake. I will eat later, I offered as a compromise. You and Mom can use the kitchen counter. I just need to finish this. His face clouded. Ungrateful. That is what schooling does. It makes children believe they are too good for family meals. Too vital to respect the house rules. Mom used her normal peacekeeping line. Victor, please let her finish her school project. She can join us later. However, her statements lacked conviction. We all knew it. Dad slapped his mug down, spilling coffee over the rim. Project, she is 24 years old and spends her time on school assignments, while actual grown-ups work. I tried to ignore his voice by focused solely on my screen. Just keep working. Do not engage. Every minute of distraction was a minute lost, and the deadline was fixed. Andrew showed up unannounced at 9:30. His visits became disturbingly frequent during my thesis completion phase, always coinciding with periods of intense concentration. It was as if he had an internal radar that detected when I was in the midst of anything vital. The front door opened without a single knock. His booming voice filled the house immediately, breaking the fragile bubble of concentration I had been attempting to preserve. Have a family breakfast. Mom told me you were cooking, Dad, he said, dropping his keys loudly onto the counter so the sound echoed. He walked toward the dining room, peeking over my shoulder without asking. His gaze flickered to the TV. Are you still writing that paper? I thought you'd be done by now. Thesis, I corrected reflexively, my gaze fixed on the text. And yes, I am finishing it today. Andrew laughed briefly and dismissively. Thesis, paper, homework, whatever, same thing, right? He did not wait for a response. Hey, did I tell you about my promotion at the mill? He is currently the supervisor. Full benefits, pension. The works. Dad's face lit up instantaneously, a reaction I'd never seen in response to any of my accomplishments. That's my boy, he declared, beaming with pride. This is real job, real rewards. Enough of this degree nonsense that never ends. The contrast was nearly physically excruciating. My chest tightened, like if my father's words were pressing down on it. I had to physically stop myself from reacting by biting down on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. I took a long breath, focusing my concentration back on my citations. I would not be baited. I would not give them the satisfaction of knowing their remarks were reaching me. The next 2 hours were a flurry of planned sabotage. Passive-aggressive comments, unnecessary noises, and thinly veiled hatred. Mom came into the dining room repeatedly, dusting surfaces that did not require cleaning. Dad turned up the television volume in the living room every 15 minutes until I could hear the commentators as if they were standing next to me. Andrew made loud phone conversations directly behind my chair, pacing just enough to brush against my workspace each time he moved by. By 11:30 my nerves had frayed to the breaking point. But the finish line was within sight. The thesis was formatted properly. Citations are verified. Abstractly polished. Everything was ready. All that left was a final save and submission via the university site. I truly intended to make it. Despite everything. Despite them. That is when the internet connection failed. I looked at the error notice with astonishment. No link is available. I checked my phone. There is no service there either. With growing dread, I strolled into the living room, where Dad was sitting in front of the television, his streaming service running flawlessly, high-definition picture included. "The internet is out in the dining room," I remarked, straining to maintain my voice. "I need to submit my thesis in the next 30 minutes. Can you check the router?" He kept his gaze fixed on the television. "Internet's working fine for me." "But it's not working on my laptop or phone," I said, dread creeping into my voice. "Please, this is vital. I need to submit by noon." He turned slowly, his face unreadable. Funny how these emergencies always revolve around your schoolwork. Never seem to have technical difficulties when it comes to assisting your mother with tasks. The revelation came with chilling clarity. "Have you done anything to the internet?" A faint, contented smile pulled on the corner of his lips. My house. My internet. Perhaps I turned on parental restrictions. Perhaps the dining area is suddenly a computer-free zone. Blood raced to my face. My voice shook from the effort of restraint. "I need to submit my thesis. This is my future, Dad." He laughed, and the sound was entirely devoid of humor. "What's your future? That is a joke." He stood up and loomed over me. "What future does unending schooling provide? Andrew has a house, a promotion, and a normal life. What have you got? A stack of papers that no one will read, plus student debt." Mom arrived in the doorway, drawn by the rising noises. Instead of intervening, she remained calmly, her presence an implicit confirmation of his actions. "I need to get this submitted," I said as I moved for the router. "I'll reset the connection myself." His hand shot out and bruised my arm. "You don't touch anything in my house without permission." "Let go of me," I muttered, pulling my arm away. "This is insane. I only need internet access for 5 minutes." "Your work?" He scoffed. "Do you mean your excuse for avoiding real responsibility? Your lofty education, which leads you to believe you are superior to us?" Something inside of me cracked. "This was never about my education. This has always been about your insecurities. You're threatened because I selected a different path." His expression turned into rage. "You ungrateful little—" I cut him off. I am not ungrateful. I'm ambitious. I am determined. And I will not allow you to damage my future because you do not comprehend it." I turned and headed into the dining room to get my laptop. If I had to drive to campus, I would. The 30-minute journey would probably make me late, but I had to try. I heard him follow, his big footsteps causing the floor to quiver. I reached for my laptop as soon as he entered. "You think you're so much smarter than everyone," he continued, speaking dangerously quietly. "So much better than your family because of your precious education." I did not respond. I was completely concentrated on obtaining my materials as rapidly as possible. Time was running out. "Look at me when I'm talking to you," he said. I continued packing. I said, "Look at me." I turned, hugging my laptop against my chest like a shield. "I need to go. We can discuss this later." "There is nothing to talk about," he murmured, moving closer. "You must learn respect. You need to understand your place." "My place is not here," I said, the truth echoing through my own ears. It never was. Something changed in his gaze, a frightening spark. Later, I'd recognize it as the moment when his desire for control took precedence over everything else. In that moment, he was no longer my father, but rather a man who could not endure to be challenged. "Your future," he said, his voice oddly calm. "That is a joke." His hand shot out at my laptop. For a brief time I imagined he might simply take it away, hide it until the deadline passed, a petty punishment. But I couldn't have predicted what happened next. He yanked the laptop from my grasp with the force of decades of physical labor and ferocious wrath. Our gazes locked for just a fraction of a second. There was no pause in his voice, no moment of parental reconsideration, only hard, purposeful rage. The laptop then landed hard on the side of my head. The collision ripped through my skull like a bullet. Pain erupted instantly, white-hot and excruciating. The device's corner struck just above my right temple, and I felt the skin tear open. Warm wetness started running down my face. The punch knocked me backward till my shoulders smacked the wall. My vision clouded and darkened at the edges. Through the haze, I saw my laptop fall to the floor, the screen separating from the keyboard with a horrible snap of plastic and electronics. 18 months of work vanished in an instant. "You don't deserve a future," Dad said, hovering over me as I slid down the wall. "You are just a leech." The most shocking sound came next. Laughter. My mom's laughter. She stood at the doorway, high and scared, and watched. Not intervening. I am not calling for assistance. There is no evidence of maternal protection. Instead of assaulting his daughter, her husband simply laughed, as if he had delivered a little inappropriate joke. "Victor," she finally replied, still giggling. "That's enough now." Enough. Blood was already dripping into my eye. My thesis, graduate degree and future were all in pieces on the floor. And for my mother, this was simply enough. Dad loomed over me, chest heaving, as if astonished by his own deeds but not at all sorry. "Clean yourself up," he said finally, "and clean up this mess too." He turned and went away. Mom followed him like a shadow. The kitchen was filled with the mundane noises of coffee being poured and the refrigerator door opening and closing, as if nothing unusual had occurred. As if he hadn't just crossed an indelible border. I stayed on the floor for several minutes, stunned and immobile. The anguish in my head pounded with every heartbeat. When I finally touched my temple, my fingers turned scarlet with blood. The incision was deep enough that I'd probably require stitches. More immediately troubling were the nausea and dizziness, which are clear indicators of a suspected concussion. With shaky hands, I collected the broken parts of my laptop. The screen was supported by a single wire from the keyboard. The case was split, with plastic parts spread like shrapnel on the floor. I tried to press the power button. Nothing. Not even a glimmer of life. The machine that supported my entire academic career has died. Panic cut through the ache. I needed those files. There had to be some way. I stumbled to the restroom, grasping the counter to keep myself stable. The mirror revealed an inch-long cut over my right temple. Blood was still flowing freely. My eye had already begun to swell, indicating a huge bruise before morning. I pressed a clean washcloth against the area and applied pressure. The bathroom light was really bright. When I moved my head too quickly, the room whirled. I should have gone to the ER, but the thesis deadline loomed greater than my physical well-being. Noon. Less than an hour remained. I returned to the dining room, a washcloth placed to my head. Andrew was now sitting at the table, going through his phone as if nothing unusual had occurred. "Dad really got you good," he said without looking up. Should have known better than to talk back. The casual way he recognized the assault, without condemnation, was nearly as unsettling as the crime itself. "I need to get my thesis files off this laptop," I replied, ignoring his comment. "Do you have a computer that I can use? I need to submit by noon." He laughed. "Are you still anxious about homework since Dad pushed you to next week? Your priorities are off, sis." "Please," I pleaded, hating the imploring tone in my voice. "This is my graduation thesis, everything I have worked for. I only need to access the files." He shrugged. "Sorry, I left my laptop at home. Besides, the stuff is toasted. There's no chance you'll get anything out of it." I knew he was correct. The destruction was devastating. Nonetheless, I had to try. With trembling hands, I gathered the broken pieces into my bag. Blood continued to flow through the washcloth, and there was no time to treat it properly. I needed to leave. Mom arrived at the doorway as I prepared to go. "Where do you think you are going?" she asked, as if I were a teen violating curfew rather than an ill adult. "Go to the hospital, and then to campus," I said without glancing at her. I couldn't stomach seeing the woman who had laughed while I was bleeding. "Your father is still upset," she explained, dropping her voice. "Maybe you should wait for him to settle down." I apologize for provoking him. The folly of her suggestion struck me as a second blow. Apologize? For what? For seeking education? Are you expecting basic human respect? For having my skull split open by my father? "Don't be dramatic, Elise," she groaned. "It was simply a small dispute that escalated. Family disagreements occur." "It wasn't a disagreement, Mom. This was an assault." Her expression stiffened. "Now you're simply acting ridiculous. Your father will never—" "He just did." I pointed to my wounded head. "Look at me. Check out what he did." She looked at my damage with chilly detachment. You'll probably need a few stitches. I can drive you to urgent care after lunch. After lunch? The remarks left a bad taste in my mouth, as if my deadline, career, and future were not fading by the second. I am leaving, I stated firmly, gathering my bags, and I am not coming back. Dad's words resounded from the living room. If you go out that door, do not bother returning back. Ungrateful children do not get second chances in this house. Mom's eyes implored and accused simultaneously. I see what you've started. Just apologize, and this will all be over. No more, I replied. Goodbye, Mom. You'll regret this, I heard her say. When your fancy education leaves you alone with no family, you'll regret choosing books over blood. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. With my broken laptop gripped to my breast and blood still pouring down my cheeks, I stepped into the dazzling sunlight of a future that had suddenly become disconnected from everything I'd labored for. The dizziness hit me strongly as I approached my car. Concussion symptoms worsened, making it difficult to focus. My phone said 11:40. No time to get to campus. There is no method to restore my files. There is no chance of extension without proof. But for the first time in my life, I had no plan, and surprisingly, no dread. I started the car and drove away from the house, which had served as both a jail and a battlefield for the previous 24 years. Whatever came next, I'd confront it without being weighed down by their toxic expectations. Blood might be thicker than water. However, it was never intended to be spilled by those who claim to love you. I drove aimlessly for 20 minutes, my mind clouded by agony and horror. Blood had poured through the washcloth, and the aching in my head got worse with each passing minute. Eventually, I arrived at Riverside Park, an empty public space on a weekday morning. I parked behind a shady oak tree and finally allowed myself to experience the full impact of what had occurred. The tears came quickly and violently. Great heaving sobs that appeared to come from some primordial place I'd kept hidden for years. I sobbed for the little child whose accomplishments were routinely disregarded. For the teen who secreted college acceptance letters as if they were contraband. For the PhD student whose own father ruined her work out of resentment and fear. Most of all, I sobbed for the daughter who had spent her entire life seeking acceptance from parents who were fundamentally incapable of providing it. My phone made a piercing ding, interrupting the collapse. Dr. Halverson sent an email to Elise at noon. The deadline is coming. Please validate the submission status. Reality struck back with devastating force. The thesis. The deadline. My entire academic future is hanging in the balance. I checked the time, 11:52. With 8 minutes left, I was sitting in a park with a head injury and a damaged laptop. It appeared hopeless. Then something changed inside me. A weird calm descended, displacing panic and despair. If my family taught me anything, it was to be resilient in the face of overwhelming circumstances. I'd spent my entire life conquering their challenges. This was only one more hurdle, perhaps the most severe. First and foremost, I found a clean tissue in my glove compartment and applied it to my still bleeding temple. Then I quickly responded to Dr. Halverson. Emergency situation. I'm heading to campus right now. Please advise on the late submission protocol. The response arrived almost instantly. What type of emergency? Are you okay? I paused before deciding that honesty was the only alternative. A physical injury necessitated medical attention. Laptop was destroyed. Cannot access thesis files. I will explain in person. I started the car and drove to campus gently to compensate for my dizziness. My phone was pinging again. Dr. Halverson had said, "Go to University Health Services immediately. I'll see you there. Don't worry about your thesis right now." Her care, which differed from my family's reaction, brought tears to my eyes. I followed her directions and carefully navigated to the University Health Center. By the time I arrived, blood had soaked through the tissue and was running down my cheeks again. The receptionist took one glance at me and instantly directed me to an examination room. Gallagher, a middle-aged nurse with caring eyes and efficient hands, treated my wound while asking soft questions about what had happened. I found myself telling her the plain truth. My father smashed my laptop against my head when I tried to submit my thesis. I said the words, which sounded strange even as I spoke them. Her hands paused for a time before returning to their work. "This injury is consistent with what you're describing," she explained carefully. "I'm going to chronicle everything thoroughly. The doctor will be here momentarily to see if you need stitches, and we will need to check you for concussion." "I have a thesis deadline," I said. Or had. It was noon. Your health comes first, Gallagher stated firmly. Academic deadlines can be extended due to medical crises. This definitely qualifies. Dr. Halverson arrived as the doctor was examining me. She took one glance at my injury, and her professional demeanor wavered somewhat. "Oh my God, Elise," she exclaimed. "What happened?" The doctor, who had just confirmed I had a slight concussion requiring 4 sutures, looked up. "Are you her professor?" Dr. Halverson nodded. "Thesis advisor." "Your student has sustained a significant head injury," he said. "Concussion protocols need to be followed. No screens, limited cognitive strain for at least 48 hours. "Of course," she replied promptly. "The deadline has been completely waived. We can negotiate extensions after she has healed." While the doctor was preparing to patch my wound, Dr. Halverson grabbed a chair beside the examination table. "Elise, the nurse claimed that your laptop was used as a weapon. Can you explain what happened?" For the second time that day, I described the circumstances leading up to my injuries. Dr. Halverson listened without interrupting, her expression becoming more concerned. After I finished, she took a long breath. "First of all, your thesis has not been lost. You sent me a draft 2 days ago, remember? We have that version at least." In the midst of the chaos, I felt a rush of relief. I had forgotten about the email. "Second," she added, "the university has protocols for circumstances like these. What occurred to you is assault, and we must report it. The university police station is right next door. Would you be willing to communicate with them once your medical treatment has concluded?" I paused. Filing a police report against my own father appeared to be a one-way ticket. However, he had already crossed an irrevocable boundary by attacking me. "Yes," I concluded, "I will report it." The next several hours were a haze of medical operations and public declarations. The doctor patched my wound while outlining concussion treatment standards. A university police officer recorded my testimony, photographed my injury, and documented the damaged laptop as proof. The student services coordinator arranged me emergency temporary accommodation in a graduate apartment complex, as returning to my parents' house was clearly not an option. Throughout it all, Dr. Halverson stood by my side, advocating for me with various university departments. She assisted me in obtaining an emergency deadline extension for my thesis submission and arranging for IT assistance to attempt data recovery from my destroyed laptop. "The graduate school dean has approved a 2-week extension given the circumstances," she told me as we sat in the student services office. "And the IT department believes they may be able to recover your files from the hard drive, which seems intact despite the external damage." "I do not know how to thank you," I murmured, overcome by her kindness. "You do not need to thank me," she said firmly. "This is what academic communities are meant to do. Assist one another. What occurred to you is outrageous, and ensuring you can do your work despite it is the bare minimum we can provide." Her remarks hit a deep chord. Support, community, concepts so different to my family's experience that they appeared practically mythological. Yet here they were, providing actual assistance when I most needed it. By late afternoon, the immediate issue was resolved. My wound was treated, a police report was filed, temporary housing was provided, and academic arrangements were made. The IT department had grabbed my laptop and promised to try data recovery overnight. I was told to relax and follow concussion protocol, which included no reading or screen time for at least 24 hours. As Dr. Halverson led me to my temporary housing, she offered a question that caught me off guard. "Elise, is this the first time your father has used physical violence against you?" "Yes," I responded angrily. "The emotional abuse has been constant, but this was the first physical attack." She nodded carefully. "I suspected as much based on your research focus. Many family psychology scholars are drawn to the field because of personal experience." Her insight was frightening yet validating. "Is it so obvious?" "Only to someone familiar with the patterns," she informed me. "Your understanding of family dynamics has always been extraordinarily nuanced for someone your age." Now I understand why. We arrived at the apartment complex, and she assisted me in settling into the plain but pleasant emergency housing unit. Before leaving, she left a business card on the counter. "This is the contact information for the University Counseling Center," she told me. "They have crisis counselors on call 24 hours a day. Please consider phoning them. What you have gone through is distressing, and processing it with expert help might be useful." After she departed, I sat on the edge of the foreign bed, drained both physically and emotionally. The day's events were bizarre and intense, like something out of a dream. My head throbbed despite the pain medicine, and my thoughts kept returning to the moment when metal and plastic collided with bone, when blood poured down my face as my mother smiled. I took up Dr. Halverson's card and the phone. Some burdens were too enormous to bear alone. The next morning, a university IT worker knocked on my door, holding a small external hard disk. "We were able to recover most of your files," he explained. "Despite the laptop's damage, the hard disk remained amazingly intact. We've transferred everything to this external drive." I accepted it with trembling hands caused by a combination of medication, tiredness, and deep relief. "Thank you. You have no idea what this means." "Just doing my job," he said, smiling. "The tech department wishes you a speedy recovery." After he went, I connected the drive to the loaner laptop given by Student Services. There was my thesis, complete with the exception of the final few modifications I had made the morning of the incident. This was a miracle given what could have happened. Despite the concussion protocol's warning against screen time, I spent the next several hours finishing the final formatting and changes. My head ached, and my eyesight momentarily clouded, but resolve trumped physical discomfort. By late afternoon, I had submitted the completed thesis through the university's website. Moments later, the confirmation email arrived. The thesis had been received. Submission was recorded. Those 5 words meant victory over every impediment my family had thrown in my way. Despite their efforts to disrupt my studies, despite physical and emotional assault, property ruin and personal pain, I had succeeded. The thesis was submitted. The degree requirements would be completed. The future they said I didn't deserve remained mine to claim. As I closed the laptop, a powerful realization came over me. Instead of supporting me, the relatives who should have stood by my side attempted to ruin me. However, their hostility had molded the toughness that enabled me to overcome the harm they caused. The ultimate response to their hostility was not hatred or retribution, but accomplishment on my own terms. With that in mind, I called the university's legal office to inquire about seeking a restraining order. To remove any prospect of return, several bridges had to be burned down rather than simply crossed. My parents had made their decision. Now I was creating mine. The physical healing process began with 4 stitches above my right temple. The wound healed beautifully, leaving a little scar that would diminish but never totally disappear. In some ways, it seemed appropriate, a permanent visible reminder of the moment that severed my final link to my family of origin. The concussion symptoms lasted nearly 3 weeks. Headache, sensitivity to light, and occasional dizziness, but progressively faded as my brain healed from the blow. University Health Services followed my progress with weekly appointments, and the campus counseling facility became a fixture in my schedule, with twice-weekly sessions that helped me process not only the assault but also the years of emotional abuse that preceded it. My thesis defense was postponed by a month to allow for my rehabilitation. When the big day arrived, I stood in front of my committee with the confidence that comes from having survived the worst and still going on. The questions were hard but fair, and my solutions were clear and well-reasoned. At the end, Dr. Halverson declared what I had barely dared to hope for. Highest honors. A unanimous decision. Those remarks echoed in my thoughts as I strolled across campus later. Highest accolades. After all, I hadn't just succeeded, I had excelled. The approval was nice, but more essential was the internal knowledge that I had overcome enormous challenges. No external acknowledgement could compare to the strength I discovered within myself. The restraining order against my parents was obtained uncontested. They did not attend the court, instead issuing a brief statement through their lawyer alleging that I was always prone to hyperbole and attention-seeking conduct. The judge evaluated the medical evidence, police report, and images of my injury before ruling their answer, concerning in its dismissiveness of documented assault. The order was approved for the maximum term, with the option to extend it if needed. As spring gave way to summer, the university delivered some surprising news. The department has an opportunity for a research assistant post with a moderate pay and on-campus housing for the forthcoming academic year. Dr. Halverson suggested me. Your thesis has attracted the attention of several faculty members, she noted when we met to discuss the chance. The interplay of family dynamics, educational resilience, and first-generation student experiences is becoming more relevant to our institutional aims. We'd like you to continue and develop this research. The post would allow me to stay in the academic setting where I had found support and purpose, while also putting my independence on a stronger footing. I agreed immediately. 2 months after the assault, while I was settling into my new campus housing and research position, an unexpected visitor arrived at my office door. Andrew stood awkwardly in the corridor, appearing both defiant and uncertain. "Can we talk?" he inquired, his typical bluster noticeably lacking. I hesitated, my hand involuntarily reaching for the thin scar on my temple. "That depends on what you want to say." He flinched at the gesture. "I am not here to defend them," he replied immediately. "What Dad did was wrong. Really wrong." The admission startled me to stillness. Andrew had always been our father's echo, confirming every criticism and disdain of my decisions. "Mom and Dad told everyone you fell and hit your head on the table," he says. "But I noticed the broken laptop. I know what happened, and you are only now accepting it, 2 months later." He looked down. "I should have said something that day. Should have stopped him or aided you later." I realized the apology was implicit rather than direct, which was typical of my family's emotional constipation in communication. Nonetheless, it marked a considerable shift from our previous dynamic. "Why are you here, Andrew?" I asked directly. "I got you something," he explained, reaching inside his jacket pocket. He produced a tiny box and placed it on my desk. To replace what was broken. Inside was a brand new laptop that was far superior to the destroyed second-hand model. The gesture was both touching and insufficient, a tangible answer to a deeply rooted issue. "Thank you," I replied thoughtfully. "But a laptop does not fix what happened." "I know," he confessed. "Nothing actually solves it. Dad had crossed a line that day. Mom too had a reaction." He paused, appearing to struggle with his next words. "I've been thinking a lot about how they treated you compared to me, how they always made your accomplishments appear insignificant while applauding me for trivial matters. It was unfair." Andrew's recognition was seismic. He had benefited throughout his life from the unequal allocation of parental approval. Recognizing it needed a level of self-reflection that I did not believe he was capable of. "No, it was not fair," I acknowledged. "But it shaped who I am. For better or worse." "Mostly better looks," he observed, looking around my university office with apparent adoration. "You made it despite them. Maybe even because of them, in some strange way." His insight startled me. Maybe he was more insightful than I gave him credit for. "Will you stay in touch?" he inquired as he prepared to depart. "Not with them. Only with me. I would like to know how you're doing." I seriously evaluated the request. Andrew had participated in the familial dynamic that resulted in violence, but he was also a product of that environment, fashioned by the same forces that had nearly destroyed me. "We can try," I said hesitantly. It was a little but substantial opening. The capacity to deliberately reconstruct family connections on my own terms gave me a new level of power. As my research position became more permanent, I started combining my personal experiences into outreach initiatives for first-generation college students from disadvantaged families. Without disclosing the exact trauma, I was able to connect with students who were suffering comparable challenges: parental rejection, a lack of support, and deliberate undermining of academic ambitions. "Family resistance to your education often says more about their insecurities than your choices," I would tell these youngsters. "Your pursuit of knowledge threatens the status quo, challenges their worldview, and sometimes highlights opportunities they never had, or choices they regret not making." This approach enabled many students to depersonalize their objections, viewing it as a systemic issue rather than a personal failure. The opportunity to use my unpleasant experiences to help others became the most unexpected gift of my trip. 1 year after the assault, I was invited to present my study at a national conference on educational equity. Standing at the stage in front of hundreds of educators and scholars, I felt a deep sense of validation. My father's attempt to discourage me had resulted in professional recognition, meaningful work, and a community that appreciated precisely what my family had discarded. Educational resilience is not just about academic persistence despite socioeconomic barriers, I explained during my presentation. It is also about retaining self-belief when those who should be your strongest supporters turn out to be your biggest impediments. For many first-generation students, the most significant accomplishment is not the degree itself, but the psychological stamina required to seek it in the face of deliberate discouragement from those whose praise they most crave. The subsequent standing ovation was gratifying, but the true prize came during the networking session that followed, when student after student approached me to express how my framework had helped them comprehend their own family dynamics. I had translated personal suffering into professional insight that could help others. There could be no greater victory over the story that my parents had attempted to impose. As for my parents, the distance I kept proved to be the healthiest option. Andrew's occasional updates suggested that they had not modified their stance, characterizing the assault as a misunderstanding and portraying themselves as victims of an ungrateful daughter. Their refusal to admit the truth of what transpired just proved the validity of my decision to stay away from them. The most profound realization came gradually, through both professional research and personal reflection. Their treatment of me had never been about me at all. My father's fury, my mother's enabling, and my brother's initial involvement were all the result of their own limitations, anxieties, and unrealized potential. Understanding this did not explain their actions, but it did relieve me of the burden of wondering what I could have done better to gain their acceptance. Nothing. The answer was nothing, because their condemnation was never based on my decisions or achievements. It was about how those accomplishments reflected back on them, about their own lives. My achievement became a mirror they couldn't bear to look at, so they attempted to break it instead. In breaking away, I discovered the freedom to define family on my own terms, colleagues who helped me through a crisis, students who shared their comparable experiences, mentors who saw my potential when my parents did not. These individuals became my chosen family. Connected not by blood, but by mutual respect, shared beliefs, and genuine concern for one another's well-being. 2 years after the laptop incident, I stood in my new apartment, hanging a framed copy of my master's degree on the wall. The little scar on my temple had faded into a thin silver line that could only be seen if you knew where to look. Like so many other parts of that day, it had faded, but not vanished, blending into who I had become rather than defining me. My phone rang with a message from Dr. Halverson. The curriculum committee has approved your planned course on family dynamics and educational resilience for next semester. Congratulations, Professor Morgan. I smiled at the title, Professor Morgan. My father had declared that I didn't deserve my future, but it was now unquestionably mine. Not despite his cruelty, but because of how it shaped me. Every challenge they threw at me only increased my determination. Every dismissal had fueled my desire. The most profound lesson of my experience was not about familial trauma or intellectual perseverance, though both were important. The underlying truth was about the human ability to turn pain into purpose, to convert rejection into the gold of self-actualization. We have no control over the families we are born into, but we can choose who we become and the families we establish for ourselves. Have you ever had to deal with opposition from those who should have backed you? How did you find the confidence to pursue your dreams despite their discouragement? Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. Perhaps listening to today's story has prompted you to ask new questions or recalled old recollections. Every day on Reddit, new experiences and moments spark new tales, which connect us all. Everyone's life journey is unique, and we all try to interpret the world in our own manner. These moments serve as a reminder that we are all human, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and always learning new things. If you loved this article, please share it with your friends. Your views and feedback are always valuable to us because they inspire us to create even better material. Every tale has a distinct perspective, and our goal is to comprehend everyone's point of view in order to create diverse and relatable material. Stories like these remind us that everyone's journey through life is unique, and hearing other people's stories teaches us new things. You can also share your own experiences with us. We value your experiences as well. If you enjoyed this video, please provide feedback. We strive to generate content that always brightens your mind and inspires you with fresh thoughts. If you've seen this video before, your feedback is still valuable. Every piece of input helps us enhance our material and provide our readers with a different viewpoint. Today, what we witnessed was only a fraction of the numerous stories shared on Reddit and around the world. It's a reminder that we all try to comprehend life by sharing our experiences with one another. This film is only one example of how we use storytelling to connect with others and learn about various aspects of life. We aim to continue sharing stories that will help us all learn and grow together. Thank you for your time, and please keep a lookout for more stories coming soon. If you haven't already, please like and follow for more great material. Your sponsorship keeps us running, and we will continue to bring you thought-provoking and touching tales. Until next time, take care and remain curious. My sister ruined my life to look perfect. Then filed for conservatorship to steal the $50,000 inheritance our grandma left me. Me and my sister Tessa were like the sun and moon, but in the worst way possible. When we were kids, she received straight A's while I got B's. My parents would question why I couldn't be more like her. By senior year, the difference was well established. Tessa had recently landed an outstanding marketing internship at a prestigious downtown firm. My folks literally gave her a party. When I was accepted to art school a month later, My father wondered if I had considered something more stable, such as what Tessa is doing. Tessa arrived in my room at 2 a.m., 3 weeks into her internship, and I knew something was wrong because she had never come to my side of the house. Her mascara was everywhere, and she was crying with hiccups. "I messed up," she kept repeating. "I messed up so bad." It turned out she had maxed her mom's emergency credit card by spending $3,200 on work outfits. I nearly choked when she mentioned the number. "Everyone there dresses like they walked out of Vogue," she added, taking my hands. "I didn't know. I just wanted to fit in. Rowan, you have to help me." I recall staring at her, not understanding. "Just tell Mom the truth. She'll understand," I said. Tessa did laugh, but it was bitter. "Are you kidding? She'll make me quit. She'll say I'm not ready for the real world." After that, she said the part that hooked me. "You have to say it was you. Mom already thinks you waste money on your goth clothes. She'll believe it, and she won't punish you as hard because..." Didn't finish her sentence. But I understood what she meant because Mom had already predicted that I would make mistakes. So I did it. I took a fall. Mom discovered the charges the next morning, while Tessa was conveniently at her internship. I waited there while Mom cut up the credit card and lectured me about how gothic accessories don't make you exceptional. The following day, I started working at a coffee shop and later added nights at a gas station. My life became saturated with 50-hour work weeks and math study. Meanwhile, Tessa would return home boasting about client dinners and wearing her new luxury outfits, which I had paid for. The worst part was seeing how much she had changed. After being promoted to junior coordinator, she would make these statements. "This whole thing was probably good for you, Rowan. Finally learning financial responsibility." When I questioned if she would pay me back after 6 months, she told me to thank her for the life lesson. Move forward 3 years. Our entire extended family gathered for Thanksgiving, and I had recently mentioned taking out loans for graduate school. Tessa's eyes glowed with that familiar predatory glitter. She delivered a message about financial responsibility loud enough for everyone to hear. The entire table listened as she painted a picture of my alleged $3,200 gothic shopping binge, how mother and father had to teach me a terrible lesson, how I worked all those terrible hours to repay my irresponsible debt. Something in me suddenly snapped. 3 years of remaining quiet. 3 years of being the family's disappointment while she acted like the perfect daughter in clothing I paid for. Actually, I heard myself remark, "Since we're sharing financial wisdom, why don't you tell everyone what that money really bought?" The table became silent. Tessa's smile stopped as I brought out my phone and explained how I learned to preserve receipts when working in retail. I described every designer purchase she made, including the Diane von Furstenberg dress, Jimmy Choo heels, and the whole professional wardrobe she was so proud of. All purchased on May 15, 2019, 3 weeks into her internship. The room was hushed as I told the true story. She implored me to take the fall. How I worked 50 hours a week my senior year, missing my own art show to cover shifts and falling asleep at graduation due to exhaustion. All the while she was promoted in clothes I had paid for. Mom's fork clattered on her plate. Tessa opened and closed her mouth like a fish, attempting to make sentences. When she finally stammered something about me having to learn a lesson, I completely lost it. I told everyone about my continual sleep deprivation, homework done at gas stations, and seeing my sister ascend the corporate ladder in heels purchased with my low-wage income. Uncle Richard, who had toasted Tessa an hour before as the accomplished niece, sat transfixed. Aunt Janine looked at Tessa as if she were seeing her for the first time. The golden child image was deteriorating in real time. "My God," Mom said quietly, staring at Tessa. "We punished Rowan for months. We made her pay back every penny while you..." Her voice cracked. I scoffed as I looked at my parents, both of whom were in tears. Too little, too late. The next morning, I awoke to 47 missed calls. My entrance to art school had been denied following an anonymous warning regarding academic dishonesty. My phone buzzed again and again. I grabbed it with trembling hands and scrolled through the messages from art school admissions, my portfolio advisor, and the dean's office. Every communication is more urgent than the last. I lurched out of bed and almost tripped over yesterday's clothes. My hands trembled when I contacted the admissions office. The hold music felt like it was taunting me, with 7 minutes of happy piano while my future collapsed. When the admissions officer eventually spoke, she maintained a carefully neutral tone. Someone had forwarded them evidence that I had plagiarized my portfolio items. Screenshots from my Instagram account, altered to indicate earlier timestamps than my submitted work. They had received everything at 6:47 a.m., including a detailed analysis of how I allegedly stole designs from several artists. My phone vibrated during the call. A text from Tessa appeared on the screen. My stomach fell when I read it. She had written about financial responsibility, securing my work, and password protection for online storage. The shrug emoji at the end made my blood boil. However, as I attempted to screenshot her confession, my screen went dark, then flickered back on, and then black again. When Tessa's phone died in 2019, she borrowed mine to call her mother. She'd had it for 20 minutes. She said she needed to check things for work as well. I've been too fatigued from working double shifts to think about it. The admissions officer was still outlining their evaluation process when Mom's call came in. I hung up and answered, already knowing what was about to happen. Mom unleashed her attack before I could respond. How could I disgrace Tessa on Thanksgiving after everything our family had done for me? Tessa had called her crying this morning, distraught by my rudeness. I had to apologize quickly. I attempted to explain about the art school and Tessa's text, but Mom interrupted me. This was just like me, she continued, constantly making everything about myself, constantly playing the victim. After she hung up, I dashed to my laptop. My palm shook as I entered my Google password. Invalid. I tried again. Invalid. Password reset. The recovery email had changed. Concerns about security are also raised. When did I allow Tessa access to my account to fix its security? Immediately after the credit card incident. She insisted on helping me set up two-factor authentication. The doorbell rang downstairs. Through my window, I saw Tessa's car arrive into our parents' driveway. She walked out with a tray of coffee and a pink bakery box, portraying the perfect daughter as my life fell apart. My telephone rang. My coffee shop manager's voice was tense, his rage barely contained. Someone had complained that I was stealing tips. Anonymous, of course, but extremely thorough. They knew about precise shifts and amounts. I needed to come in promptly to discuss my job. I glanced at the phone after he had hung up. The coffee store was 20 minutes away. The art school's dean would be in his office in 30 minutes. I couldn't be in two places. I chose the school. The coffee shop work was purely for financial gain. The art school represented everything I had worked for. When I called back to clarify, it was too late. He had already made his decision. 3 years of perfect attendance, glowing ratings, and consumer accolades were ineffective in the face of an anonymous complaint. Don't bother coming in for your last check, he told me. They'd mail it. I sat on my bed, still dressed from the day before, watching Tessa hug our parents in the kitchen below me through the window. The heartbroken sister changed into a soft pink sweater, her hair in a messy bun, and sought solace from her relatives. My phone lit up with an Instagram notice. Tessa had shared a story. I clicked before I could stop myself. We took a selfie with our parents, coffee mugs elevated. The caption said, "Healing begins with the truth." In the backdrop, barely visible on the kitchen counter, was a familiar piece of fabric, the Diane von Furstenberg garment I'd paid for with 3 weeks of double shifts. The dean's office called while I was still looking at the photograph. The evidence against me was thorough. Videos compiled from my Instagram stories show me working on things. Audio spliced in from someplace else, with me talking about drawing inspiration from established artists. The timestamps on these films indicated that they predated my portfolio submission by months. However, I recognized my own voice in the tape. Conversations with Tessa from years ago were recorded without my knowledge, talks about my artistic approach but utterly out of context. She had been collecting evidence for years. My dearest friend Kara responded next. Tessa had contacted her boyfriend with concerns about my mental health. Screenshots of messages I reportedly sent discussing evil thoughts. Kara wanted to know if I was okay, but her remarks lacked intimacy. Doubt. I pulled on some clothes and called an Uber to campus. I spent 20 minutes in traffic, refreshing my email and watching my future disappear in real time. The driver remained looking at me in the mirror as I grumbled to myself, attempting to figure out how many times Tessa had accessed my life. The art building appeared different, smaller, as if it had already rejected me. I hurried up 3 flights to Professor Lennox's office. He generally kept my physical portfolio there and stated he enjoyed exhibiting it to other faculty members. The office door was open. Professor Lennox sat at his desk, my portfolio laid out before him. Several pages were missing, including the ones that best demonstrated my artistic development and unique style evolution. He looked up as I arrived, his expression unreadable. He indicated the security footage from previous night had been altered. But the janitor described seeing someone, a nice blonde lady, who claimed to be my sister, and was picking up something I had left behind. My phone vibrated. Tessa returns, this time to discuss my gas station work. She had already contacted that boss, expressing her concerns about my confession at Thanksgiving and my history of financial responsibility. I settled into the chair across from Professor Lennox. 3 years' worth of work was spread around his desk, with big voids. The remaining portions were fragmented and amateurish, lacking the context of the lost pages. My roommate texted as I was sitting there. She'd received emails regarding my stealing history, anonymous but detailed. She wanted to discuss our living circumstances. She said the trust was gone. Can I start looking somewhere else? I launched my password management app on my phone, desperate for access to my accounts. The most recent logon revealed Tessa's device 3 days ago. How? Then I remembered how insistent she had been in helping me manage my passwords the night she borrowed my phone in 2019, said I needed more security. I'd given her my master password in case of emergency. My phone's screen went black again. This time, it remained dark for 30 seconds before returning. A reminder that Tessa might see everything I did. The gas station manager called while I was still in Professor Lennox's office. Tessa had come in person, he explained as a worried sister. She brought copies of my confession to supper. He appreciated her watching out for me, but he couldn't let someone with an admitted thievery past handle cash. 2 jobs finished in one morning. My savings would last around 2 months if I was careful, and even less if I needed to find a new place. I walked back outdoors, squinting in the morning sunlight. My Uber driver had long since departed. I'd need to take the bus home. While I was waiting at the stop, I spotted something in my email, a legal document submitted 2 days before Thanksgiving. Tessa petitioned to become my financial guardian, citing a history of irresponsible behavior that necessitated intervention. She'd been planning this for 2 days before Thanksgiving, before I'd even mentioned the outfit. The bus ride home lasted 40 minutes. I spent it reconstructing the timeline of every loaned phone, every useful security fix, and every recorded discussion. Years of preparation led up to this point. Tessa's automobile was gone by the time I arrived home, but the harm had already been done. Mom barely acknowledged me when I walked in. Dad grumbled something about disappointment and returned to his studies. I climbed the steps to my room, each one heavier than the last. My laptop was open on my desk. Google is still denying me access. My phone vibrated with another text. It's the roommate again. She wanted me to leave by the end of the week. I looked at my reflection on the black phone screen. 3 years ago, I was the girl who took the fall to protect her sister. And now I was the girl who had lost everything because I had finally admitted the truth. The irony was not lost on me. Tessa had taught me about financial responsibility after all. She had showed me the cost of trust and familial loyalty. The lesson had only taken 3 years to finish. My phone buzzed once more. I received an email from the art school. They'd be undertaking a formal review, but I should act as if my admission had been void. They took academic integrity extremely seriously. I sat on my bed in the exact position where Tessa had grieved 3 years before. No tears fell, just a hollow sense that this was simply the start. Tessa had 3 years to plan. To be honest, I just had one dinner. The score had already been decided. I packed everything I could fit into 2 suitcases while my parents remained downstairs, like I didn't exist. My roommate's eviction notice left me with little choice but to return to this place where I was no longer welcome. My hands moved mindlessly, folding clothing while my mind raced through Tessa's deliberate devastation of my life. The doorbell rang. Through my window I saw a process server giving Dad paperwork. His cheeks turned pale as he read them. Within minutes, Both parents arrived at my door. Mom clutched the restraining order petition, her hands quivering. Tessa filed it that morning, citing my increased harassment and the scary confrontation on Thanksgiving. Dad's voice was chilly as he emphasized that I couldn't stay here if Tessa felt frightened while visiting. They had already met with their lawyer. I had 24 hours to locate another place, or they would have to formally evict me to comply with the potential ruling. I called Aunt Janine and swallowed my pride. She listened to my explanation before sighing. She had a free room, but only if I recognized my mistakes and agreed to attend therapy for my jealousy issues. Tessa had already called, weeping at my obsession with her achievement. My phone vibrated. The gas station manager had reconsidered and would allow me one last shift tonight to pick up my belongings and final check. I agreed, eager for any revenue. That evening, I worked my last shift in a blur. Regular consumers avoided eye contact. During Thanksgiving, word spread about my theft confession. Tessa's version of events had already become widely accepted as true. During my break, I discovered Tessa's latest film. She complained in our neighborhood Facebook group about feeling afraid following my public attack. The comments were savage. People I'd known for years branded me unstable, indicated I needed treatment, and commended Tessa for her courage in speaking out. My phone screen is flickering black again. When it came back, my Instagram account was deactivated. The password had changed. Years of work are hidden away in my digital art portfolio. Tessa was eliminating me bit by bit. When I returned to my parents' house around midnight, my stuff were already packed in boxes by the front entrance. A note from Mom stated that they had paid for a week in a nearby motel. She wrote, "Until you figure things out." No signature. The motel room smelled like cigarettes and disappointment. I sat on the thin mattress, laptop open, and attempted to enter any of my accounts. Everything was locked. Then I recalled something. My old tablet, which I used freshman year before upgrading. It might still be logged into my cloud storage from before Tessa's security intervention. I drove to the storage unit where I had placed my college belongings. My hands struggled with the latch in the darkness. Inside, buried among art supplies, I discovered the iPad. A dead battery. I sat in my car, charging it from the cigarette lighter, praying that it was still powered on and logged in. My heart raced as I accessed my cloud storage and downloaded all I could before Tessa detected the security flaw. Portfolio pieces, images, and documents were all transferred on a USB stick I purchased at a petrol station. My telephone rang. I didn't recognize the name Wes Calder. He identified himself as a previous intern with Tessa's organization. I was fired 6 months ago for squandering company cash. He had seen my Facebook post about the Thanksgiving event. He had knowledge about Tessa, but they needed to meet in person. The next morning, I met Noel at a diner 2 towns away. He appeared fatigued from working 3 jobs since Tessa damaged his career. He showed me emails, receipts, and documents. Tessa had charged personal purchases to the company card and then accused him when accounting detected. She convinced everyone that he was a thief, had him dismissed, and destroyed his references. Noel had saved everything in the hopes of one day clearing his name. The receipts revealed Tessa's shopping habits and signatures, but his NDA precluded him from using them in any legal proceedings. He could provide them to me, but I couldn't use them in court. I videotaped our talk on my phone, employing the identical strategies Tessa instructed me. Noel characterized Tessa as manipulating their employer, playing the victim, and crying in meetings about feeling targeted by the intern who uncovered her stealing. After Noel had departed, I sat in my car, processing. Tessa's done this before. I wasn't special. I was only her latest victim. My phone vibrated. A text message from Emily, Tessa's roommate, was sent at 2 a.m. She was blasted and felt guilty. Tessa giggled at the goth phase financial education she had given me. But there was more. Emily mentioned a girl named Jade, whom Tessa had taught a lesson in college. Emily's next text arrived quickly after. Tessa had viewed the messages. Emily retracted everything and said I was harassing her. The text concluded, "She made me send this." I drove to the courts to submit my response to the restraining order. As I handed in my handwritten declaration, the clerk gave me a sympathetic glance. I couldn't afford an attorney.
Tessa had retained one of the city's top firms. Outside the courthouse, I Googled Tessa's college roommate, Jade Summers. I found her on LinkedIn. She works as a teacher 3 states away. Her Facebook page was locked down, but I discovered an old college newspaper piece. Jade was expelled for academic dishonesty in junior year, lost her scholarship and never graduated. The facts were sketchy, but the timing coincided with Tessa's requirement for a single room. I messaged Jade on LinkedIn and explained who I was. She responded within an hour. She couldn't help. Tessa had shattered her college hopes. She had rebuilt her life and could not go through it again. But she verified my suspicions. Tessa had faked evidence, fabricated reports, and ruined Jade's future over a little roommate squabble. The restraining order hearing was scheduled in 3 days. I spent them living in my van, taking showers at the gym, and applying for jobs over coffee shop Wi-Fi. Every application inquired about criminal history. I didn't have any yet, but Tessa was working on it. Lennox, my former art professor, texted me and asked to meet. He discovered my 2018 sketches in his office, showing the originality of my portfolio. But when Tessa realized he was assisting me, she went to his office. The security footage from her visit was strangely degraded. But then Lennox demanded an instant transfer to another college. He handed me the sketches and an audio tape of Tessa threatening his career if he wrote me a recommendation letter. The evidence piled up, but none of it was admissible. Everything I'd obtained involved breaching regulations that Tessa could use as evidence of harassment. She prepared for this and capitalized on my desperation, making me careless. Tessa entered at the restraining order hearing in a conservative suit, appearing frail. She had produced character witnesses from work, printouts of my threatening social media messages, and proof of my break-in to collect my tablet from storage. She cried as she told how she had been living in fear since Thanksgiving. I represented myself, my voice cracking as I attempted to illustrate the methodical devastation of my life. The judge appeared skeptical. Where was my evidence? Why didn't I report the alleged harassment earlier? Did I have any witnesses? Tessa's lawyer presented their final proof, security footage from her office building, which showed me waiting outside, looking threatening. The tape did not reveal that I had been there for a job interview at another company in the same building, but context seemed irrelevant. The image was damning. The judge issued a temporary restraining order. I couldn't get within 500 feet of Tessa, her home, or her business. The building where I had conducted job interviews was now off limits. Another avenue was closed. I checked my bank balance as I walked out of the courthouse, and there was $300 remaining. The hotel week was almost over. My auto insurance payment was due tomorrow. Then I saw it. I nearly overlooked a legal notice in my spam folder. Tessa had applied for conservatorship, alleging I was mentally unwell and incapable of managing my finances. The hearing was scheduled for next week. If she won, she'd have power over all I owned. I drove to the library to research conservatorship law. That's when I discovered it. Tessa made a reference to protecting family assets in the filing. What are the family assets? We weren't rich. Our folks lived paycheck to paycheck. I called my cousin Eli, the lawyer who handled Grandma's estate 2 years ago. He was reluctant to speak until I mentioned the conservatorship case. He mentioned that Grandma's will included a trust fund for the grandchild who needed it the most, which would be accessible at the age of 25. $50,000. I turn 25 next month. Eli was unable to provide any additional information. Tessa's boss was the firm's largest client, but he suggested I look into the will. This is a public record. At the courthouse records office, I discovered Grandma's will. There was $50,000 in trust to be delivered to the grandchild with the greatest need at the age of 25. The trustee would make the decision. The trustee was the person with legal guardianship or conservatorship. Tessa had known. She'd been planning this for years, waiting for me to grow near to 25. The credit card incident, security assistance, and recorded discussions were all preparation for this time. I sat in my car, motor turned off to save gas, and pieced it together. Tessa needed me to appear unstable, irresponsible, and incapable. My Thanksgiving confession had been a mistake, giving her the opportunity she needed. Now she was moving quickly before I reached 25 and gained access to the trust herself. My phone rang with an unknown number to the art school dean. They had completed their review. While they discovered no proof of genuine plagiarism, the reputational implications of my circumstance made my acceptance impossible. They wished me luck with my future aspirations. I drove to Tessa's apartment building not to confront her. The restraining order prohibited this. But to sit where she shattered my life and plan my next step. That's when I noticed Noel's car in guest parking. He was present at Tessa's building. As I watched, he entered with a key code. She had no idea what he looked like because she hadn't visited Tessa. He was paying someone else a visit. I messaged him. He answered promptly. He was dating a girl from 4B. I had spent months mastering the building's routines. He was familiar with Tessa's tendencies and weaknesses. We met at a park outside the restraining order's radius. Noel had been watching, waiting for his shot at justice. He had witnessed Tessa bring home boxes of work files that she wasn't permitted to remove from the office. He had captured her using the corporate automobile for personal purposes. Small infractions, but they built up. More importantly, he remained in touch with other former employees. 3 others shared similar stories. Tessa's practice of professional exploitation dated back years, but everyone was too afraid to speak up. She damaged their careers and reputations. I've made a decision. If I were going down, I would document everything. That ship had sailed for the truth rather than for the court. I created a blog. Anonymous but detailed. Every piece of evidence, relationship, and pattern. Noel donated his files. The others gradually started telling their stories. Tessa discovered the blog within days. Her lawyer submitted a cease and desist letter to the hosting business. But I'd learned from her about several backups, mirror sites, and everything stored. The truth was more difficult to obliterate than she had anticipated. The conservatorship hearing has arrived. Tessa arrived with paperwork of my mental illness, job losses, eviction, restraining order, and art school rejection. On paper, I appeared just as unstable as she had painted me. But I also prepared. I asked for a psychiatric evaluation from a court-approved psychiatrist. It would take 3 days, postponing the hearing. Tessa's lawyer opposed it, but the judge agreed. If I was actually unstable, an evaluation would reveal it. The 3 days of mental examination were strange. I stated the truth about everything. The doctor listened, made notes, and posed questions. Tessa had already called the facility to express concern about my well-being, but the doctor saw through it. The evaluation determined that I did not have any mental illnesses other than an acute stress reaction to family strife. It was insufficient to end the conservatorship, but it bought me time. The court scheduled a second hearing in 2 weeks to consider the material. I used those 2 weeks wisely. I found Jade through a teaching forum. She refused to testify, but she did write a letter explaining Tessa's behavior. I connected with 2 of Tessa's former co-workers who had been pushed into resigning. They wouldn't testify either, but their written assertions were consistent. The blog grew. Others found it and recounted their own experiences with workplace bullying, family manipulation, and financial abuse. Tessa tried several times to have it removed, but I had figured out her strategy. Stay inside the legal limitations, document everything, allow the truth to speak for itself. 5 days before the conservatorship hearing, Tessa made a mistake. She wore the Diane von Furstenberg dress as she commented on Instagram about supporting her family during their mental health difficulties. She's wearing the same dress as in her Thanksgiving post. Noel took a screenshot before she could delete it. I'd been living in my van for 2 weeks, showering at the gym and earning casual jobs via apps. Rock bottom felt like freedom. Tessa had taken all she could. There was nothing more to lose. The night before the hearing, I parked outside the storage facility to study my evidence. Although it was inadmissible in court, it did establish a picture of Tessa's pattern of destruction over time and with multiple victims, the trust fund motive, the calculated timing. My phone vibrated. Mom has finally reached out. She had seen the site, read the stories, and began to recognize the pattern she had been missing for years. She apologized. But what could she do now? Lawyers were involved. The damage was done. I told her about the $50,000 trust fund that Tessa was attempting to steal. Mom became silent. She didn't know. Dad didn't know. Tessa had kept that a secret as she planned her final move. The conservatorship hearing would determine everything. If Tessa won, she'd have complete power over my wealth, future, and personal life. She would manage the trust fund for my benefit. If I won, I'd still be unemployed, homeless, and without a good reputation, but I'd be free. I spent the last night in my car writing, not for this blog, but for myself. Every moment, choice, and outcome will be documented. I wanted to keep a record of the truth, whether I won or lost tomorrow. As morning came on the parking lot, I prepared for court. I showered at the gym one last time, put on my one clean outfit. I gathered my inadmissible proof, my psychological evaluation, and the written testimony of Tessa's other victims. The hearing started at 9 o'clock. Tessa would appear polished and prepared, accompanied by pricey lawyers. I would arrive alone, armed solely with the information Mom had spent years educating me to document. I assumed the score had already been settled weeks ago, but I was incorrect. The game was still in play, and Tessa had trained me well. Financial responsibility. As the sun rose higher in the sky, I drove toward the courthouse. My evidence USB drive is in one pocket, while Noel's recordings are in the other. 3 years of preparation on her end, 3 weeks of urgent paperwork on mine. The final lesson was about to start. The courthouse parking lot was already crowded when I arrived. I circled 3 times before settling on a location toward the back. My hands left sweat streaks on the car wheel as I gathered my evidence folders. Through the glass doors, I noticed Tessa's lawyer setting up at the plaintiff's table. Tessa is still missing. The security line moved slowly. I noticed the clock had passed 8:45. The guard scrutinized my USB disk suspiciously before allowing me to pass. The metal detector beeped at Noel's recordings in my pocket, but they let me to keep them after scrutiny. Tessa entered the courtroom at 8:55, dressed in a navy suit that was probably more expensive than my automobile. She had 3 character witnesses from her company. Her attorney had a stack of paperwork thick enough to serve as a door block. I sat alone at the defendant's table, clutching my solitary folder and a court-appointed advocate who had met me 5 minutes before. At precisely 9 a.m. the judge entered, Judge Catherine Chen, according to her nameplate. She read the conservatorship petition while I evaluated Tessa's witnesses, including her supervisor, HR director, and someone I didn't recognize. Everyone looked like they had stepped out of a business catalog. Tessa's lawyer proceeded by describing my pattern of instability: job losses, eviction, restraining order, and rejection from art school. Every point is supported by documentation. My advocate objected twice, and both times it was overruled. When they provided the psychological evaluation, Tessa's lawyer cleverly manipulated it. My acute stress reaction demonstrated my inability to manage adult duties. The doctor's notes on family conflict proved that I was unable to establish relationships. Even my clarity during the evaluation became a concerning detachment from reality. Tessa took the stand next. She dried her eyes with a tissue as she recounted finding me in her flat. Her voice cracked as she spoke of living in fear since Thanksgiving. She brought up our grandmother's trust fund as an afterthought, which she had only recently discovered when checking family paperwork out of concern for my future. The judge inquired about the timeline. Tessa revealed that she filed the conservatorship petition before Thanksgiving because she had been concerned about my spending patterns for months. She claimed that my disclosure at supper verified her darkest worries about my financial irresponsibility. My advocate conducted a weak cross-examination. Tessa had answers to everything. Yes, she helped me with my passwords in 2019, but only after I asked. No, she had never entered my accounts without authorization. What about the remote access application? She knew nothing about it. Perhaps I installed it myself and forgot. During the lunch break, I sat in my car and reviewed my evidence. Noel had texted, offering to testify, but we both knew his NDA prevented that. Jade Summers had sent another message, emphasizing that she couldn't participate. Even Professor Lennox had become silent following his relocation. The afternoon session focused on my current circumstances, which include living in my car, no permanent employment, and a practically empty bank account. Tessa's lawyer depicted her as a person on the verge of catastrophic devastation if no action was taken. Then came the witnesses. Tessa's boss attested to her exceptional character and concern for family. The HR director confirmed Tessa's concerns about me months ago. The third witness turned out to be a therapist Tessa had visited about assisting a family member in difficulty. My turn arrived at 3 p.m. My advocate had instructed me to make my responses brief and factual. I tried to explain the 2019 incident, but without the receipts I showed at Thanksgiving, it sounded like a deflection. I cited Wes Calder but was unable to deliver his evidence. I brought up Jade Summers, but she refused to help. The judge inquired about my evidence folder. I discussed the blog, the trends I'd discovered, and the other victims who had come forward. Tessa's lawyer objected to unsubstantiated internet rumors. The judge decided that nothing from the blog could be considered. I took out the USB drive, the modified Instagram videos, and the timestamp analysis I had conducted myself. The judge briefly perused them before Tessa's lawyer pointed out that I lacked the necessary technical ability to back up my assertions. Without an expert witness, my analysis was meaningless. The audio tape from Professor Lennox came next, with Tessa threatening his career if he aided me. However, the recording was recorded without Tessa's consent in a two-party consent state. Inadmissible. My advocate had no idea I had it. By 4 p.m., I had drowned. Every piece of evidence I had acquired came up against a legal wall. Tessa had spent years planning for this moment. I had 3 weeks of desperate scrambling. The judge declared a brief recess. In the bathroom, I splashed water on my face and looked at my mirror, which revealed black circles under my eyes and hair that I had chopped myself to save money. I wore the same black jacket to Thanksgiving. My only court-appropriate attire now. Tessa's lawyer delivered their closing argument in court. I was a young lady in trouble, unable to handle fundamental life tasks. The job losses, homelessness, and neurotic preoccupation on Tessa all indicated that someone needed help. The trust fund would provide resources for my care, with Tessa overseeing its usage properly. My advocate tried her best. She pointed out that I had held jobs for years prior to the recent incidents. My psychological evaluation revealed no mental disease. The timing of Tessa's petition seemed strange, but without proof of Tessa's manipulation, everything sounded thin. Judge Chen deliberated for 20 minutes. When she reappeared, her expression remained neutral. She agreed that the matter was convoluted, as are many family conflicts. However, the facts plainly demonstrated that my position was deteriorating and required assistance. The conservatorship was granted for a year, with a necessary review after 6 months. Tessa would manage my finances, including any inheritance or trust monies. I was expected to keep stable housing and work. Weekly treatment sessions were mandatory. Any breach would extend the conservatorship. Tessa's emotions were genuine when the judge gave her decision. She approached me thereafter, stretching out as if to hug me. I took a step back, bumping into the table. She murmured something about wanting to help. My advocate guided me away. Outside the courthouse, I sat on the stairs, attempting to understand what had occurred. My phone vibrated with the formal order. Tessa now had complete authority over my bank accounts, credit, any money I made, and the trust fund that I would be able to access in 3 weeks when I turned 25. Mom called as I was still sitting there. She had observed the proceedings from the gallery. Her voice was deliberate and measured. She urged I return home and follow the court's orders. Let Tessa help me get back on my feet. The same enabling pattern has caused this problem. I drove to the storage facility one final time. Tessa would shortly take inventory of my possessions and decide what I could keep. I sat among my college belongings, my painting tools, and the relics of the life she'd deliberately wrecked. The tablet I used to keep my portfolio has arrived. I slipped it inside my jacket. One small rebellion. That night I parked behind a 24-hour grocery store and utilized their Wi-Fi to update the blog for the final time. I posted the court's verdict on the truth about the trust fund and the years of planning that had built up to this point. Within an hour, Tessa's lawyer had issued another cease and desist order. The hosting business removed the site, but the internet retains a memory. Others had archived the posts. Screenshots of financial abuse and toxic families were shared in online forums. Tessa couldn't erase everything, even having won all that mattered. The next morning, I traveled to Tessa's apartment building, not to violate the restraining order but to see Noel one more time. He was leaving, beginning again in another city where Tessa's influence could not reach. He offered to help me depart as well, but I had court-mandated therapy to attend. The therapist's office was located in a strip mall beside a manicure salon and a tax business. Dr. Catherine Roberts, according to the door. Naturally, Tessa had picked her. The first session focused on my Tessa-related persecution complex. I sat in silence for the majority of it, knowing that whatever I said would be reported back. Tessa had secured a position for me at a call center. She was paid the minimum wage, had her hours regulated, and had direct deposits into an account she controlled. She also found me a room in a boarding house with a shared bathroom and no kitchen, which met the stable housing criterion. My new routine started instantly. Thursdays, work at 8 a.m., and therapy at 5 p.m. Tessa inspected my purchases on a weekly basis, criticizing every penny. She provided me $50 every week for food and miscellaneous expenses. The remainder went toward repaying bills I'd never incurred. 3 weeks later, I turned 25. The trust fund is automatically deposited to the conservatorship account. I couldn't touch $50,000. Tessa texted me about investing responsibly for my future. I did not respond. I'd realized that quiet was my only method of resistance. Noel sent an email from his new city. He'd got a job and began rebuilding. The other victims of the blog remained in touch discreetly. We couldn't legally help each other, but knowing we weren't alone was comforting. After 2 months at work, I was promoted to Employee of the Month. Tessa received a $100 bonus as part of her acknowledgement. She texted me congrats and reminded me of financial responsibility, the same sentence that had begun it all. The boarding house was full with folks like me, broken by circumstances and beginning over from scratch. We didn't say much, yet we understood one another. Everyone was rushing away from something or someone. My art supplies stayed in storage. Tessa had deemed them non-essential and sold the majority. She preserved the portfolio pieces as evidence of my progress while under her care. During lunch breaks, I would doodle on napkins using muscle memory to keep my talents alive. The 6-month review neared. Tessa's lawyer issued a report that demonstrated my compliance, consistent employment, stable housing, attendance at therapy, and adherence to all requirements. The conservatorship would certainly last indefinitely. Professor Lennox relayed a message via a pupil. He had seen my paintings in a little exhibition before everything transpired. A curator was interested, but I was unable to develop new pieces. I couldn't access my old ones, could not even afford supplies. Another door was closed under Tessa's influence. Jade Summers reached out once. She had been where I was. It took her 5 years to properly rebuild. She gave advice. Comply. Document everything. Wait until Tessa makes a mistake. They always did eventually. But I'd previously seen how Tessa's mistakes were irrelevant when she controlled the narrative. After 4 months at the call center, I was promoted to supervisor. The raise meant nothing because Tessa controlled the money, but it looked good to the court as evidence that I was stabilizing under her supervision. Some evenings I would sit in my small room and do math. At minimum wage, with Tessa in charge of everything, I'd never be able to save enough to challenge the conservatorship legally. The system was supposed to be unbreakable once you entered it. 6 months passed, and another court date arrived. Tessa wore the same navy suit. She gave evidence of my progress. The judge acknowledged my compliance and prolonged the conservatorship for another year. Tessa hugged me afterwards. I stood firm, arms at my sides. That night, I discovered a message slid under my door at the boarding home. Emily, Tessa's roommate, was moving out. I couldn't live with the guilt anymore. She had saved screenshots of Tessa's communications from the game she was playing with me, but screenshots weren't sufficient. We both knew it. I continued with the routine: work, therapy, and compliance. Tessa had completely gained the trust fund she desired, the control she sought, and the story she had created. I existed now as a supporting player in her success tale, the troubled sibling she had rescued. A year is gone. Another review. Another extension. The therapist stated, I still showed resistance to accepting help. Tessa proposed increased sessions. The judge concurred. More of my wages were diverted to unnecessary treatments. Noel issued a wedding invitation. He'd remade his life entirely in another city. I couldn't attend. Tessa needed to approve the trip. But watching his achievement reminded me of something I had lost: confirmation that life existed beyond Tessa's grasp. The boarding home tenants changed frequently, but the stories remained consistent. People trapped by systems intended to help but twisted to control. We were all living proof that the truth doesn't always matter when you can't afford to prove it. Tessa made her first serious error after 2 years. She posted on Instagram about a shopping excursion in luxury outfits, but I wore thrift store discoveries. Someone who had followed the blog recognized her and mentioned the trust fund. She promptly removed it, but the screenshots spread. The court did not care. Social media drama was not indicative of financial malfeasance. Tessa's lawyers spun it as her maintaining a professional demeanor while handling my care. The judge reassured me that gratitude would aid my recuperation. I learned to comply while preserving internal resistance. Smiled during therapy. Thanked Tessa for her assistance in court. I played the rescued sister and documented everything in concealed notes. Maybe one day they'll matter. Perhaps not. The phone center closed after 3 years. Tessa found me another minimum wage work within a few days, this time doing data entry. Numbers on a screen all day. She referred to it as progress, building my resume. I termed it existence without living. My 28th birthday went unacknowledged. Tessa managed the trust fund, and it grew. She delivered quarterly reports demonstrating that the money that should have funded my art career was now sitting in investments that I couldn't access. Some blog followers continued to contact me on occasion. They had formed their own forums to discuss conservatorship abuse. My experience had become a cautionary tale about how planning and influence can turn family relationships into legal entanglements. Tessa became engaged to a senior partner at her firm. She asked me to be a bridesmaid. The therapist explained that refusal would demonstrate that I had not dealt with my bitterness. I stood at her wedding in a dress she chose, beaming for photos to represent our repaired relationship. The reception was held at the same hotel where our parents had hosted her internship party years earlier. A full circle. Tessa delivered a lecture about family, forgiveness, and growth. The guests applauded. I also clapped, the sound hollow in my ears. After 4 years, the judge advised lowering oversight rather than removing the conservatorship, simply loosening limits. Tessa agreed, magnanimous. I could open my own bank account with a $500 maximum. Small liberties that felt like ridicule. I began saving those modest amounts. $20 here, $30 there. Tessa wouldn't have thought to hunt for hidden funds. Not enough to fight legally, but enough to consider escaping. The boarding home manager, who had heard too many stories like mine, pretended not to notice. Tessa gave birth to her first kid after 5 years. She named her Rowan after me, a bizarre honor that made my stomach flip. She brought the infant to court reviews, saying she wanted to set a good example for her daughter. The judge complimented her devotion to family. The real Rowan me continued to exist on the outskirts of Tessa's existence, working jobs she authorized, living where she permitted, and spending money she controlled. The perfect example of someone who needs conservatorship because the system forced me to. Some evenings I fantasized of the painting job I'd abandoned. Tessa sold or stored her portfolio pieces. The acceptance letter has been revoked. Before Thanksgiving dinner, I was establishing my life. But dreams were all I had left, and even these seemed monitored. The therapist retired after 6 years. Tessa selected a successor, another professional who saw what they were paid to see. I'd mastered the rhythm by then: nod, agree, express thankfulness, perform recovery while dying within. Noel sent sporadic updates. He had 2 children. He started his own business. Living proof that Tessa's victims could heal if they left her circle entirely. But the conservatorship held me fixed in place, like a satellite orbiting her achievement. 7 years have gone. Tessa managed the trust fund, which had increased. She had used some for her own profit, administrative fees, management expenditures, and emergency loans that never had to be repaid. All are permissible under conservatorship law. Everything was documented in reports that the court never questioned. I turned 32 in that same boarding home room, the same low-wage living. Similarly, therapy was mandated, the same life was being controlled. Tessa had won so convincingly that fighting felt futile. She had seized my 20s, my goals, and my liberty in exchange for money I had no idea existed. The blog about our story has become into scholarly material. Law students looked at it as an example of conservatorship abuse. Psychologists examined the family dynamics. But I remained locked in the case study, experiencing the cautionary tale in real time. Tessa's second kid produced another daughter. She posted about teaching children financial responsibility and the value of family support. The responses complimented her wisdom. Nobody remembered the blog anymore. Tessa's meticulous narration had buried the truth for years. After 8 years, I stopped looking for change. I accepted that this was my new life. Work, therapy, compliance. Tessa had created a prison of legal paperwork and court orders for the trust fund she had stolen legally rather than forcefully. Her existence had been shaped by mechanisms designed to protect her. But I continued to log every encounter, financial report, and therapy session. Boxes of notes are hidden in the boarding house basement, not because I thought they would matter, but because documentation had become my sole source of agency. Tessa had taught me that lesson too well to abandon. The other blog victims had generally moved on to new locations, new lives, and, in some cases, new names. But I remained the one who fought back and lost everything in the process. This is an illustration of what happens when you tell the truth in a system that rewards manipulation. My phone vibrated one evening, an unknown number. Jade Summers, after all this time. She'd become a lawyer specializing in conservatorships. She had been following my situation. She couldn't make any promises, but she wanted to help pro gratis because she had been where I was. I met her in a coffee shop near the boarding house. She appeared unique, confident, and accomplished. Tessa tried to take from her, but she repaired it all. She studied my documentation, made notes, and asked thoughtful questions. For the first time in 8 years, someone trusted me without reward or command. Jade filed a motion to challenge the conservatorship's length. 8 years is longer than any appropriate intervention period. She believed that continuing control constituted abuse rather than support. Tessa's lawyer reacted with traditional points about the continued need for oversight. The hearing was scheduled for my 33rd birthday. 9 years have passed since that Thanksgiving dinner. Tessa's control lasted 9 years. 9 years of existing rather than living. Jade planned diligently, but we both understood the odds. The system protected itself. Tessa entered at court wearing yet another costly suit. She had matured well, and success had come her way. I wore thrift store clothes and appeared to have been worn down by 9 years of controlled poverty. The optics alone helped her argument. But Jade discovered something in the financial records. Minor differences. Administrative fees that did not meet the regular rates. Loans matched with Tessa's main purchases. Not enough to warrant criminal charges, but enough to raise concerns about fiduciary responsibility. The judge listened differently this time. 9 years was too long for any conservatorship without significant mental disease. The financial questions raised doubts. Tessa's lawyer raised procedural difficulties, but the seed had been planted. The review has been extended for further study. 3 months of more hearings followed. Tessa's money management was investigated. My compliance is documented. The trust fund's original purpose was investigated. Grandma wanted to help whoever needed it the most. Tessa had checked that I needed it before taking it. The final hearing occurred in December. It's 9 years and 1 month after Thanksgiving. The judge ended the conservatorship. No admission of wrongdoing. There is no recompense for wasted years, just the ability to govern my own life again. Administrative charges continued to drain the trust money. Tessa kept whatever she had taken. I went out of the courthouse into the unfamiliar cold air. Air is free. Jade hugged me and then gave me a business card for a victim advocate group. Resources for rebuilding. Support groups. Job training programs. The hard journey back to something like life. Tessa waited by her car in the parking lot. We stood 10 feet apart. The restraining order had long expired, but the gap remained permanent. She said she hoped I did well. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. She had won the money. I had won my freedom. We had both lost all that mattered. I returned to the boarding house for the last time. I packed my little items. I retrieved my hidden documentation. I said my goodbyes to the manager who had showed me modest acts of compassion. Someone escaping or detained would fill the room within days. The victim advocacy group assisted me in finding interim lodging, the actual apartment, small, basic, but mine. I could lock the door, choose my food, spend money without consent. Freedoms felt unfamiliar after 9 years. I found work at a nonprofit that helps victims of conservatorship abuse. The minimum wage remains unchanged, but it is now more significant. My documentation assisted others in building their claims. My experience became expertise. Tessa had built the perfect victim. However, victims can become advocates. 6 months after gaining freedom, I received a parcel. My older portfolio pieces. Professor Lennox had saved them before to his relocation. I kept them secure for 9 years. Water damaged, old, but mine. I scattered them around my apartment floor and cried for the first time since the conservatorship began. I started making art again. I bought supplies with my own money. Time fashioned out of my own timetable. The skills had deteriorated but not died. My new work was darker, inspired by loss, but still mine. Tessa couldn't take it. 1 year after liberation, a gallery show was held. Small venue. Sales were modest. But my name is on the wall. My art in frames. My narrative is communicated through photos rather than legal paperwork. Some works were sold to people who had read the blog years before. Full circle, yet not the same. Mom reached out after viewing the program notice. She wanted to reconcile, to explain, to find tranquility. I did not respond. Some bridges were entirely destroyed and could not be rebuilt. She'd chosen Tessa's story over my own. That choice had ramifications. Tessa's life progressed successfully. Promoted to partner. Perfect family. Beautiful home. The trust wealth had helped her achieve her ideal existence. Sometimes I wondered if she considered the expense. Probably not. Predators seldom do. But I too was building. Slowly, one minimum wage check at a time, one artwork at a time. One day of liberty at a time. She had taken my 20s and early 30s. The remainder was mine to salvage. Academics who examine financial abuse republished the blog. New victims discovered it. I've reached out. They shared their stories. We developed survival networks. Tessa had taught me about documentation. Now I'm teaching others. Her weapons became our tools. 2 years after gaining independence, I met someone at a survivor support group who had also escaped conservatorship. We recognized each other's triggers, worry about money issues, document hoarding, and the craving for control after years without it. Trauma bonding and genuine relationship. We moved in together after a year. Shared expenditures. Documentation practices are shared. A shared knowledge that family could pose the greatest threat. We developed cautiously, understanding how readily trust might be weaponized. Tessa had taught both of us that lesson. My art has moved from processing trauma to exploring recovery. Critics described it as direct, honest, and unsettling. It sold enough to complement my nonprofit wage. Not the profession I had envisioned at 22, but one I had earned through survival. Tessa sent me a greeting for my 35th birthday. Something about putting the past behind us and becoming sisters again. Her daughters would be delighted to see their aunt. I blocked that number. Some relationships could not be saved and simply survived. The conservatorship had ended 3 years ago, but its consequences lingered. Credit wrecked, job derailed, relationships shattered, and goals postponed. But I was free. Building, creating. I live on my own terms. Tessa had won the game she was playing, but it was over. Life continues. I continued working for the NGO, promoted to case manager and then program coordinator. After years of growing, my pay finally topped the minimum wage. The American ideal has been delayed and weakened, but it is not dead. My partner and I got married at City Hall. No family members were invited. Our chosen witnesses were fellow survivors. We celebrated at the cafe where I first met Jade Summers. Small joy, but genuine. Tessa couldn't touch it. The trust fund was used to pay for Tessa's life and legal expenses, but I'd learned that money wasn't the only legacy. Grandma had also left. Stubbornness, resilience, the ability to document anything. Tessa could not steal these gifts. I ran into Emily in a supermarket store 5 years after gaining my freedom. Tessa's former roommate seems haunted. She apologized once more for not being more helpful. I informed her that I understood. We were all just trying to stay out of Tessa's grasp. Some escaped, some did not. My artwork began to sell to people who admired survival stories. Not famous, not rich, but it's sustainable. I could afford supplies, pay rent, save a little money, and create the life Tessa had attempted to prevent, slower than expected, but mine. The nonprofit grew. We assisted dozens of people in escaping abuse while in conservatorship. In some circumstances, such as mine, families use protective systems. Others are different, but equally trapped. Each win is little, but significant. Tessa had established an advocate via her maltreatment. Sometimes I thought about her. What type of person would spend years planning to ruin their sister? What did she say to her daughters about their missing aunt? Did she ever feel guilty, or did success justify everything? Questions without answers. Predators rarely self-reflect. My story became a teaching tool. Law schools invited me to talk about conservatorship reform. I presented my documentation. I explained the tactics. We were warned about family predators lurking behind concern. Some pupils took notes. Others appeared to be uncomfortable identifying dynamics in their own homes. 7 years after independence, I accomplished something Tessa couldn't take. Peace, not forgiveness. I am not forgetting, but acceptance. Some folks prefer destruction, that I had survived her worst, created from nothing. Beauty was created out of anguish. That was my victory. Gentrification claimed another shelter as the boarding house where I used to live closed down. I assisted in relocating residents and recognized myself in their controlled poverty. Some are escaping conservatorships. Others have various traps. Everyone needed what I needed, someone who believed them. My partner and I purchased a little house. Nothing fancy. There was a need for jobs. But it's ours. The mortgage approval felt unreal after years of financial restraint. We painted the walls in hues Tessa would have considered wasteful. She filled rooms with art that she would have judged unnecessary. She created a home that she couldn't touch. 10 years after that Thanksgiving dinner, I finally felt like myself, changed, scarred, but mine. Tessa stole a decade, but not my life. The girl who had fallen in 2019 was gone. The woman who had survived remained. I'm still documenting everything. Old habits die hard. Receipt boxes can be filed, recordings of key conversations, screenshots are stored in triplicate. Tessa had taught me to be vigilant. Now it protects me rather than serving her. The ultimate irony appeared in a letter from a lawyer. Grandma's inheritance had one more asset, a painting she had created that was stored in a cousin's attic. Worth little money but left expressly for me. This is the grandchild who needs it most. To Rowan. By name. Tessa couldn't touch it. I put Grandma's artwork in my home office, which had abstract swirls of color that reminded me of my own work. Tessa was unable to sever the connection. An inheritance that goes beyond money. Proof that certain things can withstand even the most deliberate destruction. My life at 35 was nothing like I had envisaged at 22. No prestigious artistic career, no traditional success, but I had freedom, love, purpose. Things Tessa couldn't measure or control. She had won the game, but I had gotten my life back. Sometimes young artists contact me after finding my work online. They noticed the gap in my resume. Years were gone. I told them the truth. That sometimes family was the greatest threat, that success was not always linear. Survival was its own art form. Tessa remained in my past. A lesson learned through pain. A reminder that trust requires verification. A ghost-haunted family events that I no longer attended.
My parents disinherited and called me the ugly graduate. So I took the stage, and my sister's father made a move that shattered my father. I will never forget the look on their faces when they saw me go into my younger sister Camilla's wedding reception hall. It had been 10 years since they kicked me out of the house. 10 years since my own family decided I didn't deserve to be a part of their lives because I didn't meet their ideals of beauty and prosperity. The invitation had arrived at my workplace 3 weeks earlier, a beautiful envelope with gold letters announcing Camilla Reyes's marriage to Daniel Cruz, the son of the city's most powerful real estate magnate. I glanced at the fine paper between my fingers, feeling the past hit me like a frigid wave after such a long period of silence. Why now? Why encourage me to celebrate family bliss when they have ruined mine? Throughout my adolescence, I was the ugly one in the family, whereas Camilla was the princess with golden hair and a flawless smile. I was the girl who had braces, heavy glasses, and bad acne. Elena, you should try harder with your appearance, my mother kept saying, as if my physical appearance were a personal choice rather than the outcome of genes and adolescent hormones. My father, a prosperous businessman obsessed with appearances, rarely spoke to me during family dinners. Everything changed the night of my graduation when I accidentally overheard my father on the phone with a business partner. Yes, my daughter Camilla is the family jewel, but the older one, well, let's just say she didn't inherit the good genes. An ugly graduate doesn't reflect well on our family business image. Those comments pierced my heart like poisoned knives. The embarrassment I felt that night was horrible, but the worst was still to come. The next day, with tears in my eyes, I approached my parents. I explained that I had heard them and knew what they thought of me. Rather than apologize, my father became enraged. Now you spy on us? What did you expect to hear? It's the truth, Elena. Camilla has always been the public face of this family. You simply don't fit into our plans. My mother, always in his shadow, nodded softly. That same night I packed my belongings and left. There were no calls urging me to return, and no apologies, just nothing. A month later I discovered from a distant cousin that they had changed the family will to exclude me. The toxic family that had raised me concluded I was no longer alive. Years passed, and revenge became my fuel. Not destructive revenge, but productive revenge. I moved to another city. I worked several jobs while studying business administration. The acne faded. I switched from glasses to contact lenses, and my body altered as a result of workout and determination. But the most significant transformation occurred internally. I founded my own financial consulting firm, which, strangely, ended up advising various competitors of the family business. Every move I took conveyed a silent message to those who had rejected me. They didn't need me. But the world did. I did not attend the wedding to seek reconciliation. I did it for justice. I wanted them to see who I'd become despite them, not because of them. I wore a red dress that showed every curve of my changed physique, as well as discreet but sophisticated jewelry and cosmetics that accentuated the characteristics they had previously loathed. When I walked inside the luxury hotel where the wedding was taking place, I felt like everyone was looking at me. Nobody knew me, but everyone was curious about the woman who was walking so confidently. The ceremony was amazing, as was everything else my family had planned. Camilla looked stunning in her expensive wedding gown while Daniel, her now husband, gazed at her with admiration. From my position in one of the rear rows, I saw my parents, now with gray hair but the same superior smile I recalled. The reception began, and I felt it was time to officially enter the life that they had denied me. I approached the main table, where Camilla and Daniel were being congratulated. When my time arrived, my sister's eyes widened. "Elena," she said in disbelief. Daniel, perplexed, looked at his new wife, then at me. "Do you know her?" he inquired. I grinned, feeling the weight of 10 years of stillness fall away in that moment. "More than you think," I answered calmly. "I'm her older sister." "Sister?" Daniel asked, staring alternatively at Camilla and me. "You never mentioned you had a sister." Camilla's face lost color, and her eyes silently pleaded me not to cause a scene. Behind her I watched my parents approach with expressions of surprise and terror. "Elena," my father said first, attempting a smile that did not extend to his eyes. "What an unexpected surprise. We didn't know if you would come." His voice retained the controlled tone he used in business meetings when things didn't go as planned. The toxic family that had rejected me tried to keep up appearances in front of their new billionaire son-in-law. "I couldn't miss my only sister's wedding, right?" I said with a courteous smile. "After all, family is the most important thing. Isn't that what you always said, Dad?" I noticed a muscle tightening in his jaw. My mother approached and hugged me mechanically, like if she were acting in a play. "You look different," she said, studying me from top to bottom. I sensed her amazement when she noticed my alteration. I was no longer the insecure teen with skin issues and braces. Before her stood a confident, successful and gorgeous woman. 10 years can change a person, I said, keeping my cool. Especially when they have to rebuild their life from scratch. No one in attendance missed the clue. Daniel, looking perplexed, attempted to defuse the situation. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Elena. Camilla never, well, I didn't know I had a sister-in-law." He offered his hand, which I firmly shook. "There are many things about the Reyes family that you still don't know, Daniel," I replied, smiling enigmatically. The discomfort was palpable. Camilla, the flawless princess, attempted to gain control of the situation. Elena promptly explained to her husband that she had opted to pursue her own career years before. We had differences of opinion. I repeated in surprise. What an elegant way to say they disowned me for not meeting their aesthetic standards. Camilla, the humiliation I experienced in this family may be described more precisely than differences of opinion. A nervous stillness settled over our small circle. Nearby guests began to notice that something was wrong. My father, who was always concerned with looks, intervened. "This is not the time or place, Elena," he stated in a quiet but forceful tone. "It's your sister's special day." "Of course," I conceded. I wouldn't want to ruin another family celebration. I had enough with my own graduation. "Remember when you called me the ugly graduate who didn't reflect well on the company's image?" My father became pale. He never anticipated I'd heard those exact words. Daniel looked at my father, clearly surprised. "I don't know what you're talking about," my father attempted to deny. "I think you know perfectly well," I said, maintaining my cool demeanor. "But as you said, this is Camilla's day. Let's enjoy the party." I walked away gracefully, leaving them startled. As I walked into the bar, I could feel their gazes riveted on my back. The vengeance was only beginning, and it would be served cold and measured. At the bar, a man in a dark suit approached with an intelligent expression. "Impressive entrance," he said, pouring me a glass of champagne. He introduced himself as Gabriel Vega, Daniel's partner in the real estate firm. "Elena Reyes," I responded, accepting the glass. "Reyes. Are you related to the bride and groom?" he said with real curiosity. "Camilla's older sister, the one nobody mentions," I explained, smiling ironically. Gabriel looked at me with curiosity. "I worked with your father on some projects years ago," he told me. "An interesting man." "A diplomatic way to describe him," I remarked, chuckling softly. "Diplomacy is my specialty," he said. "Though I sense you prefer direct honesty." "Honesty cost me my place in this family, so yes, I value it quite a bit." The master of ceremonies interrupted our talk to announce the newlyweds' first dance. Everyone gathered around the dance floor as Camilla and Daniel performed a love tune. I looked at my sister, as perfect as ever, the focus of attention, the unquestioned favorite. "It seems there's an interesting story behind your absence in family photos," Gabriel said, following my gaze. "A story of a toxic family and impossible expectations," I said bluntly. "I'd love to hear it someday," Gabriel replied. There was something about his expression that told me it wasn't just curiosity. "Why the interest?" I inquired directly. Gabriel paused a time before responding. "Let's say your father and I didn't end our business on good terms, and I suspect you might have valuable information. So I wasn't the only one with outstanding accounts at Victor Reyes." Interesting. The party progressed, and I observed my parents attempting to keep me away from the most important visitors, namely Daniel's family. They clearly dreaded what I may uncover. Camilla, for her part, gave me anxious glances if I moved too close to any group where she was speaking. During dinner, they assigned me to a table with distant cousins and peripheral friends. Justice looked far away, but I had other intentions. When it came time for speeches, I noticed my father standing up, his glass lifted, ready to deliver the typical father of the bride address. "Dear friends and family," he continued, his voice toned to impress. "Today is one of the happiest days of my life, seeing my daughter Camilla, my greatest pride, unite in marriage with Daniel." While he finished his speech, which was full of cliches about family love and father pride, I felt a rising wrath within me. How could the man who had kicked me out of his life for not being attractive enough by his standards talk about family love? When he concluded, amid cheers, the master of ceremonies said, "And now, some words from friends and family who wish to share their good wishes with the newlyweds." Without thinking, I stepped up and approached the microphone. I saw worry in my parents' eyes and horror on Camilla's face. They had no idea what I was about to say, and that terror was exactly what I wanted to instill. I grabbed the microphone and smiled at the audience. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Elena Reyes, Camilla's older sister." The room echoed with a surprised murmur. Many of the attendees had no idea Camilla had a sibling. "For those wondering why you've never seen me at family gatherings," I replied, "let's say I've been building my own path away from here." My father made a gesture to stand up, but my mother stopped him, perhaps thinking that an interruption would bring further scandal. "Camilla," I addressed my sister directly. "You were always the family star, the perfect child. Today, seeing you so radiant, I understand why." I took a dramatic pause as everyone held their breath, waiting for some shocking revelation. "I wish you all the happiness in the world. And to you, Daniel," I looked toward my new brother-in-law. "I wish you wisdom to truly know the family you just entered." I left the microphone and returned to my seat, eliciting polite applause and puzzled expressions. I hadn't said anything blatantly insulting, but the underlying message was plain to anyone who needed to comprehend it. Moments later, when the waiters were serving dessert, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Daniel. "Can we talk for a moment?" he inquired earnestly. I followed him into a quiet area of the room. "Your speech was interesting," he said. "I was quite discreet considering the circumstances, I told you." "What circumstances exactly?" Daniel inquired, and I could see genuine interest in his eyes. "Camilla has barely mentioned your existence, and when she did, she said you had voluntarily distanced yourself due to personal differences." I weighed my alternatives. Could I tell Daniel the whole truth and risk ruining my sister's wedding night, or could I be strategic? "Families are complicated, Daniel," I finally said. "Let's say the standards of success and beauty in the Reyes family are extremely rigorous. I didn't meet them, so they showed me the door." "Are you telling me they kicked you out of the house?" he inquired incredulously. "I'm telling you that you should know well the family you just married into," I quipped. "Especially if you plan to have children someday." Daniel's expression changed. My statements had clearly seeded a seed of distrust. "There's something else I should know, isn't there?" he replied. I noticed Camilla approaching with a worried expression. The retribution had been served, but the main course was still missing. "Daniel, honey, they're looking for you for photos with your parents," Camilla said with a sweet voice and a frightening glance at me. "Of course I'm coming right away," he said, looking embarrassed. "Elena, I'd like to continue this conversation later." "Whenever you want," I said with a calm smile. Camilla dropped her pretense as soon as Daniel moved away. "What do you think you're doing?" she hissed. "You come to my wedding after 10 years to ruin everything?" "Ruin it? I'm just having a civilized conversation with my new brother-in-law," I said, keeping my cool. "Unlike you, I don't hide the truth about our toxic family." "Truth? You want to talk about the truth?" Camilla asked, her voice low but keen. "The truth is you were always jealous of me. You always wanted what I had." Her accusation caused me to laugh bitterly. "Jealous, Camilla? I didn't want your beauty or your popularity. I just wanted a family that would accept me as I was. But I guess that was asking too much." "You left," she said with disgust. "Nobody kicked you out." "Really? Rewriting history to fit your perfect narrative, typical of the Reyes family." Despite feeling furious inside, I kept my voice under control. "Have you told Daniel how they modified the will a month after my departure? Or how Dad made sure none of his contacts would hire me in the city?" Camilla paled somewhat. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you know. You were there when Dad called his partners to ruin my career before it could begin. The humiliation they planned for me was meticulous and complete." My sister averted her gaze, confirming in quiet that my comments were correct. "You know what, Camilla? For years, I thought I hated you. That I hated this whole family for what they did to me. But now I realize I owe them gratitude." My statement astonished her. If they hadn't expelled me, I would never have discovered my own strength. I would never have built my company from scratch. I would never have experienced the true justice of succeeding on my own merits. "Company?" Camilla inquired, and I caught a glimpse of something in her eyes. Intrigue, envy. "Financial consulting," I answered. "We advise several companies that compete with Dad. In fact, last year we were instrumental in the acquisition that almost destroyed his Monteverde project." Camilla's eyes widened with recognition. My father had been devastated by the failed endeavor, and now she knew I was to blame. "Was that your revenge?" she said. "That was business," I clarified. "Revenge is just beginning. Tonight?" Before Camilla could react, Gabriel approached us. "Sorry for interrupting the family reunion," he replied with a smile that indicated he wasn't apologetic at all. "Elena, would you grant me this dance?" I accepted his hand, leaving Camilla stunned with a puzzled expression on her gorgeous face. Gabriel provided professional guidance on the dance floor. "It appears your family reunion is getting intense," he said. 10 years of silence and lies aren't resolved with a simple, cordial conversation," I told him. "Your father seems especially disturbed by your presence," Gabriel noticed. "He hasn't stopped watching us since we started dancing." I turned slightly to validate his statement. My father was watching us with a mixture of rage and anxiety. "What conflict do you have with my father?" I questioned Gabriel bluntly. He smiled enigmatically. "Let's say Victor Reyes has a particular way of doing business, one that involves appropriating others' ideas and discarding those who are no longer useful to him. His statements echoed my personal experience. It seems you know my father well. I was his protege for 3 years, Gabriel told me, until I developed a real estate investment system that he presented as his own to the board of directors. When I confronted him, he fired me, alleging irreconcilable differences. Victor Reyes's specialty, getting rid of those who don't fit his plans, I said coldly. While we were dancing, I spotted Daniel watching us from across the room. When the music stopped, Gabriel led me back to my table. However, Daniel blocked our path before we arrived. Elena, I'd like to introduce you to my parents, he continued, his tone stiff and rehearsed. This surprise invitation was clearly not part of my parents' plans. I saw my mother whisper something alarming in my father's ear, and he hastily excused himself from his interlocutors and began walking toward us. It will be a pleasure, I said to Daniel, consciously disregarding my father's approach. Daniel led me to a table where an elegant couple was talking with other visitors. Mom, Dad, he attracted their attention. I'd like to introduce you to Elena Reyes, Camilla's older sister. Alejandro Cruz, the family patriarch and well-known real estate developer, looked at me with interest while shaking my hand. I didn't know Camilla had a sister, he said plainly. That seems to be the general consensus tonight, I answered, smiling. Elena has been absent from family events for a while, my father said, having just arrived. His falsely pleasant demeanor barely hid his uneasiness. 10 years to be exact, I answered, since I decided to follow my own business path. Business? Alejandro inquired with real enthusiasm. What do you do, Elena? Before I could respond, my father attempted to redirect the discussion. Elena was always the rebel of the family. She preferred to abandon the family business to do other things. I'm the founder and CEO of Altus Consultants, I told Alejandro directly, ignoring my father's interjection. Specialist in financial restructuring and strategic acquisitions. Alejandro Cruz's eyes flashed with recognition. Altus? The same firm that advised the Torres-Mendoza merger last year? The same, I said with pride. Alejandro regarded me with increased respect. Impressive work. That merger revolutionized the southern real estate market. Thank you, I responded, secretly relishing my father's look of astonishment and uncertainty. We always seek to exceed expectations. My father attempted to recover control of the situation. Elena was always very ambitious, he continued with a strained grin. But I never imagined she'd get this far without family support. Sometimes, Victor, Alejandro said, looking directly at him. The best talents flourish precisely when they're allowed to fly on their own. He turned to face me. I'd love to discuss possible collaborations, Elena. My company is considering an expansion that could benefit from your experience. It will be a pleasure, I said, handing him my business card in front of my father's surprised stare. The conversation continued, and with each remark it became evident that Alejandro Cruz, my sister's father-in-law and one of the country's most respected businessmen, was impressed by my accomplishments. The humiliation I had once experienced was beginning to morph into delicious justice in front of people who had looked down on me. When we split, Daniel took me aside. I don't understand, he said, perplexed. If you're so successful and respected, why does your family act as if you were some kind of embarrassing secret? The stakes were high. Revenge could be complete right now if I revealed everything of the Reyes family's cruelty to their new member. Daniel, I said to myself, the answer to that question could forever change the way you see your new family. Are you sure you want to know it? On your wedding night? He hesitated briefly, but his curiosity won out. I need to understand what I've gotten myself into, he finally said. I took a deep breath. I was disinherited and expelled from the family for a reason that will seem absurd to you. I wasn't attractive enough according to my father's standards. What? His expression of disbelief was clear. My father built his empire based on perfect appearances. Camilla, with her natural beauty, was always his best presentation card in society. I, with my acne problems, braces, and ungraceful figure in adolescence, was an embarrassment to him. Daniel appeared really horrified. That's inhumane. The night of my graduation, I heard my father call me the ugly graduate who didn't reflect well on the family business image. When I confronted him, he didn't deny it. He told me directly that I didn't fit into his plans. A month later, I found out they had modified the will to exclude me completely. I watched Daniel assimilate this knowledge, connecting the pieces and finally seeing why Camilla had never mentioned having a sister. Camilla. Was she okay with this? He finally inquired. Camilla has always been the perfect daughter who follows Dad's orders, I said with regret. She never defended me. Never looked for me afterward. For them it was easier to pretend I never existed. Daniel ran his fingers through his hair, clearly disturbed. I can't believe I got married without knowing something so fundamental about my wife and her family. At that point, I had a revelation. My vengeance did not consist in destroying Camilla's life or publicly exposing my parents. True justice consisted in reclaiming my tale, my truth, and letting natural consequences take their course. I didn't come here to destroy your marriage, Daniel, I informed him truthfully. I came to reclaim my place, to show them they couldn't destroy me. What you do with this information is your decision. The bouquet toss announcement interrupted our discourse. All the unmarried women gathered in the center of the dance floor as Camilla, resplendent in her bridal gown, prepared for the ceremonial toss. From my vantage point, I noticed my mother mumble something into Camilla's ear while staring in my direction. Camilla nodded gently, and I realized what they were planning: one final public humiliation. All single women to the dance floor, the master of ceremonies exclaimed joyfully. A group of young women waited expectantly as Camilla climbed onto a little flower-adorned platform. Gabriel approached me holding a glass of champagne. Not joining the ritual of female desperation, he joked. I think I'll pass, I said, observing the situation. I have a suspicion that the bouquet is programmed to avoid me at all costs. Camilla, from her lofty position, scrutinized the contestants with her glance. When her gaze fell on me, I saw that familiar smile. The one she wore when she was about to acquire what I desired. My mother, standing on one side of the dance floor, nodded discreetly. Family traditions are fascinating, Gabriel said, following my gaze, especially when they're loaded with hidden meanings. In the Reyes family, nothing is casual, I confirmed. Every gesture, every word, every exclusion has a purpose. Camilla turned around and prepared to throw the bouquet. The group of unmarried women became thrilled and stretched their hands aloft. My sister threw the bouquet with a theatrical movement toward a young woman who, based on her resemblance to Daniel, I assumed was his cousin. One more symbolic act of exclusion, so subtle that only I could correctly perceive it. The message was clear. Even in the most insignificant traditions, I remained excluded. The one who didn't deserve the chance to catch a bridal bouquet. Predictable, I said to myself. Gabriel was studying me closely. Does it bother you? He inquired. No, I answered honestly. It confirms I made the right decision building my life away from them. The party went on, and I observed Daniel was distant with Camilla, clearly disturbed by our chat. My parents, sensing something was wrong, increased their efforts to keep the couple away from me, scheduling photos, introductions, and small things to keep them occupied. During the final toast, my father took over the microphone again. His face reflected the night's built strain, but his voice retained the confident and authoritative tone that defined him. Dear friends, family, distinguished guests, he began with a smile. Before concluding this wonderful celebration, I want to thank everyone for accompanying us on this day so special for our family. He took a strategic pause. As a father, there is no greater pride than seeing a daughter fulfill herself and find happiness. Camilla has always been the epitome of the values we Reyes represent. Beauty, elegance, intelligence, and dedication. Each phrase was a dart aimed at me. The subliminal message was clear. Camilla represented everything I wasn't and couldn't be in order to deserve the Reyes surname. Today, by uniting with Daniel, we're not only celebrating the love between two exceptional people, but also the union of two families that share the same values and aspirations. He raised his glass. To Camilla and Daniel, and to the bright future that awaits them. Everyone clapped and drank. When silence resumed, something unexpected occurred. Daniel's father, Alejandro Cruz, rose up with a glass in hand. I'd like to add some words, he stated with authority. He was an intimidating figure who demanded immediate respect. Tonight has been revealing in many ways, he said, gazing straight at my father. I've learned that appearances can be deceiving, and that sometimes a family's true talents can remain hidden, or be deliberately concealed. A murmur spread throughout the room. My father was visibly tense. I'm pleased to announce, Alejandro went on, that in addition to celebrating our children's union, today I mark the beginning of a professional collaboration with a brilliant businesswoman who, curiously, I just discovered is a member of the Reyes family. He turned to face me. Elena, your strategic vision and achievements at Altus Consultants are exactly what Cruz Corporation needs for our next expansion phase. The hush that ensued was absolute. All eyes turned to me, including my parents, who were filled with shock and disbelief. It will be an honor to collaborate with you, Mr. Alejandro, I said in a clear and firm voice. The honor is mine, he said. Sometimes, the most valuable gems are those some don't know how to appreciate. This final sentence he aimed directly at my father, who appeared to have lost all blood from his face. The humiliation I had endured for years was now being translated into public justice. Cruz's grandfather, one of the country's most respected business people, had just confirmed my professional worth in front of the very family that had rejected me for failing to fulfill their superficial standards. When the celebration began to disperse, my mother approached me with a strained grin. "Elena dear, what a wonderful surprise you've given us tonight," she remarked with deception. "Your father and I always knew you had potential." "Please, Mom," I said quietly. "Spare me the hypocrisy. We both know my potential only became visible when a man like Alejandro Cruz recognized it publicly." "That's not fair," she complained. "We always loved you, but you chose to distance yourself." "Not fair?" I repeated in disbelief. "You want to talk about fairness? How about the fact that you modified the will to completely disinherit me? Or how Dad made sure no local company would hire me?" My mother lowered her eyes, unable to face the weight of the truth. "Your father only wanted what was best for the family business," she said quietly. "The best for his ego, you mean," I corrected. "But you know what? I thank him for it. If they hadn't rejected me so completely, I would never have discovered my own strength." At that point, my father joined us. His normal assurance was gone, replaced with a mix of calculation and anxiety. "Elena," he continued in a conciliatory tone, "it seems you've been quite successful on your own. I'm impressed." "No, Dad," I told him. "You're alarmed. You're worried that my association with Alejandro Cruz might affect your company. You're worried that all those dirty secrets you've accumulated over the years will come to light." "I don't know what you're talking about," he said tensely. "Don't you? What about how you appropriated Gabriel Vega's investment system? Or how you manipulated the Monteverde contracts to maximize your profits at the expense of small investors?" My father became pale. "How do I know?" I answered his query. "For 10 years, I've followed every step of Reyes Investments. Every project, every acquisition, every dubious maneuver. Do you think my participation in the operation that almost ruined your Monteverde project was a coincidence?" My father gazed at me with a mix of rage and newfound respect. For the first time, he was confronted with a powerful financial opponent, rather than the unsatisfactory daughter he had disinherited. "What is it you want?" he finally inquired, assuming the tone he employed during difficult talks. "Now? Nothing," I answered honestly. 10 years ago I just wanted a family that would value me for who I was, not for how I looked. Now, I just wanted you to see what I became. Despite you, not thanks to you." My mother, who had stayed silent, attempted to ease the tension. "Elena, darling, maybe we could meet soon, talk about all this calmly. Family is important." "Family," I responded with a straight face, "is who accepts and loves you unconditionally. You were never that for me. You had very specific conditions for your love. Conditions I didn't meet." Camilla approached, apparently disturbed. Her flawless makeup couldn't conceal that she had been crying. "What did you tell Daniel?" she questioned. "He's been acting strange all night. Barely talks to me." "I told him the truth, Camilla. Something you never dared to do." "The truth?" she said bitterly. "Your version of the truth, you mean. You always victimized yourself, always wanted everyone to feel sorry for you." Her statements would have devastated me years before, but today they just proved how far away we were as a family. "Camilla," I continued quietly, "your husband deserves to know what kind of family has received him. If your relationship is as perfect as you pretend, it will survive the truth." Daniel approached our little group with a solemn attitude. He positioned himself close to me rather than next to Camilla, which was noted by everyone. "Camilla," he remarked in a controlled tone, "I believe we need to talk seriously when we return from our honeymoon." "Daniel, you can't believe what she told you," Camilla insisted. "You barely know her." "She's been absent 10 years and you never told me why," he responded. "You never mentioned having a sister until she appeared tonight. Do you know what that tells me, about you, about us?" My revenge was taking an unexpected turn. I didn't want to end Camilla's marriage. I just wanted to show everyone that they couldn't harm me. "Daniel," I said, "I didn't come to ruin your marriage. Camilla is complicated, like all the Reyes, but that doesn't mean she can't be a good wife." Everyone was taken aback by my unexpected defense, including Camilla, who glanced at me in confusion. "What my family did to me was cruel," I said. "But each person must take responsibility for their own actions." My father and mother made active decisions to exclude me. Camilla simply went with the flow, as she's done all her life. My father, who is usually concerned with keeping up appearances, stepped in swiftly. I think this is not the time or place for family discussions. The guests are watching. Always worried about appearances, I said. Some things never change. Alejandro Cruz, who had been watching the situation from afar, approached. Daniel, Camilla, he told you with authority. Your transportation is ready to take you to the hotel. Your flight to Paris leaves early tomorrow. Camilla, relieved at the interruption, clasped Daniel's arm. Come on, honey. It's been a long day. Daniel stopped for a time before looking at me. Elena, I'd like to keep in touch. There are things I need to understand better. Of course, I responded, handing him my card. I'm a phone call away. As the pair moved away, I could see the strain in their bodies. My admission had sown a seed of uncertainty that may drastically alter their relationship, for better or worse. Alejandro remained behind for a moment. Interesting family you have, Miss Reyes, he said. You have no idea, I answered. On the contrary, he said with an intriguing smile. I have a quite clear idea. That's why I'm even more interested in our professional collaboration. He lowered his voice. Victor Reyes has been a difficult competitor for years. Sometimes justice requires unexpected allies. His statements confirmed my suspicions. Alejandro Cruz was not only impressed by my professional accomplishments, but also saw me as an ally against my father. Revenge has acquired a new dimension. Justice can take many forms, I explained hesitantly. Precisely, he nodded. My office will call you Monday to finalize the details of our collaboration. As the visitors were departing, Gabriel approached again. Are you ready to go? He inquired. Almost, I responded. There's one last thing I must do. I went to where my folks were talking with the remaining visitors. I patiently waited till they were alone before approaching. I'm leaving now, I said simply. Elena, my father began, adopting a reconciliatory tone I had never heard from him. Maybe we were hasty years ago. Obviously you've proven your worth. My worth? I asked softly. Interesting choice of words, Dad. Now I have worth because Alejandro Cruz wants to do business with me? Because I represent a potential threat to your company? Don't be so harsh, my mother interjected. Your father is trying to build a bridge. A bridge built on self-interest, I said. Not on genuine repentance. But it's okay. I didn't come looking for apologies or reconciliations. Then why did you come? My father finally said. I looked him directly in the eyes. Those eyes that had previously gazed at me with disappointment. I came to close a chapter. To show you that the ugly graduate you despised became a stronger and more successful woman than you ever imagined. And so you would know that every time you see my name in business news, every time a competitor beats you to a contract with my advice, it's me, reminding you of what you lost. A heavy stillness fell between us. For the first time, I saw regret in my father's eyes. It was never my intention to hurt you, he finally admitted, his voice lacking confidence. Intentions matter less than actions, I said, and your actions spoke very clearly. My mother, with tears in her eyes, attempted to touch my arm. Elena, please. You're our daughter. No, Mom, I said, stepping back slightly. I stopped being your daughter the day you allowed me to be expelled from this family without saying a word in my defense. Biologically, we share blood, but a family is much more than that. With these words, I turned to leave. My father unexpectedly called me. Elena, wait. When I turned around, I noticed something I had never seen before in him. Vulnerability. Is there any chance of repair? He inquired, almost in a whisper. I thought about his question carefully. The vengeance I had envisioned for years had manifested in unexpected ways. I didn't experience the bitter satisfaction I expected, but rather a strange sense of freedom. I don't know, Dad, I answered honestly. 10 years of silence and rejection aren't erased with one night of forced recognition, but if you really want to try, you'll have to do something you've never done. Value me for who I am, not for what I can contribute to you. With those words, I walked away, feeling the weight of a decade's worth of pain ease. Gabriel was waiting for me at the entryway. Everything okay? He inquired, offering me his arm. Surprisingly, yes, I answered, accepting it. I think I've finally stopped being the ugly graduate to become simply Elena. As I exited the beautiful hotel, the fresh night air greeted me like a promise. The revenge I had been planning for so long had morphed into something far more powerful: genuine release. The morning after the wedding began with a clarity that seemed to mirror my mental state. While drinking coffee on the terrace of my hotel suite and perusing emails on my laptop, I felt a lightness that I hadn't felt in years. The revenge I had imagined had evolved into something more profound: personal vindication that no one could take away from me. My phone vibrated with a message from Gabriel. "Breakfast? I have some information about the Monteverde project that you might be interested in." I smiled. On that night of clashes, Gabriel Vega proved to be more than just a circumstantial ally. His inside knowledge of my father's operations could be extremely useful for my future business movements. We met at a tiny cafe away from the Reyes family's normal haunts. Gabriel was already there, dressed casually but elegantly, reading documents and drinking cappuccino. "Good morning," I said, sitting across from him. "I hope the information is worth getting up early on a Sunday." Gabriel smiled and closed his briefcase. "Oh, believe me, it's worth it. But first, how do you feel after last night? Not every day one confronts 10 years of family humiliation in a single evening." "Surprisingly liberated," I acknowledged. "As if I had dropped a weight I was carrying without realizing it." "Justice has that effect," Gabriel agreed. "Though I suspect your family is experiencing a very different sensation this morning." "I wouldn't be surprised," I said as the waiter served my coffee. "My father must be frantically calculating how to neutralize the threat I now represent, especially with the Cruz alliance on the horizon." Gabriel slid a folder towards me. "About that, I've compiled all the documentation related to the Monteverde project irregularities. Your father didn't just manipulate contracts, there's evidence of bribes to municipal officials to expedite permits." I looked through the documents with increasing interest. It was explosive information, the kind of material that might not only harm Reyes Investments' reputation, but also lead to legal action. "How did you get this?" I inquired, clearly astonished. "Let's say I wasn't the only employee who left the company with a bitter taste," Gabriel told him. "I maintain contacts with discontented people who have meticulously documented every transgression for years." My phone rang as I was analyzing the data. It was an unknown number. I paused a moment before responding. "Elena Reyes?" inquired a female voice I couldn't recognize. "Yes, who's speaking?" "I'm Claudia, Alejandro Cruz's assistant. Mr. Alejandro requests a meeting with you this afternoon, if possible. A situation has arisen that requires immediate attention." I stared at Gabriel, fascinated. "Of course. Where and when?" "At his main office, at 3. I'll send you the address by message." After hanging up, I informed Gabriel. "It seems our weekend of revelations continues. Alejandro Cruz isn't a man for Sunday meetings unless it's something extraordinarily important," Gabriel told me. "Or potentially lucrative." I arrived at the beautiful Cruz Corporation building at 3 p.m., accompanied by Claudia to the main office. The place exuded strength and success, in stark contrast to the extravagant style my father liked for his facilities. Alejandro Cruz treated me with professional courtesy. To my astonishment, Daniel was also present, with a solemn countenance and red eyes indicating a lack of sleep. "Elena, thank you for coming on such short notice," Alejandro said. "The situation is delicate." Daniel intervened. "I canceled the honeymoon." His speech sounded hollow, lacking the happiness that a newlywed should have. "What? Why?" I inquired, truly astonished. My objective had never been to damage their marriage, only to tell the truth about my family. "After our conversation last night, I confronted Camilla," Daniel stated. "I wanted to give her the opportunity to explain herself, to tell me her version of what happened with you. But instead of that, she confirmed everything you had told me. And more. Not only did they repudiate you for not meeting their aesthetic standards, but Camilla actively participated in your exclusion." Alejandro took the floor. "Normally, I wouldn't get involved in personal matters, but this has taken a turn that potentially affects our business interests." "How exactly?" I said, curious as to why I was being included in what appeared to be a private marital conflict. "Camilla revealed that your father has been using privileged information to manipulate certain acquisitions," Alejandro told me. "Information that apparently Daniel shared, trusting in his wife's discretion." Daniel seemed devastated. I was naive. I thought I was sharing business details with my future wife, not with an industrial spy for Victor Reyes. The revelation surprised me. My sister had not only assisted in my family's exile, but she had also betrayed her own husband's confidence out of allegiance to our father. "The toxic family at its full expression," I mumbled, more to myself than to them. "Precisely," Alejandro nodded. And now we have a problem. Sensitive information about our next corporate strategies is in your father's hands, potentially compromising millions in investments. And what does this have to do with me? I inquired, already knowing the answer. We need your help, Alejandro said plainly. Your inside knowledge of how Victor Reyes operates, combined with your experience in financial restructuring, could be crucial to mitigate the damage. Besides, said Daniel, you're the only person with family connections who has demonstrated integrity in this whole matter. The irony did not escape me. The same family that had rejected me for being insufficient now suffered the repercussions of their own deception. And I, the exile, was being sought as a savior. I understand the situation, I said with care. But I must ask, what happens with Camilla? She's my sister, despite everything. Daniel gazed out the window, avoiding my eyes. She's at your parents' house. I asked her for time to reconsider our marriage. And the legal aspect of all this? I turned to Alejandro. For the time being, we are evaluating options, he replied. But if we confirm there was deliberate use of privileged information, we'll proceed with legal actions. I felt a cold. The vengeance I had envisioned for years was taking shape in unexpected ways, with potentially disastrous ramifications for my entire biological family. I need time to think, I admitted finally. This goes beyond a simple professional collaboration. Alejandro nodded understandingly. Of course, but don't delay too much. In the business world, every hour counts when there are information leaks. I left the conference with a restless mind. On the one hand, the poetic justice was unmistakable. The family that had humiliated me now faced their own public disgrace. Did I truly want to be a part of their whole destruction? The phone rang again. This time it was a familiar number that I hadn't seen in a decade. Elena? Her voice sounded broken and incomprehensible. We need to talk. It's an emergency. The tone of true desperation surprised me. What's going on? I inquired cautiously. Your father has had a heart attack. He's in the hospital. My world came to a halt for a brief instant. Despite everything, the news had a tremendous impact on me. Is it serious? I inquired, feeling a lump in my throat. The doctors say it's serious. He's stable. But Elena, he's been asking for you. The revelation rendered me stunned. The father who had dismissed me from his life and erased my existence from family history sought me out in his time of vulnerability. I'll go, I said simply before hanging up. Ironically, the private hospital where my father was interned was also where I was born 32 years earlier. As I strolled through the aseptic hallways, I felt the weight of the decision I was about to make. Forgive, exact revenge, or simply shut the circle and move on. I discovered Camilla in the waiting room, her makeup disheveled and her countenance sad. When she noticed me, she rose up hesitantly, as if she wasn't sure whether to approach or stay away. She came, she remarked simply to my mother, who was sitting in a corner. My mother approached, having aged 10 years in one day. Thank you for coming, she said softly, grabbing my hand. It means a lot. I haven't come for you, I explained honestly. I've come because, despite everything, he's my father. Camilla glanced aside, reluctant to face my sight. Daniel told you everything, I suppose, she said quietly. Yes, I responded simply. Though I don't understand. Why, Camilla? Why betray your own husband? Dad asked me to, she said quietly. He said it was crucial for the company's future, that it was my duty as a daughter. And you've always done your duty, haven't you? I asked without animosity, simply presenting the facts. Even when that duty meant excluding your own sister. Camilla began crying silently. I'm sorry, Elena. I really am sorry. I was cowardly. I was selfish. I never wanted. Miss Reyes? A doctor asked, approaching our group. Your father is conscious and has asked to see you. Only you. The hospital room was in a penumbra, lit only by the low light from the monitors that recorded my father's vital signs. Victor Reyes, the man who had always projected an image of unyielding power, was huddled between white blankets, attached to cables and tubes that kept his fragile existence going. Elena, he muttered when he saw me enter. His voice, once strong and forceful, was now hardly discernible. You came? Yes, Dad, I said, sitting in the chair beside his bed. I'm here. An awkward hush fell between us. 10 years of absence, rejection and pain are difficult to overcome, even when faced with death. The doctors say I'll recover, he finally added. But it's been a warning. I nodded, not sure what to say. Part of me was still the devastated girl who craved this man's acceptance. Another aspect was the empowered lady who had created her own life despite his rejection. Elena, my father said slowly, what I did to you, what we did to you, was unforgivable. His statements astonished me. In 32 years I had never heard Victor Reyes admit an error, let alone ask for forgiveness. Why now, Dad? I inquired. Is it because you're in a hospital bed? Or because I now represent a threat to your business? My father briefly closed his eyes, as if my comments had caused him actual anguish. I deserve it, he confessed. Your distrust, your resentment, I've earned it over the years. He took a big breath before proceeding. Last night after you left the wedding I had an argument with Camilla, he explained. She told me about Daniel, about the information she had gotten for me, and then, something in me broke. I saw what I had turned my family into, what I had become myself. His wet eyes sought mine. The pain in my chest began then, Elena. Literally, my heart was breaking. For what I had done. I wanted to keep my shield, my armor of indifference. But his comments were causing cracks in my defense. All my life, my dad said. I built an empire based on appearances. Beauty, prestige, the perfect image. It was all I valued. And in the process, I lost my eldest daughter. I lost the opportunity to know the extraordinary woman you became. A single tear ran down his cheek. When Alejandro Cruz praised you last night, I didn't feel threatened or concerned. I felt pride, Elena. A pride I had no right to feel. Because your achievements aren't thanks to me. But despite me. I remained mute while I processed his remarks, hoping to find the sincerity I had sought for so long. I don't expect your forgiveness, he said. I just wanted you to know that I finally see clearly. I see the damage I caused. I see the injustice I committed. And I deeply regret it. I exhaled carefully, attempting to suppress the conflicting feelings that had entered me. What about the information Camilla got from Daniel? I was curious. Did you plan to use it against the Cruz Corporation? My father nodded weakly. That was the plan. But after last night, after seeing the consequences of my actions, I told Camilla we wouldn't use it, that it was time to do business with integrity, not with manipulation. And she believed you? I inquired skeptically. No, he said with a sorrowful look. Too many years seeing me play dirty. I suppose that's why she leaked the information to Daniel this morning, confessing everything. She wanted to protect her husband from me. This revelation astonished me. Camilla had finally chosen honesty, breaking the pattern of manipulation that our father had developed. Camilla is devastated, I added. She fears losing Daniel. And with good reason, my father said. I taught her to value success and appearances above integrity. Now she's paying the price for my lessons. Our chat was interrupted by a soft knock on the door. It was a nurse. Excuse me, but the patient needs to rest, she explained politely. When I stood up to depart, my father took my hand softly. Elena, before you go, I want you to know, I've modified the will again. I've restored your part of the inheritance, as it always should have been. Not because you need it now, but because it's just. I glanced into his eyes for any signs of deception, but all I saw was genuine regret. It's not about money, Dad. I explained softly. It never was about that. I know, he replied, nodding. It's about recognition. About validation. About justice. I nodded softly and exited the room with mixed emotions. When Camilla noticed me in the waiting area, she instantly stood up. How is he? She inquired anxiously. Stable, I responded. And surprisingly lucid. My mother approached timidly. Elena, could we talk for a moment? She requested, hesitantly. We walked aside into a more private area. My mother, who had always been my father's silent shadow, now appeared to be having trouble finding words. I never defended you, she finally said, her voice breaking. I never opposed your father when he expelled you from our lives. It's my greatest shame. My greatest failure as a mother. Her honesty was evident. Why, Mom? I murmured, giving voice to a question that had been bothering me for years. Why did you allow it to happen? Fear, she answered simply. Fear of your father. Fear of being alone. Fear of losing the security he provided. She paused, wiping away tears. But what I didn't understand until last night is that I had already lost something much more valuable. My integrity as a mother. My relationship with you. Her remarks opened a door that had been closed for years, allowing a ray of understanding, if not complete forgiveness, to penetrate my heart. I can't change the past, Elena, she added. But if you give me the opportunity, I'd like to try to be part of your future. Get to know you again, as the extraordinary woman you are now. Before I could answer, my phone vibrated with a message from Gabriel. There is urgent news regarding Cruz. Call me as soon as you can. I need to make a call, I informed my mother. We'll talk later. I went aside to call Gabriel privately. What's going on? I questioned as soon as he answered. Alejandro Cruz just called an emergency meeting with his main executives, Gabriel told me. It seems that despite Camilla's confession, he's still going ahead with the plan to take legal action against your father. Are you sure? I inquired, feeling new tension build within me. Completely. My source inside the corporation is reliable. Alejandro sees this as a unique opportunity to permanently weaken Reyes Investments. The justice I had sought for so long now manifested itself in the complete devastation of my biological family. Is that really what I wanted? Thanks for the information, Gabriel, I said. I need to think about what to do with this. I returned to my mother and Camilla, who were looking at me expectantly. I have to go, I said. There are urgent matters I must attend to. Will you come back? My mother inquired, scarcely concealing her eagerness. I paused for a time before responding. Yes. I'll come back, I pledged, shocking myself with my decision. 3 hours later, I was at Alejandro Cruz's office. The real estate magnate greeted me with astonishment. Elena, I wasn't expecting to see you today, he said, indicating that I should take a seat. How is your father? Stable, I responded. And lucid enough to make important decisions. Alejandro looked at me with curiosity. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I came to propose a deal, I explained plainly. One that will benefit Cruz Corporation, without the need for legal actions against Reyes Investments. I'm listening, Alejandro stated, placing his palms on his desk. I propose a strategic merger between Altus Consultants and Reyes Investments Real Estate Development Division. I told you. With my company as intermediary, we could create a beneficial alliance for both corporations. Cruz would gain access to Reyes's most promising projects without the legal risk of a hostile acquisition, and my father would maintain some control over his business legacy. Alejandro examined me closely. An interesting proposal. But why should I consider it when I have the opportunity to eliminate a competitor? Because business revenge can be gratifying in the short term, but strategic alliances generate sustainable benefits, I answered. Besides, my knowledge of both companies guarantees a transition without the usual conflicts of a hostile acquisition. And your father has agreed to this? Alejandro inquired skeptically. I haven't formally presented the proposal to him yet, but I know he'll consider it seriously, given the circumstances. Alejandro paused for a few moments, drumming his fingers against the table. I've always admired innovation over destruction, he said. Prepare a detailed draft of this merger, and we'll review it. But Elena, he said sternly, if this is just a tactic to buy time, it's not, I told him. It's a win-win solution, including Daniel. Alejandro nodded slowly as he mentioned his son. My son is devastated by Camilla's betrayal, he explained. But also confused. Despite everything, it seems he still feels something for her. Love is complicated, I responded. And people make mistakes. Sometimes, they even deserve second chances. After leaving Cruz Corporation, my next destination was the hospital. My father was up and looked better than he had hours before. Elena, he said with a sad smile. You've returned. I told you I would, I said, sitting by his bed. And I came with a business proposal. I discussed my merger strategy in full. As I spoke, I noticed something shift in his expression. Professional respect combined with emotional sadness. It's brilliant, he conceded after I finished. An elegant solution that saves the company without compromising the future. He paused, looking at me with renewed admiration. You were always the smartest in the family, Elena. I regret having been too blind to see it. It's not just about intelligence, Dad, I said. It's about integrity. About doing business with principles, not with manipulation. My father nodded slowly. A lesson I've learned late in life. He grabbed my hand with surprising strength. I accept your proposal. Not just as salvation for the company, but as the first step to rebuild something much more important. Our family. The next few days were filled with meetings, legal documents, and negotiations. Gabriel proved to be a useful ally, bringing his skills and contacts to help organize the merger. Against all odds, the proposal began to take shape, with both firms understanding the value of a strategic alliance. A week later, when I was finishing off details at my office, I received an unexpected visit. "Sorry for coming without notice," Camilla whispered timidly, standing at the threshold. "Your assistant let me pass." I encouraged her to sit, observing her tired face and black circles under her eyes. Camilla, who had always been flawless, finally appeared vulnerable. "Daniel and I are in couples therapy," she explained after an awkward moment. "He says he wants to try, but needs time to trust again." "I'm glad," I said truthfully. "You both deserve the opportunity to rebuild, on more honest foundations." Camilla had tears in her eyes as she stared at me. "I always envied you, you know. Even when you were the ugly one in the family." Her confession astonished me. "Envy me? Why?" "For your freedom," she responded. "For your ability to be yourself without worrying about Dad's expectations. I always lived to please him, to maintain my position as the favorite. And in the process, I lost my own identity." Her statements highlighted an aspect of our family relationship that I had never explored. Camilla, the perfect one, the favorite, had been a prisoner of family expectations, just like me. "It's never too late to find your own voice, Camilla," I said softly. "That's what I'm trying right now," she said, nodding. "And I wanted to thank you for the merger. Dad told me about your proposal. You're saving the family. After how we treated you." "I'm not doing it just for the family," I explained. "I'm doing it because it's the best business solution, and because, despite everything, I believe in second chances." Camilla stepped up to leave, but she halted at the door. "Do you think someday we can really be sisters, Elena? Not just by blood, but by choice?" The question took me by surprise. For years I thought of Camilla as the story's adversary, the ideal princess who benefited from my absence. But now I viewed her as a lady attempting to break free from the same harmful habits I had experienced. "I think we can try," I said honestly. "One day at a time." 3 months later, the transaction was finalized smoothly. Altus Reyes Cruz developed as a real estate powerhouse, combining the three corporations' knowledge to create creative projects. My father, who had recovered from his heart attack, took on a consultative role, accepting for the first time in his life, a background position. The relationship with my family remained a work in progress. Uncomfortable lunches gradually became meaningful talks. Old wounds began to heal, but scars would linger as memories of what had occurred. One afternoon I got a call from Daniel. "Elena," he said without a preface. "I wanted to personally thank you. The merger has been a resounding success, and my father can't stop praising your strategic vision." "I'm glad it's working for everyone," I said. "It's not just professional," Daniel explained. "It's personal too. Camilla is changing. The therapy is helping. We're rebuilding, on more honest foundations, as you said." "I'm happy for you both," I said truthfully. "In fact," Daniel said in a lighter tone, "we're organizing a small dinner this Saturday. Nothing formal. Just close family. Camilla insisted I invite you personally." "Close family," I repeated, enjoying the irony. 10 years ago I was barred from joining that inner circle. Now I was specifically invited. "Will you come?" Daniel inquired. "It would mean a lot to everyone." I recalled the insecure young woman I had once been, the ugly graduate whom my father had spurned. I reflected on the powerful woman I had become, capable not only of attaining success on my own, but also of providing second chances. "Yes," I finally responded. "I'll be there." When I hung up, I stared out my office window at the city's horizon. The revenge I had planned for so long had evolved into something far more powerful. The capacity to rebuild on my own terms, rather than letting the past define my future. I was no longer the rejected daughter searching for approval. I was Elena Reyes, a lady who had found her own path, her own voice, and finally, her own version of justice. On my desk was Camilla's wedding invitation, now framed as a memory of the day everything changed. Next to it is a recent photo of my father, mother, Camilla, Daniel and me at the opening ceremony for our first joint enterprise. We were not the ideal family that my father had sought to portray so many years before. We were imperfect. We were hurt. But we were healing. Perhaps, after all, that was pure vengeance. Not destruction, but transformation. Not just in my family, but only for myself. Some stories are more than just stories. They are reflections of life. If this one moved you, Please help us continue to tell additional stories that ought to be heard. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
My in-laws blamed me for bad parenting after my child passed away. Months later, they sued us, but the judge shut them down instantly. 5 years of marriage, 4 beautiful children, and the quiet joy of building the life we always dreamed of. But one pregnancy changed everything. A hidden tumor. A loss that shattered us. And a single sentence spoken at a family gathering that would burn every bridge we thought was unshakable. So this is the part I never thought I'd tell. My wife and I have been married for 5 years, and we have always wanted to have a large family. Because we are Christians, we decided to wait until after the wedding before trying. 4 months later, she became pregnant, and we welcomed our first son. We had our daughter just a year after our first child was born. A year later, we had our second son. Finally, 3 years later, we had our second daughter. However, this pregnancy differed from the other ones. Throughout this pregnancy, my wife was continuously complaining about her back pain and being sore all the time. During the delivery, the physicians discovered she had a tumor in her uterus and had to do emergency surgery. Fortunately, my wife recovered very well, but the doctors informed us that we would be unable to have any more children. After learning this, she suffered from postpartum depression since she believed she was failing to provide me with the large family I desired. But I told her that everything was just fine. Despite my repeated assurances, her despair did not improve for several months. She was meant to have only 4 months of maternity leave, but she elected to stay for 8. I chose to contact my brother because we were quite close. He's always been an excellent role model and older brother to me. However, his wife does not appear to like me or my wife for whatever reason. She is constantly comparing her children to ours, and commenting on how unhealthy our firstborn boy's life is. Despite the fact that he is already a national chess master, she believes he should spend his time doing kid-related activities rather than on some esoteric board. But we've already discussed this with our son, and he adores chess, and the fact that he's good at it has no bearing on his daily life. She also likes to make comments about my girls, but neither I nor my wife seem to mind for the most part. My brother claims it's because she's pregnant and emotional. My brother was quite helpful around the house, which made our lives much easier. Now, I adore my wife, and she is the best human and mother on the globe. However, she may be a little reckless with the youngsters. This did not happen with our first child, but I believe that having all of her feelings pent up during the second pregnancy caused her to become emotionally obsessed. Sometimes she forgot the stove was turned on, and I had to switch it off to keep the home from exploding, but I never informed her that she needed to be more alert, because I knew she was already dealing with a lot. That's when it occurred. While I was at work, my wife decided to take the children to the park. My daughter was hit by a car and died despite 6 hours of emergency surgery. My wife has no clear recollection of what happened, and I do not wish to discuss it on this forum. However, that was the most horrific experience of my life. My wife and I have been dealing with it for the past 4 months, and even though we are hurting internally, we must continue to care for our children. This is also about the time that my brother's wife invited the entire family to a pool party at their home. My wife and I believed it would be beneficial for our children to socialize with their relatives. My entire family was present, and they were all very supportive of me and my wife. Except for my brother's wife, everyone expressed their sympathies in a nice manner. According to my brother, it was simply that her emotions were out of whack due to her pregnancy. But my wife has never acted like this. Still, we all attempted to have fun, and the kids were clearly having a fantastic time in my brother's massive pool. That was until the youngsters started pulling pranks on us. While I was standing on the edge of the pool, the kids pushed me into it. I thought this was humorous at first, but then they went too far and damaged my and my wife's brand new Tesla. We carefully explained to all of the children, including my nephews, why these types of pranks were unacceptable. In the middle of my lecture, my brother's wife interrupted and began shouting at me and my wife. She informed us that we had no grounds to speak with their children, and that it was most likely all my children's fault. My wife was obviously not having it, claiming that the children were the ones who caused the damage. Things became increasingly tense, and other family members arrived to see the chaos. That's when my brother's wife dropped a bombshell. "Maybe this is why your daughter died." My wife burst into tears and left, but I stayed and demanded an explanation. But what occurred next was even crazier. My brother Malric instantly came in between us. His cheeks flushed as he gripped my shoulders. "Callum, calm down. She didn't mean it like that." When I tried to shove past him, his hold tightened. "You know how pregnancy hormones are. Corinna's been having a really tough time. I looked at him in bewilderment. Corinna stood behind him, arms crossed over her big tummy, chin raised fiercely. The pool filter buzzed in the unexpected silence as our family members moved awkwardly around us. Pregnancy hormones? My voice broke. She just said that about Lyra. About my daughter. Look, I know it came out wrong, Malric said, his hands still resting on my shoulders. But you're both emotional right now. Let's just take a breath and... Both emotional? I pushed his hands away. My 3-year-old daughter is dead, Malric, and your wife. Just stop being so dramatic, Corinna said, walking around Malric. I'm sorry if you took it the wrong way, but you were yelling at my kids. What was I supposed to do? My hands shook as I pointed to the severe scrapes on our Tesla door. They damaged our car. We were explaining why that's not okay to all the kids. Oh, please, it's just a car. She rolled her eyes. You can afford to fix it, unlike some of us who actually have to budget for our growing families. My mother appeared at my elbow, speaking softly. Callum, honey, maybe we should all just cool off. This heat is getting to everyone. The heat. I looked around at my family. My cousins avoided eye contact. My aunt studied her sandals. Uncle Thaddeus instantly became fascinated by the pool tiles. She just used my daughter's death as a weapon. And you're blaming the heat? Nobody's blaming anything, Mom answered hurriedly. But Corinna is 7 months pregnant. You remember how Alara was during her pregnancies? These things happen. These things occur. The words tasted bitter. Alara never said anything nasty about someone's deceased child. Because Alara never had anyone discipline her perfect little angels, Corinna was furious. Maybe if you two weren't so busy trying to be parents of the year you'd have noticed. Corinna, Malric admonished, but she persisted. What? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. They act like their kids are so special. Chess champion this. Honor roll that. Well, look where all that helicopter parenting got them. I pushed forward, but 3 sets of hands stopped me. My cousin Jake, Uncle Thaddeus, and even my younger brother Tom created a barrier between us. Not worth it, man, Jake grumbled. Think of Alara. Alara. I spun around, looking for my wife. The sliding glass door to the house remained open, the drapes still fluttering. She'd overheard everything. I need to check on my wife, I muttered, pulling loose from their clutches. Callum, wait, Malric called after me. We can work this out. It's family. I hesitated at the doorway. Family doesn't do this, Malric. Inside I discovered Alara in the bathroom, sitting on the closed toilet lid, her face in her hands. Her shoulders shook with quiet sobbing. I knelt in front of her and carefully moved her hands away from her face. Hey, I said quietly. I'm here. She said it was our fault. Alara's voice was hardly heard. That Lyra died because of us. She's wrong. You know she's wrong. But what if... No. I cupped her face. No what ifs. What happened to Lyra was an accident. A terrible, horrible accident. Not your fault. Never your fault. A knock at the door halted us. Ilara? Callum? It was my sister-in-law Junia, Malric's younger sister. Can I come in? Ilara nodded, so I opened the door. Junia slipped inside and closed the door behind her. I'm so sorry, Junia apologized quickly. What Corinna said was unforgivable. Then why is everyone out there forgiving it? I requested an explanation. Junia exhaled. Because they're cowards. Because it's easier to pressure you two to let it go than to confront her. She's pregnant, Alara stated bluntly. Apparently that excuses everything. It doesn't, Junia replied firmly. And this isn't the first time. Alara and I both looked up to her. Junia bit her lips. Remember when cousin Isolde lost her baby stillborn? At the Christmas party that year, Corinna made a comment about how maybe it was nature's way, because Isolde was over 40 inches. My stomach twisted. I didn't know about it because Isolde never attended another family event. She shut off all contact with those present and refused to defend herself. Junia's voice was sour. Which was basically everyone. Why didn't anyone tell us? Alara inquired. Because Malric always makes excuses. Because Mom thinks keeping the family together is more important than anything else. Because everyone would rather enable a bully than risk drama at Sunday dinners. Another knock. Callum? Ilara. It was my mother again. Everyone's worried. Can we talk? I gazed at Alara. Her expression had hardened into something I hadn't seen before. She stood wiping her eyes. "Yes," she answered. "Let's talk." We exited from the bathroom to find the majority of the family congregating in Malric's living room. Corinna sat in the middle of the couch, Malric's arm around her, playing the hurt pregnant woman role. The kids had been sent somewhere else, most likely to the game room. "Alara, sweetheart," my mother began. "We all understand you're going through a difficult time." "Stop." Alara raised her hand. "Just stop. You all understand? Really? Which one of you has buried a child?" Silence. "Which one of you has had to pick out a casket small enough for a 3-year-old? Which one of you has had to explain to her siblings why their sister isn't coming home?" "Alara," Aunt Selene said, "we're not saying we understand completely." "You're not saying anything," Alara exclaimed, her voice rising. "None of you said anything when she weaponized my baby's death. You stood there. You let it happen. And now you want me to be the bigger person, to let it go for the sake of family unity?" Uncle Thaddeus stated, "Sometimes we have to forgive." Family quote. Alara laughed, but it was sharp and fractured. Family doesn't stand by while someone uses your dead child as ammunition in an argument about scratched paint. Family doesn't make excuses for cruelty. Family doesn't choose comfort over compassion. "You're being overdramatic," Corinna mumbled from the couch. Alara gently turned towards her. "Say that again." "I said you're being overdramatic. I'm sorry if what I said hurt your feelings, but if..." Alara moved closer. "If it hurt my feelings? You told me my daughter died because of my parenting. You used the worst pain I've ever experienced as a weapon because you were mad about your kids being disciplined." "I'm pregnant," Corinna stated, as if that explained everything. "I've been pregnant 4 times, Alara responded. "Never once did hormones make me cruel. Never once did carrying a life inside me make me callous about another life lost." "Everyone handles pregnancy differently," Malric added. "Corinna's been having a really hard time." "Stop," I instructed. "Stop making excuses. Stop enabling her. Stop choosing her comfort over our pain." "I'm not choosing anyone," Malric objected. "I'm just saying we can all move past this. We're family." "No," Alara replied gently. "We're not. Not anymore." The room erupted. Everyone was talking at once, attempting to persuade us that we were overreacting, being overly sensitive, and breaking up the family. Corinna sat on the couch with a faint, contented grin the entire time. "Enough." Alara's yell hushed everyone. "You want to know what breaks up a family? Standing by while someone attacks grieving parents, making excuses for cruelty, choosing to enable a bully rather than protect the vulnerable." She turned to face everybody. 4 months ago I lost my daughter. Every day since then, I've woken up to a world that's missing her laugh, her smile, her little hands in mine. And I've survived it because I thought I had family who understood that pain, who would protect that sacred grief from being weaponized. It shattered her voice. "But you've shown me today that keeping Corinna comfortable is more important than keeping Lyra's memory respected. That avoiding conflict matters more than standing up for what's right." "Alara, please," my mother asked again. "Think of the cousins. The kids shouldn't suffer because the adults can't get along." "The kids?" Alara asked, her eyes flashing. "You're worried about the kids?" Where was that concern when Corinna said what she said in front of any child who might have been listening? What message does it send when they see cruelty excused because the cruel person is pregnant? No one responded. Alara walked to where our children were gathering by the door, having slipped back to see what all the fuss was about. She kneeled down to their level. "Get your things," she replied gently. "We're going home." "But Mom," our oldest argued. "We were having fun." "I know, baby, but sometimes we have to leave situations that aren't healthy, even when it's hard." As we packed our belongings, the family continued to complain. Malric followed us to the door. "Callum, come on, don't do this. She didn't mean it. You know she didn't mean it." I turned to face my brother. "That's the problem, Malric. I think she did mean it. And I think you know she meant it. But you'd rather we swallow our pain than confront your wife's cruelty. That's not fair." "Fair?" I laughed cruelly. "Was it fair when she used our daughter's death against us? Was it fair when every single person in that room chose to protect her instead of us? We're not choosing sides." "Yes, you are. You chose, and you chose her." We loaded the children into the car. As I started the engine, my phone began to vibrate with texts. Alara's too. Family members attempted to guilt us into returning, apologizing, and letting it go for the sake of family harmony. Alara turned her phone off and looked out the window. They'll never understand, will they? No, I replied. They won't. I can't go back there, she muttered. I can't sit across from her at Christmas dinner and pretend she didn't say what she said. I can't watch everyone act normal while knowing they'd rather protect her than us. Then we won't, I replied simply. We'll make our own holidays, our own traditions, with people who actually care about us. Alara leaned across and grabbed my hand. I'm sorry, your family. They're not my family, I clarified. Not anymore. Family doesn't do what they did today. As we drove away, I noticed Malric still standing in the doorway, Corinna alongside him, hand on her belly, and the same delighted grin. The rest of the family had most likely already moved on, convinced themselves that we'd calm down, that we'd come around, and that family came first over principles. They were wrong. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Alara and I sat on our back terrace, where Lyra used to play with her toy tea set, feeding us pretend pastries and telling us complex stories about her stuffed animals. I miss her so much, Alara confessed. I know, me too. And now we've lost them too. Your family. I pulled her closer. We haven't lost anything worth keeping. Anyone who could stand by while you were attacked like that, anyone who could make excuses for that kind of cruelty, they're not family. They're just people we happen to share DNA with. Your mom will probably call tomorrow, try to smooth things over. Probably. What will you say? I thought about it. That Corinna crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. That they had a choice between protecting grieving parents or enabling a bully, and they chose wrong. That we won't expose ourselves or our children to that kind of toxicity again. Alara nodded against my chest. They'll say we're breaking up the family. The family broke itself when they chose comfort over compassion. We sat quietly for a while, listening to the night sounds. We both tensed when we heard a toddler laughing in the distance. Every child's laughter sounded like Lyra's now. Every tiny girl with dark locks made our hearts skip. I keep thinking about what Junia said, murmured Alara, about Isolde, how she cut everyone off after they didn't defend her. Yeah, I used to think that was extreme, now I understand. How can you sit across from people who watched you be attacked and did nothing? Who made excuses for your attacker? Who tried to make you the villain for not accepting the attack? You can't, I replied simply. My phone vibrated again. Another text, this one from my mother. Please do not allow this devastate our family. Think about what Lyra might desire. I showed it to Alara, her expression stiffened. She did not just invoke Lyra to manipulate us into forgiving this. She did? Alara took my phone and typed back. Lyra would want her memory to be respected. Lyra would want to protect her parents. Lyra would want people to confront bullies rather than enable them. Do not use my daughter's name to guilt us into accepting mistreatment. She pressed send before I could stop her. Not that I'd have. I'm done, she stated. Done trying to keep the peace. Done swallowing my pain so others can be comfortable. Done pretending that family means accepting any treatment because of shared blood. Good, I answered, because I am too. The next morning brought a deluge of phone calls. I had put my phone on quiet, but the screen was continuously lighting up with names I had grown up trusting. Dad, Aunt Celine, Uncle Thaddeus, and even relatives who hadn't been to the party were involved after hearing a version of events that undoubtedly showed us as unreasonable. Alara sat at the kitchen table, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly while our children ate breakfast. Our oldest son continued staring between us, clearly sensing something was amiss but unsure what had changed in our world overnight. Are we going to see Uncle Malric today? He said honestly. Alara's hand remained still. I placed my own mug carefully. Not today, buddy, I replied. We're going to have a family day, just us. But we were supposed to practice chess with cousin Soren this weekend. The knife of that simple statement twisted. Soren, Malric's oldest, had been learning chess from our son. They had developed a true camaraderie over the game, two children who were unconcerned by adult issues. We'll figure something else out, Alara murmured softly. Sometimes plans change. Our younger daughter looked up from her breakfast. Is it because of what happened at the pool, when everyone was yelling? Children took heed of everything. We attempted to shield them, but they had heard enough. Sometimes adults disagree on important issues, I said thoughtfully. And sometimes we need space from each other to figure things out. Like when me and Jamie fight and Mom makes us go to different rooms? Inquired the girl. Something like that, sweetheart. My phone vibrated again. This time it was Malric. Callum, we need to communicate directly, without the wives. I can come by this afternoon. I showed Alara. She read it, then shook her head. Without the wives, she reiterated. Because clearly I'm the problem here. You're not the problem. You've never been the problem. I know that. But they don't. I typed back. There is nothing to discuss. Your wife crossed the line. You defended her. That explains everything I need to know. His response was quick. You are being stubborn. She is pregnant and emotional. You can't abandon a family because of a single angry comment. One comment. As if those words weren't carefully selected weapons. As if the cruelty had not been planned. Block him, Alara stated gently. Please. I can't. I can't watch you have these conversations. It hurts too much. I blocked Malric's number. Then, one by one, I blocked the others who had been standing by and watching. Mom was the toughest. Her name appeared on my computer, with decades of memories linked to those 3 letters. But she had made her decision yesterday. She had chosen the easier road over the correct one. The kids finished breakfast and went about their typical Saturday morning activities. Our son to his chess computer, our younger daughter to her art supplies, and our middle child to his reading. The house was strangely quiet without the typical expectation of family reunions, cousin playdates, and Sunday dinners. What do we tell people? Alara inquired. Our friends, the kids' teachers when they ask why the cousins don't pick them up anymore? The truth. That we've decided to distance ourselves from family members who don't respect us. They'll think we're overreacting. That we're those people who cut off family over petty drama. Let them think that. I stretched across the table for her hand. We know the truth. Using our dead daughter as a weapon isn't petty. Standing by while it happens isn't drama. It's betrayal. Alara's telephone rang. This time it's her mother. She had attended the party but had departed early before the confrontation. Alara gazed at the screen before answering. Hi, Mom. I could hear her mother's voice, worried but measured. Alara's face alternated between emotions as she listened. Yes, I heard what happened. No, Mom. She said our daughter died because of how we parent. I don't care if she's pregnant. Mom, stop. Her voice became harder. If you're calling to tell me to forgive and forget, you can save your breath. What Corinna said was unforgivable. And the fact that Callum's family defended her tells me everything I need to know about their values. A pause. Her mother raised her voice slightly. Then they're wrong, Alara stated plainly. I'm not ruining the family. The family ruined itself when they chose to protect an abuser instead of the abused. Yes, I said abuser. Using someone's dead child against them is abuse, Mom. Another pause. I have to go, Alara remarked. I love you but I won't discuss this anymore. Either you support us or you don't. But I won't be convinced that we're wrong for protecting ourselves. She shut up the phone and laid it aside, her hands shaking. She thinks we should reconcile for the children's sake. Everyone's very concerned about the children when it suits them, I added with a smile. Where was that concern for our children when Corinna attacked their dead sister's memory? The weekend passed in an unusual bubble. There were no family texts discussing Sunday dinner arrangements. No cousins came by. Malric did not arrive with his tools to assist with household projects. Absence felt both exhilarating and suffocating. Monday presented additional obstacles. When I walked into work, several coworkers gave me weird stares. Word spread quickly in our interconnected world. Malric and I worked in the same industry, but with different businesses. We had mutual professional contacts. My coworker Lucian approached me during lunch. Hey man, heard there was some family drama this weekend, you okay? I tightened. What did you hear? Just that there was some big blow-up at Malric's place, that you and Alara stormed out and are refusing to talk to anyone. The narrative was already taking shape. We were the unreasonable ones who stormed out, not the bereaved parents who were beaten. There was an incident, I explained carefully. Someone said something cruel about our daughter who passed away. We decided it was best to leave. Lucian's face shifted. Oh. Oh man. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was about. I just heard you guys were being dramatic about some pregnancy hormones thing. Is that what Malric's telling people? He appeared uneasy. I mean, I heard it third hand. You know how these things get twisted. But I knew. Malric was already in control of the narrative, minimizing what happened and making us the villains in a story where we were the victims. That evening, Alara greeted me at the door with red eyes. The school called. Corinna showed up at pickup time for her kids and tried to take ours too. Said there must have been a miscommunication about carpooling. My blood became chilly. What did the school do? Followed protocol. She wasn't on the pickup list, so they didn't release them. But she made a scene. Told the office staff that we were having family troubles and keeping the kids from their cousins out of spite. This is escalation, I explained. She's trying to force contact through the kids. The principal offered to meet with us tomorrow to address the matter. We spent the evening drafting emails and documenting everything. Mrs. Maribel, the principal, understood when we explained the scenario in broad strokes. We didn't go into detail about Corinna's specific remarks because her sorrow was too personal to convey with strangers, but we did make it apparent that some family members were no longer permitted for pickup. I understand that family dynamics can be complicated, Mrs. Maribel explained thoughtfully. We'll make sure staff are aware of the updated list. At 9 p.m. on Tuesday, the doorbell rung. Through the peephole, I saw my mother standing on our doorstep with a casserole dish, which is the common peace offering of Southern families. Ilara looked at me and said, "Your choice." I opened the door but did not welcome her inside. "Callum," Mom began, her voice already full with passion. "This has gone on long enough. I brought your favorite." "Mom, stop." I raised my hand. "A casserole doesn't fix this. I'm not trying to fix it with food. I'm trying to get my son to talk to me. We talked on Saturday. You made your position clear when you defended Corinna. I wasn't defending her. I was trying to keep the peace. By sacrificing us." The words sounded harsher than meant. "You were keeping the peace by telling us to accept someone using Lyra's death against us." Mom's face wrinkled. "That's not, I would never." "But you did. You stood there while Corinna said our daughter died because of our parenting. And your response was to remind us she's pregnant. As if that excuse is cruelty." "She didn't mean—" "Stop saying that." The words burst forth. "Stop telling us what she meant. We heard what she said. We felt the intention behind it. And you're still here days later trying to convince us we misunderstood." Mom gripped the casserole dish tightly. "I just want my family back together." "Your family was never together, Mom. It was held together by people like Alara and me swallowing our hurt and keeping quiet. By people like Cousin Isolde disappearing rather than making waves. By victims staying silent so abusers could stay comfortable. Corinna isn't an abuser. She used our dead child as a weapon. What would you call that?" Silence stretched between us. Down the street, a dog barked, normal neighborhood sounds, which felt weird in this context. "I should have spoken up," Mom finally said gently. When she said it, "I should have told her it was wrong." "Yes, you should have. But I can't change that now. All I can do is try to fix this going forward." "There's nothing to fix, Mom. The damage is done. Trust is broken. And honestly, I don't think it was ever really there. This just revealed what was always true. That keeping up appearances matters more than protecting the vulnerable." She burst into tears then. Real tears, not deceptive ones. "I don't want to lose you, either of you, or my grandchildren. You're not losing us. You're experiencing the consequences of your choices. There's a difference." "What does that mean?" "It means we'll still exist. We'll still be your son and daughter-in-law. But we won't pretend that Saturday didn't happen. We won't sit at family dinners with Corinna. We won't expose our children to people who think their sister's death is fair game for cruel comments." "So what? You'll just never come to family events again? Never let the cousins play together?" "The cousins can play together when their mother isn't around. Malric can bring them here, or meet us at neutral locations. But Corinna is not welcome in our lives. Neither is anyone who continues to make excuses for her." Mom wiped her eyes. "And if I can't accept that, then you're choosing her over us again." She left the casserole on the porch. I brought it inside after she drove away, and Alara and I stood in the kitchen, looking at it as if it was about to explode. "Your mom makes good casserole," Alara finally stated. "She does. Doesn't make her a good person though." "No, it doesn't. We threw it away. Keeping it felt like taking a bribe. Wednesday marked a new development. Junia phoned Alara when I was at work. "I wanted you to know," Junia said over speakerphone that evening, "that I told Mom and Malric exactly what I think of them. That they're cowards who enable Corinna because it's easier than standing up to her." Alara inquired, "How'd that go?" "About as well as you'd expect. Malric accused me of trying to break up his marriage. Mom cried and said I was being divisive. The usual guilt trips. I'm sorry you're dealing with backlash, I told you. Don't be. Someone needed to say it. I'm just sorry I didn't say it sooner. Maybe if I'd spoken up about Isolde." "We can't change the past," Alara explained gently. "Just choose better going forward. That's actually why I'm calling. Thanksgiving is coming up. I'm not going to Mom's if Corinna will be there. Thought maybe we could do something together instead. You guys, me, maybe some other family refugees." Family refugees. It was appropriate. "We'd like that," Alara responded. After Junia hung up, we sat there with the weird understanding that we were reconstructing. Instead of reconciling or returning to the harmful dynamic, create something fresh. Somewhat healthier. Thursday was our son's chess tournament. We pondered pulling him out because Malric and his family frequently attended these occasions. But that felt like allowing Corinna's malice to take even more away from our children. "If they're there, we stay focused on our son," Alara explained as we parked. "They don't exist for us." They were present. Of course they were. Malric noticed us right away and began over, but I looked away and directed our family to the registration table. I felt his presence behind us, lingering, but did not acknowledge it. "Callum," he finally replied. "This is ridiculous. We're brothers." I continued to fill out forms. "You can't just pretend I don't exist." "Watch me," I stated without turning around. "The kids are confused. Soren doesn't understand why his cousin won't talk to him." That nearly broke me. The children were innocent in this situation, but I couldn't let him use them for manipulation. Then explained to Soren that his mother said something unforgivable about his cousin's dead sister. That choices have consequences. That might be a good life lesson for him. "You're punishing children for adult problems." Now I turned. "No, Malric. You're using children to avoid accountability for adult choices. There's a difference." Corinna sat across the tournament hall, her pregnancy becoming increasingly obvious. She attracted my attention and had the nerve to wave as if nothing had occurred, as if she hadn't used our greatest loss against us. Alara's hand touched mine. "Don't let her steal this day from our son." She was correct. We picked seats far away from them and concentrated on our youngster. He performed well, as he always does when he is focused and calm. Chess was his escape and joy. Corinna had described it as unhealthy, but watching him analyze movements with laser focus and see the pride on his face when he completed a challenging strategy, this was a child in his element. He won his division. As we rejoiced, I observed that Malric and his family had already left. Good. Friday afternoon, an unexpected ally appeared. My father called. My parents had been divorced for many years, and Dad resided several states away. He'd been generally absent from family drama, something I used to despise but now appreciated. "Heard through the grapevine there's been some family upheaval," he added quietly. I gave him a shortened version. "Jesus," he replied when I was finished. "She really said that about Lyra?" "Yeah. And your mother defended her?" "Everyone defended her, Dad. Or stood by silently, which amounts to the same thing." He was silent for a moment. "You know, this reminds me of why your mother and I really divorced." "What do you mean?" "I mean, the official story was we grew apart, but the truth? I got tired of her need to keep peace at any cost. Even when the cost was truth. Even when the cost was justice. Even when the cost was protecting the people who needed it most." "I didn't know that. You were young. We kept it civil for you kids. But there was an incident with her sister. Your Aunt Celine, she was cruel to a waitress, really cruel, made the girl cry, and when I called her out, your mother made excuses. Said Celine was having a hard time at work, that I should let it go." That sounds familiar. It was a pattern. Anytime someone in her family did something wrong, there was an excuse, a reason to look the other way, a plea to keep the peace. I realized I was raising my children to either be bullies who never faced consequences or victims who never received justice. "Is that why you moved so far away?" "Partly. Distance helped. I couldn't change who they were, but I could control my exposure to it. Do you regret it? Losing the family connections? Son, I gained more than I lost. I gained integrity, self-respect, the ability to look at myself in the mirror without flinching. And I gained the knowledge that my children would see at least one parent stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. After we hung up, I sat with our talk. My father, whom I had always regarded as distant, had been keeping his peace all along. He had prioritized principles over locality, values over visits. That weekend, Alara and I took the kids to a new park, not the one where Lyra was injured. We'd never go back there, preferring a different one across town. As they played, we discussed the future. The holidays are going to be hard, Alara stated. Thanksgiving, Christmas, all those traditions. We'll make new ones. It's not just that. It's the questions from the kids' friends, parents, from our friends. Everyone wants to know why we're not doing the big family gatherings anymore. We tell them the truth, that we're protecting our family from toxic dynamics. People don't like that answer. They want the pretty lie, that we're just doing something small this year. Then they can be uncomfortable. We're done prioritizing other people's comfort over our truth. Our daughter dashed up, breathless and happy. Mom, Dad, can we get ice cream? Of course, sweetheart. As we walked to the ice cream shop, our son fell in step with me. Dad, are we ever going to see Uncle Malric again? I had been dreading this question. I don't know, buddy. Right now we need some space from them because of what Aunt Corinna said about Lyra. The kids heard everything. We tried to protect them, but they had absorbed more than we knew. How do you know about that? I heard you and Mom talking. And Soren texted me. He said his mom didn't mean it. What do you think? He remained silent for a minute, thinking with the same concentration he used in chess. I think when someone says something mean about someone who died, they mean it. Because you have to really want to hurt someone to use that. Out of a baby's mouth. You're very wise, I informed him. So we're protecting ourselves. Yes, we're protecting ourselves and Lyra's memory. Good, he replied simply. Lyra deserves that. The ice cream shop was packed with weekend families, normal individuals enjoying normal lives, free of the burden of familial treachery. Perhaps they each had their own buried wounds, relatives who used cruelty as currency. Alara showed me her phone that night, after the kids had gone to sleep. She had been recording everything in a private journal app. Every text, every manipulation effort, and every flying monkey meant to guilt us into peace. Why? I questioned. Because I know how this goes. Time passes, memories fade, and suddenly we're the ones who overreacted to a misunderstanding. I won't let them rewrite this narrative. She was correct. The story was already being molded by people who had not been present. We were the dramatic, angry, family-destroying ones, not the bereaved parents who had been attacked by their own daughter's death. Monday morning offered another surprise. A letter from Corinna was brought to my office. Handwritten, which must have required effort considering her predilection for text-based confrontation. Callum, it read. I had been thinking about what happened at the pool party. I recognize that my statements may have been tougher than meant. Pregnancy has been challenging, and I occasionally speak without thinking. I hope we can resolve this misunderstanding for the sake of family unity. Adult disagreements should not negatively impact children. Corinna. I read it 3 times, hoping for an apology that didn't exist. It could have been harsher than intended. Misunderstanding. Not that I'm sorry for using your daughter's death to hurt you. Not what I said was nasty and incorrect. I showed Alara that evening. She laughed bitterly. She's not sorry. She's sorry there were consequences. Should I respond? No. Any response gives her ammunition. She'll twist whatever you say into evidence that we're the unreasonable ones. So I did not respond. But I saved the letter. Documentation works both ways. Tuesday was tougher. Our middle child returned home from school unhappy. There was a family tree assignment, and the teacher had inquired about grandparents, aunts, and uncles. He had to explain that we no longer saw them. The teacher looked at me weird, he claimed, like I said something bad. You didn't say anything bad, Alara told him. Sometimes families take breaks from each other. But why do we have to take a break? How can you convey to a child that adults may be harsh, that family can betray, and that love cannot always conquer toxicity? Sometimes people say hurtful things, I said. And when they're not sorry, really sorry, it's okay to protect yourself from being hurt again. Like when Benny kept pushing me at recess and wouldn't stop, so I stopped playing with him. Exactly like that. He appeared satisfied with the explanation, but Alara and I exchanged glances. The ripple effects would persist. Our children would endure inquiries, criticism, and assumptions, all because we opted to shield them from those who saw their sister's murder as acceptable weapons. Malric came to our door on Wednesday night. He showed up on our porch around 8 p.m., looking haggard, with no warning or call. "Please," he said as I opened the door. "Just 5 minutes." "No, Malric. Callum, I'm begging you. This is destroying my family. Your wife destroyed our family when she used Lyra against us. You destroyed it when you defended her. She's pregnant." I started closing the door. "Wait. Okay, not the pregnancy excuse. I don't know what to do. Mom cries every day. Corinna and I are fighting constantly. Junia won't speak to us. The kids are confused and upset. This isn't what I wanted." "What did you think would happen, Malric? That we just swallow that pain and show up for Sunday dinner like nothing happened? I thought you'd understand. That family meant more than one moment of anger." "One moment?" I laughed, but it wasn't funny. "Malric, your wife has been cruel to us for years. Comments about our parenting, our children, our choices. We overlooked it all. But using our dead daughter as a weapon, that's not a moment of anger, that's calculated cruelty." She was upset about the car. "Stop. Just stop. If you're here to make more excuses, leave. If you're here to genuinely apologize and acknowledge what happened, we can talk. But I won't stand here and listen to you minimize what she did." He stood there, mouth opening and shutting as if he wanted to say something appropriate but couldn't think of it. Because doing the right thing would mean acknowledging his wife was unkind. That he had prioritized her nastiness over our suffering. He had failed as a brother when we needed him the most. "I can't," he admitted finally. "I can't say she was wrong. She's my wife. And I was your brother. Alara was your sister-in-law. Lyra was your niece. But you've made it clear where your loyalties lie." I closed the door. Through the window, I saw him linger there for another minute before returning to his car. A part of me wanted to call him back, remembering training him to ride a bike, being his best man, and celebrating the births of his children. But the greater half, the part that was first and foremost a parent and husband, understood that some bridges could not be rebuilt once they were destroyed. Thursday brought a call from an unexpected source. Isolde, the cousin who had lost her kid and disappeared from family gatherings following Corinna's abuse. "Junia gave me your number," she explained. "I hope that's okay." "Of course. I heard what happened, what Corinna said. I'm so sorry." "Thank you. I wanted to call because I know what you're going through, not the loss. I can't imagine losing a child who'd lived and laughed and been part of your world for years. But the family betrayal, that I understand. How did you handle it?" "Badly at first. I kept waiting for someone to reach out, to say they were sorry for not defending me, to acknowledge that what she said was wrong. But they never did. Because acknowledging it would mean admitting they'd failed. And that family unity they prized so highly. It's built on the silence of people like us." "Do you regret cutting them off?" "No, I regret that it was necessary. I regret that they chose comfort over compassion. But cutting them off, that saved me. It let me grieve without having to pretend the people who enabled my attacker were safe. People think we're overreacting. People who haven't been through it always think that. They don't understand that some wounds are too deep for forgiveness. That some betrayals reveal who people really are, and once you see it, you can't unsee it." After we hung up, I spotted Alara in Lyra's room. We had left it mostly untouched, unwilling to face packing up her belongings. She sat on the floor, cradling one of Lyra's stuffed animals. "Isolde called," I explained, sitting alongside her. "Yeah. I told her about our talk." Alara listened, tears falling softly down her cheeks. "She's right," Alara finally replied. "About the family unity being built on silence. How many times did we bite our tongues when Corinna said something cruel? How many comments did we let slide to keep the peace? Too many. And it escalated because that's what happens when cruelty goes unchecked. It grows. We didn't know it would lead to this." "No," I replied. "But we knew it was wrong. And we stayed quiet anyway, just like everyone else is staying quiet now." Friday was Halloween. We'd always have a large family trick-or-treat party, with all the cousins dressed in matching costumes. This year, it was only us. The kids didn't complain, but I noticed our oldest going at images from last year on his phone. They're all together. Lyra, dressed as a witch, beams at the camera. "You okay, buddy?" I inquired. "Yeah. Just remembering. It's okay to miss how things were. Do you think it'll ever be normal again?" "I think we'll find a new normal. Different. But still good. Without them. With people who truly care about us, who would never use Lyra's memory to hurt us." He nodded and pocketed his phone. "I think Lyra would understand why we're protecting her memory." "I think so too." That night, as we went across the neighborhood, I spotted other intact families taking photos and laughing. Were they truly as joyful as they appeared? Or were they also concealing wounds, remaining mute to maintain peace, and allowing violence in the sake of family unity? Our phones were mercifully silent. Maybe the family had finally accepted our boundaries. Or perhaps they were plotting their next move. In any case, tonight was just us, our small family of 5 that should have been 6, making our own memories and keeping our own peace. Saturday morning disturbed the peace. Alara awakened me early, her face pallid. "Look at this." She showed me her Facebook. Corinna had written a lengthy, dramatic status update on family split, forgiveness, and safeguarding children from adult problems. She didn't mention us by name, but the comments made it apparent who she was referring to. "Some people hold grudges over the smallest things," one aunt said. "Pregnancy is very difficult." Another person wrote, "People should be more understanding. Breaking apart a family over words is simply awful," Malrick's pal added. The story was being solidified. We held grudges. The family breakers. The ones who couldn't overlook a pregnant woman's minor error. "Should I respond?" Alara inquired. "No. Let them show themselves. Let everyone see who supports using a dead child as a weapon." But it hurt. Seeing friends we'd spent holidays with, whose children had played with ours, reduced our grief to pettiness. Seeing them unite around Corinna while we mourned not only Lyra, but the family we thought we had. My telephone rang. "Junia," I answered. "Did you see it?" she inquired without prelude. "Yeah." I commented. Told them exactly what Corinna said, used Lyra's name and everything. Let them defend that publicly. "Junia, you don't have to fight our battles." "Yes, I do. Because someone should have fought Isolde's. Someone should have fought yours the moment Corinna opened her mouth. Silence is what lets this continue." Junia's comment was deleted and blocked within an hour, but not before it was seen by multiple individuals. My phone started vibrating with texts from distant family members who hadn't heard the whole story. "Is that exactly what she said?" one cousin inquired. "Why didn't someone inform me?" I wrote another. The story was unraveling, but Corinna was in damage control mode. A fresh post arose, this time concerning lies, exaggerations, and people attempting to harm a pregnant woman's reputation. "She's really doubling down," Alara explained. "She has to. Admitting what she really said would mean admitting she's the villain in this story." However, the harm to their story had been done. Some family members who had previously been staunch supporters of peace began to reach out quietly, while not fully supporting us. That would take a lot of courage, but to express concern about what had actually occurred. We did not engage. Their sudden interest in the truth after publicly supporting Corinna seemed phony. Where was the concern while we were under attack? Where were these inquiries when we were portrayed as the unreasonable ones? Sunday arrived, and there was no family dinner. Instead, we spent a quiet morning at home. The kids cooked pancakes, we played board games. It was quiet in a way that our family reunions had never been, without the underlying strain of anticipating Corinna's next cutting remark. "I don't miss it," Alara stated abruptly, seeing our children laugh during a game. "I thought I would, but I don't." It was always performative, always about maintaining an image rather than actually caring for each other. She was correct. How many Sunday dinners had we endured Corinna's words while everyone pretended to ignore them? How many times had we consoled our children after she ridiculed their interests, accomplishments, and very existence, all in the name of family togetherness, which protected the harsh and silenced the hurtful? That evening my mother called again. This time I responded. "I saw Junia's comment before it was deleted," she stated without explanation. "Is that really what Corinna said about Lyra?" "Yes." Silence. I didn't hear the exact words. I just heard shouting and came to see. By the time I got there you were already leaving and Malrick was saying it was pregnancy hormones. And you believed him. Without asking us. Without checking what actually happened. I wanted to keep peace. You wanted to avoid conflict. There's a difference, Mom. Keeping peace would have meant addressing the person who broke it. You chose to pressure the victims instead, because we're more likely to comply. I didn't think of it that way. Of course you didn't. Because thinking of it that way would mean acknowledging your role in enabling abuse. Abuse is a strong word. What would you call using a dead grandchild as a weapon against grieving parents? Once again there is silence. I failed you, she confessed finally. I failed Alara. I failed Lyra's memory. Yes, you did. Can you forgive me? Forgiveness isn't the issue, Mom. The issue is trust. You showed us that when we're vulnerable, you won't protect us. That when someone attacks us with our deepest pain, you'll make excuses for them. How do we trust you after that? I don't know, she said. But I want to try. I want to do better. Then start by holding Corinna accountable publicly. Stop letting her control the narrative. Stop letting her paint us as the villains for protecting ourselves. Malric will be furious. Then Malric can be furious. His comfort isn't more important than our pain. I need to think about this. You do that. But while you're thinking, remember that every day you stay silent is another day you choose them over us. After I hung up, Alara looked at me with optimism. Do you think she'll actually do it? I don't know. Speaking up now, after publicly supporting them, would mean admitting she was wrong. That's hard for anyone, especially someone who's spent their life avoiding conflict. But at least she's finally hearing us. Maybe. Or maybe she's just trying to find a way to get us back in the fold without actually addressing what happened. Time will tell. Monday morning came proof that Mom had made her decision. A Facebook post, carefully crafted but clear. I've been contemplating about family dynamics and my place in them. I recognize I've occasionally put maintaining peace over safeguarding individuals. When someone says something nasty, particularly about a deceased child, it is not due to hormones or stress. It's cruel. And those who make excuses for it are complicit. I apologize to those I failed by being silent. I promise to do better. She didn't mention names, but everyone knew. The comments section exploded. Malric accused her of betraying the family. Corinna described her as a troublemaker. Several relatives expressed surprise that she would discuss family matters publicly. Others, however, began to speak up, including the silent ones who had previously been silenced. Stories came out. Corinna was nasty at times, and the family turned a blind eye. Long ignored behavioral patterns. It's like a dam broke, Ilara exclaimed, scrolling through the comments. All these people who've been hurt by her finally feeling safe to speak up. My telephone rang. Malric, I said. Your mother is destroying our family, he stated without greeting. Corinna destroyed our family, Mom's just finally acknowledging it. This is your fault. You and Alara making a big deal out of nothing. Using our dead daughter as a weapon is nothing. She didn't mean... I hung up. We were past the point of these circular discussions, but the family's reckoning continued. Junia called that evening, nearly ecstatic. Did you see Aunt Celine's comment? She admitted that Corinna made her daughter cry at her wedding by criticizing her dress. And Uncle Thaddeus's wife finally told the story about Corinna announcing her pregnancy at their daughter's graduation dinner. It's all coming out. Good, Alara replied. Let them all see what they've been enabling. But with the news came retribution. Corinna shared her own status, portraying herself as the victim of a planned attack. Malric defended her, alleging that others were ganging up on a pregnant woman. They declared that they will be taking a mental health break from social media and family activities. Classic, Alara mumbled. Play victim when accountability comes knocking. But something had shifted. Corinna's familial dynamic, which had shielded her for years, was unraveling. People were wondering why they'd remained silent, why they'd valued her comfort over others' suffering. Tuesday brought an unexpected visitor. Aunt Celine stood on our porch, visibly uncomfortable yet resolute. I owe you an apology, she murmured as I let her in. When Corinna said what she said about Lyra, I should have spoken up. I should have protected you both. Alara examined her closely. Why didn't you? Because I'm a coward, Celine explained simply. Because speaking up would have made me a target. Because it was easier to let you bear the weight of her cruelty than to share it. And now I realize that my silence made me complicit. That every time I let her cruelty slide, I enabled the next instance. I'm sorry. I'm so deeply sorry. It was the first genuine apology we had received. Not qualified, not excused, just an admission of failure and regret. I appreciate that, Ilara responded thoughtfully. But you understand why we can't just go back to how things were. I do. Trust is earned, and I haven't earned yours. But I wanted you to know that some of us see it now. See what we allowed to happen. And we're sorry. After she went, Ilara and I sat with the weirdness of it all. The family wall of quiet, long unbreakable, was beginning to crack. It doesn't change what happened, Ilara stated. Doesn't bring Lyra back into a world where her memory is protected. No. But maybe it prevents the next Isolde, the next us. Wednesday was quiet. The social media storm had subsided, leaving an unsettling silence. Sides had been selected. Lines were drawn. The family, which had previously convened for every occasion, was now divided into camps. On Thursday, Junia received news. Malric and Corinna are hosting Thanksgiving, making a big deal about keeping traditions alive and not letting division win. It's clearly a loyalty test. Let them test, I instructed. We already know where we stand. Mom's not going, Junia added. Neither are Celine or Thaddeus's family. Looks like their guest list is getting smaller. Part of me felt sad because I remembered Malric teaching me how to throw a football and being present when each of my children was born. But the greater part, the part that had witnessed him prefer his wife's brutality to our misery, felt nothing but determination. Friday was the school's Thanksgiving program. We gathered in the auditorium and watched our children sing songs about appreciation and family. The irony was not lost on me. Family isn't always blood, Ilara said quietly, watching our son assist a classmate with their costume. Sometimes it's the people who choose to protect you instead of hurt you. She was correct. We were discovering something new as we lost our birth and marriage family, friends who checked in on a regular basis, parents from school who had heard about what had transpired and gave support without interfering. Junia called every day to make sure we were all right. That weekend we began organizing our own Thanksgiving. Junia would arrive, accompanied by Isolde and her family. Some buddies had nowhere else to go, a diverse group of people who recognized that family was about more than shared DNA. It'll be different, Ilara explained, preparing lists. Different isn't bad. No, different might actually be better. The youngsters were also adjusting. Our oldest had begun teaching chess to children at the community center. Kids who actually want to learn, he stated firmly. Our middle child had joined a book club. Our youngest was excelling in art classes. They were blooming without Corinna's incessant subtle comments, or the strain of family reunions where they walked on eggshells. I think Lyra would like this, our daughter commented one evening while working on her artwork. She always said Aunt Corinna was mean. Maybe she's happy we don't have to see her anymore. Again, from the mouth of babes. As November moved before Thanksgiving, the family divide grew stronger. Malric and Corinna surrounded themselves with relatives who were still committed to preserve the peace at all costs. We created something fresh with individuals who saw that certain costs were prohibitively high. Mom phoned the night before Thanksgiving. I wanted you to know I'm not going to Malric's, she told me. I'll be alone, but I can't sit at a table with someone who used my granddaughter's death as a weapon. You don't have to be alone, I caught myself saying. We have room. Ilara stared at me with surprise but not disapproval. Are you sure? Mom's voice sounded soft. I'm sure that Lyra would want her grandmother to have somewhere to go on Thanksgiving. I'm sure that choosing right, even late, still matters. But I'm also sure that this isn't a clean slate. It's a chance to do better. I understand. Thank you. Ilara reached out to take my hand after I had hung up. That was kind of you. She's trying. Late, but trying. And maybe showing her what real family looks like will help her understand what we lost when she stayed silent. Maybe. Thanksgiving arrived clean and clear. Our home was full with the aromas of cooking and the sounds of selected relatives. Junia arrived early to help cook. Isolde brought her kids, who played well with ours. Friends filled in the gaps, offering warmth based on choice rather than necessity. Mom arrived last, with her renowned sweet potato dish and seemed uneasy. Thank you for having me, she replied quietly. Thank you for choosing to be here, Ilara said. For choosing us. The supper was different from previous years, smaller in some ways but richer. The conversation flowed without the underlying tension of anticipating Corinna's next jab. The children laughed freely. People shared their stories without fear of being judged. This is nice, Mom commented at one point, glancing around the table. Different, but nice. Different can be good, our son explained. Like in chess. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a piece to win the game. What piece did we sacrifice? Our daughter inquired. The one who was harming us, he stated plainly. Mom's eyes flooded with tears. I'm sorry I didn't protect you, all of you, from that hurt. We know, Alara replied. But you're here now. That matters. As the evening came to a close and the guests began to go, Mom approached me. Malric called earlier while I was driving here. He wanted to know how I could choose them over him. What did you tell him? That I wasn't choosing sides. I was choosing right. He didn't understand. He might never understand. I know, and that breaks my heart. But not as much as knowing I failed you when you needed me most. She left with pledges to improve, to be better. Time will tell if she was able to follow through. That night, as Alara and I were cleaning up, she took a moment to look at Lyra's portrait on the mantel. I think she would have liked today, she explained. A house full of people who actually care about each other. No mean comments about her art. No comparisons to her cousins. Just love. Just love. We'd lost family, the sort you're born into, the kind you should be able to rely on. But we acquired something more. The type of family you select. The type who comes up not because they have to, but because they want to. They would never use a child's death as a weapon. The kind that recognized that some scars do not heal just because someone asks for forgiveness. The kind that understood that protection may take many forms, including distance and walls. Ilara's phone buzzed as we were getting ready for bed. She received a text from an unfamiliar phone number. Hello Ilara. This is Soren. I know my mother said something nasty about Lyra. I apologize. I miss playing with my cousins. Maybe when I'm older, we can be friends again. Alara presented me the text with tears in her eyes. Malric must not know he sent this, I told him. What do I say? The truth. That we miss him too. That none of this is his fault. That maybe someday, when he's older and can choose for himself, we'd love to see him again. She typed carefully and sweetly, because the children should not bear the consequences of their parents' misdeeds. Because Soren was also a victim. Of a mother who used cruelty as currency, and a father who allowed it. Send, she muttered, before turning off her phone. I can't handle any more tonight. As we lay in bed, the home quiet save for the sound of our children sleeping securely down the hall, I reflected on the journey from the pool party to the present moment. The ache was still present. The loss of Lyra was aggravated by the loss of family members we believed we could rely on. There was also something else, peace. The comfort of knowing we had chosen protection over politeness. The assurance that Lyra's memory would not be weaponized. The peace of knowing that our surviving children will grow up to realize that some things are more important than keeping terrible people comfortable. I love you, I whispered Alara in the dark. I love you too, she said. And I love the family we're building. The one Lyra would be proud of. The weekend following Thanksgiving saw an unexpected development. Malric's oldest kid, Soren, arrived at our house Saturday morning, his bike hanging against the porch railing. Alara and I exchanged astonished glances through the window. Soren. I opened the door and looked down the street for Derek's car. Does your dad know you're here? The 13-year-old shuffled anxiously. He thinks I'm at the library, but I had to come. I need to talk to my cousin about something for the chess tournament next week. Alara appeared alongside me with a troubled expression. The child wasn't to blame for his mother's brutality, but having him here felt like crossing a boundary we had carefully drawn. Soren, we can't, I said. Please, he interjected, his voice cracking. I know what my mom said about Lyra. Dad told me I wasn't allowed to talk to you guys anymore, but it's not fair. None of this is fair. Our son ran after hearing the doorbell. He paused when he spotted his cousin, hope and doubt on his face. Can Soren come in? He gently inquired. Just for a little bit. Alara and I held a silent discussion with our eyes. Finally she nodded. 15 minutes, then you need to go home before your parents realize where you are. The boys went upstairs, and Alara began pacing. This is going to cause problems. I know Malric will accuse us of undermining his parenting. Probably. 20 minutes later, Soren returned downstairs, appearing lighter than when he had entered. Thank you, he replied simply. I'm sorry about everything. You don't need to apologize for things that aren't your fault, Alara softly reminded him. He went, and we held our breath, braced for the eventual explosion. It arrived 3 hours later. Malric's automobile roared into our driveway, and he arrived at our door before the engine completely died. "How dare you?" he snarled as I opened the door, going behind my back, encouraging my son to disobey me. "We didn't encourage anything," I explained quietly. "He showed up. We let him talk to his cousin for 20 minutes, that's all." "You had no right to..." "To what? Let two kids maintain a friendship despite adult problems? You're right. How terrible of us." Corinna emerged from the automobile, her pregnancy in its latter stages. "This is kidnapping," she said dramatically. "We could call the police." Alara was following me. "Please do. I'd love to explain to them why you're trying to prevent cousins from speaking to each other. Maybe mention what you said about our dead daughter while we're at it." Corinna's cheeks reddened. "You're poisoning him against us." "We didn't mention you at all," Alara remarked. "Believe it or not, everything isn't about you." "Everything's been about you since your kid died," Corinna yelled. Poor Alara, poor Callum, everyone walking on eggshells. "Get off of our property," I whispered gently. "Now." Malric grasped Corinna's arm. "Let's go." "No, I'm tired of them playing victim. Their daughter died because Alara wasn't watching her properly, and somehow that's everyone else's problem." Ilara moved so quickly that I scarcely noticed it. Not to strike Corinna, she would never give her that satisfaction, but to take out her phone and begin recording. "Say it again," Alara repeated, her voice dead calm. "Tell everyone how our daughter's death is our fault. Let everyone see exactly who you are." Corinna understood her mistake. The few neighbors who were outside stopped to watch. Mrs. Alden from across the street had her phone out. "Turn that off," Malric commanded. "Public property," Mrs. Alden announced. "You're making quite the scene." Malric hauled Corinna back to the car, but she couldn't resist one more shot. "This is why nobody wants you at family events anymore. You're exhausting." "Nobody wants us?" Alara chuckled sharply. "Check your Thanksgiving guest list again." They peeled away, leaving tire tracks on our driveway. Mrs. Alden walked up, shaking her head. "I recorded the whole thing," she claimed. "In case you need it." That woman is vile. The video was shared on social media within hours, even though we did not post it. We had no interest in the drama. But Mrs. Alden's daughter, who was visiting, uploaded it. The court of public opinion acted quickly and harshly. Corinna's carefully created picture of the victimized pregnant woman broke as witnesses saw her abuse-bereaved parents in their own driveway. Mom called that evening. "I saw the video. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Soren just wanted to see his cousin," I explained tiredly. "I know. Malric called me ranting about boundaries and respect. I told him the only disrespect I saw was from his wife. How'd that go?" "He hung up on me. But I'm done enabling him. Watching that video, seeing how she spoke to you both, I'm ashamed I ever defended her." We began attending a grieving support group meeting a month ago, and on Sunday, we found peace among other parents who knew the weight of loss. As we took our normal seats, a familiar face drew my attention. Isolde sat in the corner, holding tissues in her hand. Following the meeting, she approached us. "I hope it's okay I'm here." "Of course," Alara replied. "I know it's been years since my loss, but seeing you two stand up to the family, it brought everything back." "Grief doesn't have an expiration date," Alara hugged her. "I've been in therapy," she said, "working through not just the loss, but the betrayal. My therapist says the family trauma might actually be harder to process than the grief itself. Because death is final," I explained. "But betrayal is a choice people make every day." Junia texted some news that afternoon. Malric and Corinna's baby had arrived early, a small girl. The family was ecstatic with the traditional congrats and hospital images. "Do we say anything?" Alara inquired, gazing at the announcement. "We wish the baby health and happiness," I concluded. "The child isn't responsible for her parents." We mailed a simple card to the hospital. There's no return address. It was the decent thing to do, even if they did not deserve it. Monday's mail included a surprise. Soren had written us a letter. His handwriting was neat and meticulous. "Dear Uncle Callum and Aunt Alara, thank you for allowing me to visit. I understand that caused problems, and I apologize. Mom and Dad are furious, but I don't care. You were always kind to me, and I miss our family. I think a lot about Lyra. She was quite hilarious and always shared her candy with me. I'm sorry my mother says terrible things. I informed her that it was wrong, but she stated I didn't understand because I was a child. However, I believe that children comprehend better occasionally. Love, Soren, Ilara cried when reading it. That poor boy. He'll be okay, I said. He sees the truth. That's more than a lot of adults in our family can say. Tuesday was the anniversary of Lyra's first day of preschool. We had been dreading it. Another achievement she would never duplicate. Instead of staying at home and drowning in sadness, we brought her favorite flowers to the children's hospital where she died. The nurses remembered us. We think of her often, one added sadly. Such a bright light. We donated presents in Lyra's memory, saw sick children's cheeks light up, and discovered a weird calm in bringing joy where she had left us. Wednesday afternoon, our kid won the chess tournament. As he raised his prize and looked around, I noticed the instant he realized Soren wasn't present. His smile dimmed slightly, and it shattered my heart. Soren would be proud, I assured him. I know, he replied. I just wish he could be here. Sometimes loving someone means accepting you can't be in their life the way you want to, Ilara admitted with a smile. But that doesn't make the love less real. On Thursday, there was another confrontation. Corinna's mother, who had been out of state throughout the pool party event, arrived at Ilara's office. Security had to remove her out after she caused a disturbance by yelling about false charges and family damage. She actually said we made the entire thing up. Ilara assured me that evening that Corinna would never say something that nasty in front of several witnesses. Apparently, we were all brainwashed, bribed or whatever. Mental gymnastics were impressive. Friday was quiet. Too quiet. The quiet before whatever storm Malric and Corinna had planned. We had learned their tendencies. When caught in wrongdoing, they'd retreat, regroup, and strike from a different angle. On Saturday morning, a new aspect emerged. A process server knocked on the door and handed me an envelope. Malric and Corinna sued us for slander, emotional distress and alienation of familial affection. They're actually suing us. Ilara stared at the papers, stunned. For telling the truth about what she said, I mumbled while reading the complaint. They're claiming the video Mrs. Alden posted has damaged Corinna's reputation and caused her postpartum depression. Her reputation was damaged by her own mouth, Ilara told me. We spent the weekend consulting lawyers, recording everything, and preparing for a war we didn't want. The family group texting erupted with drama. Some people supported Malric and Corinna, saying we had gone too far. Others were appalled. They had consulted with lawyers about family matters. Junia called on Sunday night. Mom's beside herself. She's threatening to testify on your behalf about all the things Corinna said over the years. She'd do that? She's furious. Said if Malric wants to play legal games, she's got a list of witnesses to Corinna's cruelty going back a decade. On Monday, we met with our lawyer, Maribel, a bright woman with prior experience handling family conflicts. She went through everything, the films, the texts, and the documentation Ilara had been keeping. They don't have a case, Maribel declared plainly. Truth is an absolute defense to defamation, and multiple witnesses heard her say those exact words about your daughter. If anything, you have grounds for a harassment suit against them. We don't want to sue anyone, Ilara explained. We just want to be left alone. Sometimes the best defense is a strong offense, Maribel said. But that's your choice. Tuesday's mail included messages from family members, some sympathetic and some not. Uncle Thaddeus wrote that while he disagreed with the lawsuit, he believed we should have handled it quietly. Aunt Celine wrote a lengthy letter listing every hurtful thing Corinna had said to her over the years and offered to testify if necessary. It's tearing the whole family apart, Ilara said as she read them. It was already torn, I told her. This just made it visible. On Wednesday our children returned home from school with questions. Soren had apparently been pulled away from activities he participated in with classmates who knew our children, such as the chess club, the science club, the art club, the drama club, the debate club, the math club, the history club, the English club, the music club, the sports club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook yearbook club, the newspaper club, the 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 yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the fair team, or anything that would put him in contact with his cousins. Our daughter inquired, "Why can't we see Soren anymore? Did we do something wrong?" "No, sweetheart. Sometimes adults make choices that hurt kids, even when the kids didn't do anything wrong." "That's stupid," she said, with the clarity that only children have. "Yes," Alara replied. "It is." Thursday presented an unexpected development. Malric arrived alone, looking haggard. I almost didn't open the door, but something about his gaze made me pause. "I'm not here to fight," he replied immediately. I need to talk. Please." Against my better judgment, I stepped onto the porch and shut the door behind me. "You're suing us, Malric. What could we possibly have to talk about?" "That was Corinna's idea. Her mother's, actually. They're convinced you're trying to destroy our family. We're trying to protect ours." He collapsed against the porch rail. "Soren won't talk to me. He says I'm a coward for not standing up to his mother. My own son thinks I'm a coward. Aren't you? The words hovered between us. Malric flinched but did not dispute it. I know what she said was wrong, he confessed gently. I knew it the moment the words left her mouth. But she's my wife. The mother of my children. What was I supposed to do? Protect the victims instead of the bully. Tell the truth instead of making excuses. Choose right over easy. Easy, he said, laughing bitterly. You think any of this has been easy? My marriage is falling apart. My son hates me. My mother barely speaks to me. The baby won't stop crying, and Corinna just gets angrier and angrier. That's not our fault, Malric. I know, he replied. And for the first time since that pool party, he sounded like my brother. I know none of this is your fault. Lyra dying wasn't your fault. Corinna saying what she said wasn't your fault. Me being too weak to stop her, that's on me, so drop the lawsuit. I can't. Corinna's mother hired the lawyer. If I back out now. He took a breath. If you back out now, what? Corinna will be angry. She's already angry. You'll have marital problems? You already have them. You'll have to choose between your wife and your integrity. That choice was made at the pool party. He went without saying anything else, but I observed him sit in his car for 10 minutes before driving away. Alara had watched through the window. Do you think he'll do the right thing? No, I answered honestly. But at least he knows what the right thing is. That's more than I expected. Friday, our attorney phoned. They want to settle. Drop the lawsuit in exchange for a mutual no-contact agreement. We're already out of contact, Alara noted. This would make it legally binding. Neither party contacts the other, including through third parties or social media. Violation would result in legal consequences. What about the kids, Soren? The agreement would include minors until they reach 18. Alara and I talked about it that evening. It felt like defeat, allowing them to utilize the legal system to reinforce what their cruelty had caused. However, it also represented protection, a paper shield against future persecution. Lyra would want us to be safe, Alara added last. Even if it means making it official that her cousins can't see each other. Saturday, we signed the paperwork. It was finished. The family that had previously gathered for every holiday, birthday and celebration, was now legally required to remain apart. The lawyer stated that these agreements rarely held up if both couples agreed to reconcile, but we knew that would never happen. Some bridges, once burned, produced too much ash to repair. Lyra celebrated her birthday on Sunday. She would have been 5. We went to her burial as a family, carrying her favorite flowers and new toys, which we later donated to the hospital. Our surviving children had written her letters, which they read aloud with trembling but unbroken voices. I got an A on my science project, our middle child announced. You would have liked it, it was about butterflies. I won the chess tournament, our oldest explained. I used the move you always said looked like a horsey dance. I painted you a picture, our youngest remarked, placing a brightly colored canvas against the headstone. It's our family, and you're the son because you're watching over us. Ilara and I hugged as our children told their sister about their life, how much they missed her, and how they would always remember her. It was simultaneously heartbreaking and healing. As we drove home that evening, our son said, "Do you think Lyra knows about everything that happened?" I believe Lyra understands we protected her memory, Ilara added. That when someone tried to use her against us, we stood up and said, "No, that's what matters." And we discovered who truly loves us, our daughter said, with the astounding understanding that children may possess. The people who stayed. Monday morning began with the regular routine, school lunches, business emails, and the rhythm of life continuing despite the legal documents that officially separated our extended family. But something had shifted. The continual dread of waiting for the next attack had passed. The legal arrangement, as cold and official as it was, brought finality. "It's really over," Ilara exclaimed as we watched the students board the school bus. "The conflict is over," I clarified. "The grief, the growth, the healing, that continues. But without them making it harder." "Without them making it harder," I agreed. My phone rang. Junia texted that Mom was planning a small Christmas celebration for the family who chose love over harshness. Isolde would be there, as would several cousins who had discreetly supported us, and the family we were forming from the ashes of the one we had lost. As I prepared to leave for work, I remembered Soren's letter, which was stashed in my desk drawer. Regarding Malrik's moment of honesty on our porch. Alara's workplace contains rumors about Karina's mother yelling. Mom finally found her courage, too late to spare the agony, but not too late to avoid future harm. Some stories do not conclude with reconciliation. Sometimes the happy ending is in the separation, in the limits that keep the vulnerable safe from the cruel. Family isn't only about blood, law, or obligation. It can also be about who shows up when it's difficult. That evening we dined with the Aldens. Mrs. Alden had unexpectedly become an ally, her grandmotherly presence soothing our children as they missed their extended family. As we chuckled at her stories and saw our children play with her grandchildren, I realized we weren't simply getting by without our blood family, we were prospering. "You know what?" Ilara asked as we headed home, our kids running ahead. "I think we're going to be okay." "We are," I replied, grasping her hand. "We really are." 6 months later, we learned through our lawyer that Malrik and Karina had divorced. The facts were complicated, involving custody disputes and further legal drama. Soren asked his school counselor if he might write to us when he turned 18. We also saved that letter, which promised a future in which children might choose their own family. Our grief support group became like a second family. Our children thrived without continual criticism. Ilara and I grew stronger together, connected by mutual grief and courage. We discovered that sometimes losing family means finding your tribe. That safeguarding your children sometimes entails teaching them that love has boundaries. That honoring the dead often requires standing up to the living. Lyra's memory lived on, not as a weapon to harm us, but as a beacon that showed us who deserved to share our journey forward. In the end, the best gift Mom could have given us was the clarity to realize that family is defined by who relates to you, with compassion, respect, and love. My 16-year-old son handed over $200 million deal documents to my rival. My wife laughed. That night, I wrote 3 pages of revenge that changed everything. Damien Locke sat in the first-class cabin of Flight 447, looking out toward the skies 30,000 feet below. At 42, he commanded respect in each room he entered. His construction company, Locke Industries, had erected half of Chicago's buildings. More importantly, Damien had established his reputation on 2 unwavering convictions. Loyalty earned loyalty, while betrayal earned devastation. The flight attendant offered Damien another whiskey, but he declined. He needed a clear mind for tomorrow's board meeting. The Henderson Project, a $200 million downtown development, would solidify his company's dominance over the next decade. His phone vibrated with a text from his wife, Sabrina. "I miss you already, kids. I can't wait for you to arrive home. Safe travels, love." Damien grinned, revealing a rare gentleness on his aged features. After 15 years of marriage to Sabrina Locke, he has 2 children, Caleb, 16, and Lena, 14. Sabrina, at 38, still drew attention with her auburn hair and green eyes. She'd been his rock throughout the difficult early years of creating his enterprise. Damien's brother Martin had long joked that he was 2 separate guys. The cutthroat businessman who killed rivals without hesitation, and the loyal family man who coached Little League and never missed a school performance. Damien preferred it that way. Family was considered holy territory, impenetrable and pure. As the plane descended approaching O'Hare, Damien mentally prepared for his return home. He'd been in Dallas for 3 weeks, concluding deals that would render Locke Industries untouchable. Sabrina had handled things brilliantly in his absence. The children's schedules, his social engagements, and even initial talks with potential investors. When they landed, Damien felt the usual satisfaction of returning to his realm. Chicago was his city, and the Lockes were his stronghold. Nothing could touch what he had created here. His phone rang as he retrieved his luggage. Martin's name appeared over the screen. "Welcome back, brother." Martin's voice possessed an unusual strain. "How was Dallas?" "Productive. Henderson's contract is tight." Damien straightened his tie as he approached the parking garage. "Everything is fine here." A pause. "We need to speak in person." Damien frowned. Martin Locke, who managed security at Locke Industries, was Damien's closest confidant since infancy. Martin never sounded doubtful. "What is wrong?" "Not over the telephone." "Are you going home?" "Of course. Sabrina is making her amazing lasagna, and the kids have been texting me all week about a project they want me to see." Another pause. "This time the duration is longer." "Damien, do not go home tonight." Damien ceased walking. A businessman parking his BMW close noticed Damien's strange immobility. "What have you said?" "Please trust me and stay away. Come to my place instead. We need to talk." The call went dead.
Damien stared at his phone, his thoughts whirling. In 40 years Martin had never led him astray. Martin discovered that their first partner was embezzling fonts throughout the company's early days. When a rival corporation attempted to ruin a big project, Martin discovered the conspiracy. Martin's unshakable dedication and acute insights were the foundation of Damien's success. But this request didn't make sense. Damien's family was waiting for him. He had tasks and expectations to meet. Sabrina would be hurt if he did not return home after 3 weeks abroad. Nonetheless, something in Martin's voice activated Damien's strongest survival instincts. The same instincts that had helped him rise from his working-class roots to become one of Chicago's most prominent men. 40 minutes later, Damien was standing on Martin's doorway in Lincoln Park. Martin's expression was unpleasant when he opened the door, his normally tidy appearance unkempt. At 39, Martin had Damien's build and dark hair. Martin preferred shadows and observation to Damien's commanding presence in rooms. "Before you say anything," Martin told Damien, taking him into his living room. "You should see this." Martin's coffee table had a laptop, several printed images, and what seemed to be surveillance equipment. Damien's blood ran cold as he recognized the familiar scenario from their corporate investigations. "Martin, what the hell is going on? Sit down, please." Damien stood with his hands squeezed into fists. "My family is expecting me." "Your family?" Martin's voice crackled slightly. "That is what we need to discuss." Martin opened the laptop and turned it towards Damien. The screen displayed a frozen video frame, the interior of Damien's home office where he made his most critical business calls. "I placed these cameras 3 months ago," Martin replied quietly. "After I spotted some abnormalities in your business correspondence, I discovered that someone was leaking information about your deals and strategies. I suspected corporate espionage." Damien's jaws constricted. "What did you find?" Martin pressed play. The video showed Sabrina entering the office, followed by a man Damien did not recognize. Tall, blonde, and well-dressed. Sabrina was giggling, her hand on the stranger's arm in an intimate gesture that was inappropriate for business. "That's Julian Travis," Martin explained. "Real estate developer from Seattle. He's been in town for 6 months, apparently looking for investment opportunities." Damien stared in stunned amazement as Sabrina and Julian passionately embraced in his office before returning to his desk. Julian sat on Damien's chair, and Sabrina perched on the desk's edge. Her legs were stretched across Julian's lap. Martin referred to last week, clicking on another video clip. This time, the office scenario added 2 more persons, which made Damien's blood turn cold. Caleb and Lena, his children, sat across from Sabrina and Julian like attendees at a business meeting. Martin said in distaste, "Your kids are. They are aiding them, Damien. Caleb has been copying your confidential files and photographing documents. Lena has been reporting your phone calls and meeting schedules." Damien slid into Martin's leather chair, his world tilting off axis. On the television he saw his son pass Julian a bundle of papers, and Sabrina smiled approvingly. Lena was showing Julian something on her phone while pointing and discussing animatedly. "There's more," Martin added, his voice barely audible. "Audio recordings, bank transfers, they're not simply stealing information, they're deliberately ruining your deals and selling the knowledge to Julian's investment firm." Damien's vision was blurred with rage so pure that it felt like physical pain. The 3 people he trusted the most in the world, his wife and children, had betrayed him in the most fundamental way possible. They hadn't just broken his heart. They had declared war on everything he'd built. When Damien finally spoke, his voice was calm and deadly quiet. "How long?" "I'm not sure." Damien stood and strolled to Martin's window, peering out at the Chicago skyline he'd helped construct. "Sabrina began by sharing general information about your schedule, mood, and business worries. But things quickly escalated once Julian arrived. Each light represented a building, a deal, a victory earned through blood and determination, and his own family had been systematically undermining it all." "What else do you know about Julian Travis?" "Plenty. I've been investigating him for weeks." Martin handed Damien a thick folder. "He's not just some random developer. His family has old money. A Seattle shipping fortune." Damien opened the folder and scanned the documents inside. "Julian Travis, a 35-year-old Harvard MBA who inherited a struggling family business and turned it into a West Coast real estate empire, has been specifically targeting you. This is an opportunistic and personal attack." Julian had been quietly acquiring properties in Chicago, building a portfolio that would directly compete with Locke Industries. He plans to go public with a new venture next year, a Chicago-based development company. With the inside information from Sabrina and the kids, he'll be able to undercut your bids, steal your clients, and anticipate your strategies. Damien closed the folder and faced his brother. You said there were audio recordings. Martin hesitated. Damien. Some of this is going to hurt. I'm already hurt. Martin. Show me everything. Martin clicked on an audio file. Sabrina's voice filled the room, clear and unmistakable. Damien thinks he's so untouchable and smart, but he tells me everything. Julian's voice responded, and they're willing to help us take him down. Caleb despises him for sending him to military school, and Lena despises him for controlling her social life. He is unaware that his own children regard him as a tyrant who uses money to control their lives. Damien's hands began to shake as his wife's laughter echoed through the speakers. They both know they'll inherit millions when they turn 18, but they want freedom now, and I've persuaded them that helping us will provide them with the independence they seek. The wonderful thing is that Damien will never suspect his precious family, because he has built his entire identity around being the provider and protector. Martin paused the video, and the quiet between the brothers stretched like a canyon. When Damien eventually spoke, his voice had changed totally, leaving no sign of a loving husband and father. What remained was the voice that had crushed business rivals and destroyed anyone who dared to challenge him. Martin, I need you to do something for me. I need you to help me teach them that betrayal has consequences. All of them. Martin nodded slowly. What do you want me to do? Damien walked back to the window, his reflection overlaying the city lights like a ghost haunting his own empire. I want you to help me show them what happens when you declare war. Damien didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat in Martin's study, surrounded by evidence of his family's betrayal, carefully planned their death. By the morning he had filled 3 legal pads with notes, strategies, and contingencies. You look like hell, Martin observed, walking in with coffee and breakfast. I feel reborn, Damien said, his voice unnaturally calm. For the first time in months, everything makes sense. Sabrina's unexpected interest in my business interactions. The children's changed attitudes, their requests for greater independence, and even Julian's convenient arrival in Chicago were all planned. Martin maintained a coolness that he hadn't seen since their father's funeral 20 years prior. When Damien vowed to eliminate the loan sharks who had driven their father to suicide. What is the plan? Damien stood and proceeded to Martin's whiteboard, where he had been scribbling diagrams all night. Phase 1. Gathering intelligence. I need to know everything about Julian Travis, including his flaws, concerns, and pressure spots. I need to know exactly what they took from me and what they intend to do with it. I already have contacts in Seattle who are conducting extensive background checks, bank data, personal interactions, and business transactions. Phase 2. Establishing control. I'm going to let them think they're winning while I position all of the pieces. Sabrina and the children must assume I am fully unaware of their betrayal. Damien created a series of interconnected circles on the whiteboard and labeled them with names and relationships. Phase 3 is the revelation. When I'm ready to move, I want them to know exactly what they've done and how much it will cost them. Martin studied the diagram. In Phase 4, Damien's smile was completely predatory. Phase 4 teaches them that certain lines should never be crossed. Over the next 3 days, Damien portrayed the loving husband and father with Oscar-worthy perfection. He arrived home on Sunday evening with gifts for everyone, including Sabrina's fancy purse, Caleb's latest gaming system, and Lena's professional art supplies. Daddy. Lena put her arms around him, giving an equally convincing impression. We missed you so much. I missed you too, sweetheart, Damien said, hugging her tightly while mentally documenting every feature of her gleaming with artificial emotion. How was the Henderson meeting? Perfect. We plan to break ground next month. Damien attentively examined Sabrina's face, seeing a tiny stiffness around her eyes. The project information is in my study. I'll have to study. The contract's tomorrow. Of course, sweetheart. I've kept everything arranged for you. That night, Damien laid next to Sabrina in their king-sized bed, listening to her steady breathing as his mind went through calculations and contingencies. She stirred once and reached over the sheets to touch his arm. I love you, Damien, she said sleepily. I love you too, he replied quietly, the untruth tasting like poison on his mouth. On Monday morning, Damien launched the first part of his counterattack. While Sabrina drove the kids to school and most likely continued her covert rendezvous with Julian, Damien set security protocols that would have impressed the CIA. All communication devices in the house are currently being monitored.
Martin reported that he had parked 3 blocks away. Phone calls, text messages, emails, and even their social media pages. We'll know about their intentions before they're finalized. How about Julian's background check? Interesting developments. Julian Travis is not just another ambitious developer. He has extensive familial ties to Seattle's political machine. His uncle is a federal judge. His cousin is a state senator. If this becomes public, he could face significant pressure. Damien experienced his first genuine smile in days. Good. I was scared that this would be too easy. There is something else. Julian has been married twice before. Both marriages ended poorly. The first wife accused him of psychological manipulation, while the second wife requested a restraining order, which was strangely lifted a week later. He's got a pattern. Things become worse. I discovered proof that he had done this before. Targeted successful businessmen by wooing their wives and inciting their families against them. The paper trail leads back to San Miles, Denver, and Phoenix. In each occasion, he went away with insider information that allowed him to damage his target's enterprises. Damien's jaw clenched. He's not simply stealing my business intelligence. He's sticking to tried and true tactics. That is my assessment. Sabrina and the kids are not simply betraying you. They are pawns in a much broader game. The discovery should have cooled Damien's rage, but it only hardened his resolve. Sabrina and his children have decided to become weapons in Julian's hands. The fact that they were duped did not mitigate their betrayal. It made things worse. That evening, Damien assembled his family in the living room for what he called a state of the family meeting. I know I've been traveling a lot recently. He started analyzing each of their faces. I want to make sure we are all connected and working toward the same goals. Caleb shuffled uncomfortably on the sofa. What are your goals, Dad? For starters, I'd like to know what your kids have planned for their lives. Caleb, you're 16 now. Are you considering college? Caleb took a brief peek at Sabrina before responding. I've been looking into different schools. Perhaps something from California. California is pricey, but we can afford it. Damien turned to Lena. And what about you, sweetheart? Do you have any plans? I'm only 14, Daddy. I do not need to make a decision yet. Of course not. But it's never too early to begin planning. Damien leaned closer, his tone warm and paternal. I just want you both to know that whatever you decide to do, I'm here to support you. Family comes first, always. Sabrina reached across to squeeze Damien's hand. That is why we adore you so much. Damien gripped back, seeing a quiver in Sabrina's fingertips. I also love you all. More than you will ever know. Later that night, Damien checked the day's security footage on his laptop. The family meeting had plainly upset them. Within 1 hour of his revelation, Sabrina had called Julian, and both children had sent urgent text messages to numbers Martin was still tracking. Sabrina's call audio was extremely revealing. He's acting strangely, Julian. Too nice and interested in the children's plans. What if he knows something? Julian's voice was soothing and encouraging. He does not know anything. If he did, he would have already challenged you. Damien Locke is not subtle when he is angry. But what if Sabrina? Believe me, I've done this before. Men like Damien are so arrogant and certain in their authority that they cannot comprehend their own relatives betraying them. He's probably simply feeling bad for traveling so much. Damien paused his recording and smiled. Julian was correct about one thing. Damien was not subtle when he was upset, but Julian made a fundamental mistake in presuming that Damien's absence of quick confrontation indicated ignorance rather than strategy. Damien's plan's second part began the next morning. He summoned his aide, Miles Weaver, and delivered a sequence of instructions that would appear regular to anyone unaware of the bigger game being played. Miles, I need you to plan a dinner gathering for this Saturday. Small group, perhaps 8 people. I'd like to invite some possible investors to the Henderson project. Of course, Mr. Locke. Do you have any specific guests in mind? Actually, sure. I want you to contact Julian Travis. He's expressed an interest in Chicago development potential, and I believe it's time we met formally. The silence on the other end of the line lasted several seconds. Sir, I don't have Mr. Travis's contact information. That is okay. I'm confident Sabrina can offer it. She mentioned meeting him at a social occasion. Damien hung up and promptly called Martin. It's time for phase 2. I'm inviting Julian into my home. Are you insane? Why should you? Because I'd like to watch his reaction when he finds he's been invited to dinner by the man whose family he's been manipulating. I want to see him squirm while he pretends to be a stranger to my wife and kids, and even if he doesn't accept the bait, he will. Men like Julian can't resist the chance to brag.
He will want to see the family he has perverted up close. It boosts his ego. Damien was correct. Within 2 hours, Sabrina called to let him know that she had run into Julian Travis at the coffee shop and had taken the liberty of inviting him to Saturday's supper. He appears really interested in your work, sweetie. I think you will like him. Damien said. I'm sure I will. I look forward to getting to know him better. Saturday evening brought the crisp clarity of October to Chicago. Damien checked his tie in the hall mirror, noticing a little shake in his hands. Not from nerves, but from anticipation. Tonight, he'd look into the eyes of the man who had planned his family's betrayal. Sabrina walked down the stairs in a black cocktail dress that Damien had purchased her for their 2-year anniversary. He couldn't help but notice the irony of her wearing his present while entertaining her lover. He responded, "You look beautiful, despite the circumstances." Sabrina had always been lovely, and betrayal had not lessened her physical beauty. Thank you, sweetie. The caterer had completed setting up an hour ago. Everything looks perfect. Damien nodded, inspecting the dining area, where Sabrina had arranged flowers and candles in her usual flawless style. She'd always been talented at designing stunning facade. Caleb and Lena emerged from the kitchen, dressed adequately for a family dinner with business associates. Damien noticed the anxious energy coming from both of them. Remember, Damien remarked to his children. Tonight is about business. I expect you both to be polite and engaged. Mr. Travis might have opportunities that could benefit our family. The doorbell rang at the exact time. Damien opened it himself, meeting Julian Travis for the first time. The man was everything Martin's observation had predicted. Tall, confident, and expensively dressed, with a smooth handsomeness that drew both investors and married ladies. Mr. Locke. Julian offered his hand with a lovely smile. Thank you so much for the invitation. I have been looking forward to meeting Chicago's most successful developer. Damien shook Julian's hand, exerting just enough pressure to be memorable without being overbearing. Please call me Damien. We welcome any of Sabrina's friends to our home. Damien closely examined Julian's eyes, noting the little expression of astonishment that raced across his features. Julian expected Damien to be skeptical or territorial. Instead, he was greeted with kindness and hospitality by the guy he was ruthlessly ruining. Sabrina, darling, Damien cried out. Our guest has arrived. Sabrina emerged from the living room, her acting faultless, greeting Julian with the polite distance needed for a new acquaintance. Mr. Travis, we welcome you to our home. Mrs. Thank you again, Locke, for the invitation. Your home is much more stunning than you described. Damien noticed a faint familiarity in Julian's accent, as if he had heard extensive descriptions of the house from a resident. The remaining visitors arrived within minutes. Damien's banker was Douglas Fry. Harvey Sanderson was a city planner, and Rich Johnston was a fellow developer with whom Damien periodically partnered on significant projects. Damien had carefully selected each attendee, men who would create the ideal backdrop for the evening's genuine drama. During cocktails, Damien positioned himself to observe Julian's interactions with his family. Sabrina kept a perfect distance, spoke to Julian just like any other guest, but Damien noticed the little touches, her palm brushing Julian's as she offered him a cup. She angled her body toward him during group chats. Caleb and Lena were less adept at lying. Both adolescents appeared to be enthralled by Julian, asking him probing questions about his firm and plans for Chicago growth. To the other visitors, it may have appeared to be typical youthful curiosity. Damien thought it looked like a debriefing. Mr. Travis Rich Johnston was stating, I heard you are seeking for investment opportunities in Chicago. Julian smiled, swirling his whiskey. I'm particularly interested in downtown development, mixed-use buildings, and luxury residential projects, all of which Mr. Locke excels at. Please, Damien interrupted. Please tell us about your background. What led you to Chicago? Julian began telling what appeared to be a well-rehearsed narrative about market potential and family connections. But Damien was focused on Sabrina's expression. She listened intently, as if she were hearing known knowledge for the first time from strangers. My uncle always claimed that Chicago had more potential than Seattle. Julian went on to say, he encouraged me to establish a presence here, perhaps partnering with established firms to learn the local market. Douglas Fry concurred, calling it a smart approach. Damien could certainly give you fantastic advice. He knows this city better than anyone. I would be thrilled to learn from Mr. Locke, Julian murmured, his eyes meeting Damien's with apparent regard. The dinner talk went smoothly, with Julian demonstrating outstanding knowledge of Chicago's development history and current market conditions. Damien had to acknowledge that the man was knowledgeable and well prepared. Under different circumstances, he could have liked Julian Travis. As the evening continued, Damien began to administer subtle tests. He provided precise specifics on planned initiatives, noting which information surprised Julian and which did not. He outlined his vacation plans for the next several weeks, keeping an eye out for any unusual interest from his family. "I'll be traveling a lot during the next month," Damien explained during dessert. "Dallas, Phoenix, and even a visit to Seattle to look at some properties." Julian's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Damien saw a slight hesitation that the other visitors overlooked. Julian carefully explained that Seattle has a fantastic market. "If you need tips for areas to examine, I'd be happy to assist." "That's quite generous. Perhaps we could meet for coffee while I am in town." "That would be very nice." After the other guests had left, Julian remained, accepting Damien's invitation to a final drink in the study. Sabrina excused herself to oversee the cleanup, and the children went to their rooms, leaving the two men alone. Damien poured 2 glasses of 25-year-old scotch and gave one to Julian. "To new partnerships," he added, raising his glass. Julian responded to the new opportunities. They sat in leather chairs, facing each other. Damien's desk lamp casts a lovely glow around the area. This was the same room where Julian had surreptitiously met with Sabrina and the kids. Damien wondered if Julian saw the irony as he did. "Your family seems very close," Julian replied, probing the waters. "They're everything to me," Damien said. "Honestly, I built everything for them." Julian nodded thoughtfully. "That's admirable. Not every successful man prioritizes family the way you do." "Family is sacred," Damien said, carefully watching Julian's face. "Everything I believe in is built on loyalty. I could forgive almost any mistake, failure, or weakness, but betrayal." Damien let the word hang in the air like a threat. "Betrayal destroys trust," Julian agreed. "And once that's gone, it's almost impossible to rebuild." "I disagree," Damien said quietly. "I don't think it's impossible to rebuild. I think it's pointless." Julian finished his scotch and set down the glass. "Well, I should let you get some rest. Thank you again for a wonderful evening. I hope we can continue our conversation soon." Damien walked Julian to the door, shaking hands one last time. "I'm sure we will." After Julian left, Damien found Sabrina in the kitchen, finishing up the last of the cleanup, and she smiled brightly as he entered. "That went well, don't you think? Mr. Travis appears to be really polite." "He's engaging," Damien said, "and he is very educated about the local market. Almost like he's been studying it for months." Sabrina's hand stilled on the dish towel. "Well, he's obviously done his research. That's what good businessmen do." "True." Damien moved closer, wrapping his arms around Sabrina's waist from behind. "I love you, you know." Sabrina leaned back against him, her tension melting away. "I also love you." Damien kissed the top of her head, inhaling the familiar scent of her shampoo, while his mind calculated the final steps of his revenge. Phase 2 was complete. Julian had taken the bait, and Damien now had everything he needed to move to Phase 3. Over the next 2 weeks, Damien's surveillance network captured increasingly desperate communications between Sabrina, Julian, and the children. The dinner party had clearly unsettled them, and they were struggling to interpret Damien's behavior. "He's definitely suspicious," Caleb said in one recorded phone call to Julian. "He keeps asking weird questions about our friends, our activities, like he's fishing for information." "Stay calm," Julian's voice replied. "If he knew anything definitive, he would have acted by now." Julian Travis's entire plan was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of his opponent, and Damien laughed out loud when he heard that video. Martin's contacts in Seattle provided the final piece of the puzzle for Phase 2. Julian Travis had never faced someone like Damien Locke, a man who valued his reputation more than vengeance, and would quietly rebuild rather than publicly expose their humiliation. His business empire, as impressive as it appeared, was built on debt and questionable partnerships, and his previous victims had never fought back because he had carefully chosen his targets. During one of their morning meetings, Martin asked, "Are you ready for Phase 3? Damien looked out at the Chicago skyline, his expression calm and determined. "It's time to show them what happens when you betray the wrong family. What's the first move?" Damien turned back to his brother, his smile cold and predatory. "We'll give them exactly what they think they want, then take everything away." Damien implemented Phase 3 with the precision of a skilled chess player approaching checkmate. On a frigid November morning, he brought his family together for another gathering, this time with an announcement that would appear like a gift to the conspirators. I've been thinking about our talk a few weeks ago when he began settling into his favorite armchair while Sabrina, Caleb and Lena settled themselves on the couch to discuss family objectives and supporting each other's dreams. Sabrina leaned forward slightly, her interest real. What did you have in mind? I've decided to take a step back from day-to-day operations at Locke Industries. I want to spend more time with you all. Maybe do some traveling together. Caleb's eyes widened. Really, Dad? You'd leave the company? Not permanently. But I'm thinking about promoting Martin to Chief Operating Officer and bringing in some outside expertise to help manage the expansion. I might even consider selling a controlling interest to the right partner. That sounds lovely, dear, Sabrina remarked. You've worked so hard for so long, you are entitled to enjoy the results of your labor. I am delighted you approve. In fact, I was hoping you could help me analyze potential partners. You've always had wonderful instincts about people. Sabrina's respiration accelerated almost imperceptibly. Of course. Do you have anyone in mind? Actually, I do. That Julian Travis guy we met at dinner. He seems intelligent, well-connected, and knows the Chicago business. I was considering offering him a consultancy role, possibly with the option of buying into the company if things worked out. The stillness that followed was electrifying, and Damien could almost hear the mental calculations rushing through their heads. How quickly they could feed information to Julian, how quickly they could accelerate his infiltration of the company, and how soon they could achieve their ultimate goal of destroying Damien's empire. He did seem very knowledgeable, Sabrina said carefully. But darling, shouldn't you be more cautious about bringing in outsiders? Damien grinned at the lovely irony of receiving cautionary advice from his adulterous wife. You are probably correct, but I have a good feeling about Julian. There's something trustworthy about him. Over the next week, Damien planned a series of chance meetings with Julian, gradually leading up to a formal business proposal. Each meeting was carefully staged, with Martin's surveillance team documenting every interaction, while Damien played the role of an increasingly trusting and naive businessman. Damien, I have to say, I'm flattered by your confidence in me, Julian said during lunch at Chicago's most exclusive restaurant. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts, Damien said, chopping into a steak with surgical precision. I've based my entire career on reading people, and I read you as someone I can work with. I appreciate it more than you know. But bringing in an outside partner is a big decision. Have you discussed this with your family? Damien placed down his knife and fork, addressing Julian's gaze straight. My family supports whatever makes me happy. Sabrina thinks you're charming, and the kids are fascinated by your stories about Seattle. In fact, Sabrina suggested that I move faster rather than slower. Julian's smile faded for a second. She did. Sabrina has excellent judgment about people. She said she could tell immediately that you were someone we could trust. That afternoon, Damien's surveillance team captured Julian's emergency phone call to Sabrina. He's moving too fast. This feels like a trap. Sabrina's voice was sharp with excitement. It's not a trap. It's exactly what we needed. He's handing you the firm on a silver platter, but why now? Why so suddenly? I've been working on him for months, convincing him that he has to slow down, that he needs help managing the business, and the dinner party was the last push. Seeing you in our home, meeting you as a family friend, made you seem safe and trustworthy, and the kids, they've been perfect. All those conversations about wanting more independence, about feeling controlled by their father's expectations, he's finally listening, and he thinks he's being a better parent by stepping back from work. Julian's laughter could be heard in the recording. Damien Locke paused the recording and turned to Martin, who was watching from across the conference room. He has no idea that his own children have been feeding us information for months. 2 weeks later, Damien signed Julian Travis to a consulting contract with Locke Industries, with the promise of partnership consideration after a 6-month trial period. The full audio and video documentation of their conspiracy is enough to destroy them in court if you want to go that route. In what appeared to be a brilliant strategic move, Julian brought fresh perspectives and West Coast connections that opened up new opportunities for Locke Industries. He also had access to confidential client information and strategic planning sessions. Several industry magazines featured the cooperation, applauding Damien's unique strategy to expansion. Behind the scenes, Damien's monitoring network chronicled every theft, betrayal, and covert communication between Julian and the Locke family. Caleb and Lena acted as scouts, reporting on their father's mood, concerns, and private conversations. Julian was copying files, photographing documents and recording confidential conversations, while Sabrina was providing him with detailed information about Damien's plans, schedules, and personal vulnerabilities. Damien was feeding them carefully crafted misinformation, false documents, misleading financial projections, and strategic plans designed to lead Julian into disastrous business decisions. The beauty of it, Damien explained to Martin during one of their evening strategy sessions, is that they think they're outwitting me, so they don't question the information they're stealing. Julian is making business decisions based on financial data that will bankrupt him. What about the emotional toll? Martin asked, concerned in his voice. How are you dealing with watching your own family betray you every day? Damien was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the city lights. The emotional toll was in the discovery. Martin realized that they could betray me, that they meant to ruin me, and everything since then has been logistics. When this is finished, when you've eliminated them all, I'll be free. Free of the illusion that I had a family worth preserving. The first crack in the conspirators' confidence came in December, when Julian's attempts to steal Damien's clients began backfiring spectacularly. Using the false information Damien had fed him, Julian made presentations to potential investors with wildly inaccurate market projections and impossible timelines. Something's wrong, Julian told Sabrina during a recorded phone call. The Henderson project numbers do not correspond to what I am seeing in the market research. Either Damien is incompetent, or the documents Caleb copied were incorrect. That's impossible, Sabrina responded. Caleb copied them directly from Damien's private files. Perhaps you're misreading the market, Sabrina. I don't misinterpret markets. Damien grinned as he listened to the audio, even if there was evidence that their intelligence was defective. He has been under a lot of stress lately, and he has mentioned taking a break from work. The second crack appeared when Julian's business decisions in Seattle began causing problems for his existing operations. Julian had diverted resources from his West Coast properties to fund his Illinois expansion, believing Damien's false projections that the Chicago market was more profitable than it was. After reviewing the most recent surveillance data, Martin reported that Julian has been making desperate phone calls to investors in an attempt to raise emergency capital. At the current rate, Julian's Seattle operation may collapse in 6 weeks, but he'll probably figure out what's wrong before then. Damien nodded thoughtfully. And then it's time for Phase 4. What did you have in mind? Damien's smile was cold and final. I'm going to invite them to a family Christmas party, all of them together in my home celebrating what they believe is their victory, and then I'm going to show them the true meaning of Christmas, the gift of truth. Christmas week in Chicago brought the kind of bitter cold that cut through expensive coats and warmed hearts to thoughts of home and family. Damien had spent the morning reviewing the final elements of his plan with Martin, ensuring that every detail was perfect for the evening's revelation. Julian confirmed this morning that it was an intimate family event with a few close friends. The food workers will leave by 7 p.m., according to Martin, who checked his watch. The security team is stationed outside and our recording equipment is installed around the house. Damien adjusted his cufflinks, a nervous habit from his early business days that resurged during moments of extreme stress. Tonight would mark the end of a 15-year chapter in his life, and the Locke family as he knew it would no longer exist. Sabrina had outdone herself this year, decorating the house with her usual impeccable taste. The trees sparkled with crystal ornaments and white lights. The staircase was draped in garland, and the dining room gleamed with china and silver that Damien's grandmother had given him as wedding gifts. Sabrina came in a red silk dress that complemented her auburn hair brilliantly. She queried, whirling playfully. Like a lady ready to get all she's been striving for, Damien said, meaning it in ways she couldn't have imagined. Caleb and Lena joined them in the living room. Damien noticed the adolescents' tense energy, and wondered if they had any premonition about what was coming, or if they were merely delighted about Julian's presence at their family reunion. When will Mr. Travis arrive? Lena asked, attempting to sound casual. Any minute now, Sabrina said. He's looking forward to spending Christmas Eve with us. The doorbell rang at precisely 8 o'clock, and Damien opened it to find Julian standing on the porch with an expensive bottle of wine and a carefully prepared smile. Damien could see the strain of a man whose carefully laid plans were beginning to crumble behind that smile. Damien, thank you so much for including me tonight. I know how important family time is during the holidays. Family is everything, Damien agreed, stepping aside to let Julian enter. Come in. Come in. Sabrina's prepared enough food for an army. Julian greeted the family with the warm familiarity of someone who had been a part of their lives for much longer than the official timeline suggested. He hugged Sabrina a little too long, ruffled Caleb's hair like an uncle, and complimented Lena's dress with the kind of attention that made her beam. Damien watched these interactions with the detached interest of an anthropologist studying a primitive tribe. These people had been living in his house, eating his food, accepting his love and protection while systematically planning his demise. The cognitive dissonance was almost beautiful in its completeness. Dinner conversation flowed easily, with Julian regaling them with stories of Christmas traditions in Seattle and his plans to expand his Chicago operations. Damien noticed how naturally Julian spoke about future plans, how confidently he assumed his place in their lives would continue. "I've been thinking about making Chicago my permanent base," Julian said, accepting a second glass of wine. "There's something about this city, this community that feels like home." "We'd love that," Sabrina said, her voice warm and genuine. "Won't we, Damien?" "Absolutely. It's always beneficial to have dependable buddies nearby." Caleb leaned forward, eagerly. "Mr. Travis, tell Dad about the land development you mentioned near the lake." Julian gave Caleb a sharp look. Damien was the only one who could keep up. "Well, it's only a preliminary idea. Nothing concrete yet." "I'd want to hear about it," Damien remarked encouragingly. "I'm constantly interested in new initiatives." Julian detailed a fictitious development project that Damien identified as a blend of his own confidential ideas stolen and reassembled into something that sounded great, but would never function in practice. Damien nodded and offered intelligent questions, assuming the character of an interested potential mate. Damien concluded, "It sounds ambitious. The type of endeavor that necessitates complete trust among parties." Julian agreed that trust was crucial. Without it, collaborations fail. After dinner, Damien recommended they head to the living room for coffee and dessert. Sabrina presented her famous chocolate torte against a warm festive backdrop of the Christmas tree, as Caleb put logs to the fireplace. "This is perfect," Lena murmured, curling up in her favorite chair with a cup of hot chocolate. "Having Mr. Travis here makes it feel like we have a complete family." These words hung in the air like a challenge. Damien felt something cold and definitive settle in his chest as he stared at his daughter, his baby girl, whom he had taught to ride a bike, assisted with homework, and consoled through every childhood worry, nonchalantly declaring her desire to replace him with his enemy. "Speaking of family," Damien remarked, laying down his coffee cup with meticulous precision. "I have an announcement to make." Sabrina looked up, intrigued. "Good news, I hope." "That depends on your perspective." Damien reached into his jacket pocket and took out a little recording device, placing it on the coffee table in front of them. "I wanted to share a few family memories with everyone." Julian's face became pallid. "Damien, please let me continue." Damien's voice had an air of power that silenced the room. "You see, Julian, over the last few months, I've been collecting some fascinating audio recordings of talks between family members and close friends. I figured now would be the perfect moment to present them." Damien pressed play on the iPad. Sabrina's voice filled the room, loud and distinct. "Damien believes he's impenetrable and brilliant, but he tells me everything. Every fragility. Weakness. Every dread." Sabrina's face turned white when she heard her own comments repeated back to her. Caleb and Lena were perplexed, not fully comprehending the ramifications of what they were hearing. Julian's voice followed, "And they're willing to help us take him down." Caleb despised him for sending him to military school. Lena resents him for dictating her social life. They both know they will inherit millions when they reach 18, but they want their freedom now. Damien observed his children's expressions as understanding dawned. Caleb's mouth dropped open in shock and Lena began to shake her head in denial. "Dad, I never said shoo." Damien lifted his hand to signal silence. "Let's listen to the entire thing." Sabrina's laughter rang through the speakers. "The wonderful thing is that Damien will never suspect his beloved family. He constructed his entire persona around being the provider and protector. When we destroy him, it will affect more than just his business. It will be his soul." Damien paused the recording to look around the room. Sabrina was frozen in her seat. Her face was a mask of anxiety and calculating. Julian was about to get his coat and depart when Damien spoke out. "If you try to leave, Julian, I'll arrest you before you get to the door. I've got CCTV footage of you stealing private documents from my office. I have recordings of you planning to perform business espionage. I have evidence that you manipulated my minor children into criminal activities." Julian fell back into his chair, his confident demeanor dissolving. "Damien, I can explain." "Explain." "You've been influencing my wife and children for 8 months. You've stolen my business blueprints, harmed my family, and worked tirelessly to destroy everything I've accomplished." "What exactly do you want to explain?" Damien stood and proceeded to the mantelpiece where family portraits depicted 15 years of what he thought was genuine contentment. He returned to face them, his voice calm but deadly quiet. Here's what will happen, Sabrina. You're going to gather your belongings and leave the house tonight. You will receive divorce papers in the morning and sign them without objection. You will not receive alimony, property settlement, or access to our children. Sabrina discovered her voice. Despite her shock, her legal training kicked in. Damien, you cannot. The prenup has stipulations. The prenuptial agreement contains adultery clauses, which nullify any protection you thought you had. But even if it didn't, I have recordings of you conspiring to swindle my company. I have evidence that you used our children as collaborators in criminal conduct. You will be lucky if I do not prosecute you. Damien turned to Julian, his gaze icy and contemptuous. Mr. Travis, you have 24 hours to liquidate your Chicago holdings and return to Seattle. If you're still in Illinois after that date, I'll thoroughly destroy you, and you'll wish I had simply called the cops. Julian straightened in his chair, some of his arrogance returning. You can't prove half of what you're claiming. And even if you could, I have resources beyond your imagination. Damien smirked and the predatory face choked Julian's words. Your family connections won't help you when your Seattle properties are foreclosed on next week. Did you really think I wouldn't investigate the financial foundation of your little empire? Julian's face turned ashen. What are you talking about? Your entire operation is leveraged on debt secured by properties for which I now own the mortgages. Every desperate attempt you've made to raise capital in the past month has been funded by shell companies I control. That's impossible, isn't it? Check your phone. I think you'll find some very interesting voicemails from your bankers. Julian fumbled for his phone with shaking hands and his face crumpled in defeat as he listened to the messages. Damien had spent the past month systematically acquiring Julian's debt and positioning himself to call it all in simultaneously. Now we come to the most difficult part of the evening. Caleb was crying, his 16-year-old bravado completely gone. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't understand what we were doing. Damien's voice cut through his son's pleading. Do you know what you've done? Do you understand the magnitude of your betrayal? Lena was sobbing quietly, her face buried in her hands. Daddy, please. I love you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Damien felt something break inside his chest as he looked at his children. You chose, he said quietly, referring to the two people he had loved more than his own life. The rational part of his mind recognized that they were teenagers who had been duped by adults they trusted. When Julian and your mother provided you the option to injure me, you both chose to take it. When they urged you to spy on me, steal from me, and assist them destroy me, you agreed. We did not know, Lena began. You knew plenty. You knew you were betraying her completely. That was sufficient. Damien walked back to his chair and sat down, suddenly tired. Caleb and Lena, you will both finish the school year and then move to Phoenix to live with your grandmother. You will have access to trust funds for college and basic living needs, but there will be no further interaction with me. Dad, no. Caleb leaned forward, dropping to his knees beside Damien's chair. Please, I will do anything. I'll make it up to you somehow. Damien glanced down at his kid, the boy he had taught to throw a baseball, whose games he had never missed, and who had once told him that he wanted to be like his father. Some things can't be made up for, Caleb. Some choices can't be undone. Lena was now hyperventilating, her tears ringing throughout the room. This is not fair, we're only kids. You cannot abandon your own children. Damien's voice was like granite. You are the one who abandoned me first. Sabrina eventually got her strength and stood up, fists clenched. Damien, you bastard. They are children. Punish me and Julian for whatever you think we did. Don't ruin your own family because of your wounded pride. Damien laughed, utterly bereft of humor. My bruised pride? Sabrina. For 8 months, you gradually destroyed everything I cared about. You turned my kids into spies and criminals. You invited my enemy into my house, bed, and family. So you believe this is about pride? I believe this is about a man who cannot accept human vulnerability. No. Damien replied, getting up to face her. This is about repercussions. This is about what happens when you declare war on someone you care about and they choose to win. The room fell silent save for Lena's muffled sobbing and the crackling of the fire. Damien gazed around at the devastation of his family. His wife was identified as an adulterer and co-conspirator. His business partner was exposed as a fraudster and manipulator. His children were reduced to sobbing, devastated teenagers who had discovered too late that treason had consequences. He felt no satisfaction in their anguish or joy in their defeat. He just Felt the frigid emptiness of a man who has lost everything worth protecting and acquired the horrible freedom that comes with knowing you have nothing to lose. The security team will accompany Mr. Damien, directed Travis to his hotel, his voice returning to the business-like tone that had earned him a fortune. Sabrina, you have till the morning to pack your personal stuff. Martin will watch to make sure you don't steal anything that isn't lawfully yours. Damien, Sabrina stated, her voice breaking after 15 years of marriage. 2 children. Does none of this mean anything to you? Damien approached the window and peered out at the Chicago skyline. His city, kingdom and empire were created on the foundation of what he thought was an unshakable family. It meant everything to me, he explained without turning around. That's why I can never forgive you for destroying it. The aftermath of Christmas Eve unfolded with the deliberate precision that defined everything Damien Locke undertook. By New Year's Day, the change was finished. Sabrina was residing in a downtown apartment as part of the most severe divorce settlement in Cook County history. Julian Travis had fled to Seattle, where he was anxious to save his faltering business enterprise. Caleb and Lena were preparing for their departure to Phoenix. Their grandmother is flying in to gather them like bits of wreckage from a ship. Damien stood in his home office, surrounded by paperwork, bank data, and surveillance equipment that had once been used to orchestrate his family's betrayal. Martin sat quietly at a desk, finishing the last details of Julian's demise. The Seattle properties are officially in foreclosure as of this morning. Martin said, Julian's been trying to negotiate with the banks, but they don't realize they're ultimately negotiating with you and his family connections. Helpless. It turns out that federal courts and state senators have little authority over private financial organizations. Julian's uncle tried to put pressure on some people, but there's nothing illegal about calling in legitimate debts. Damien nodded, feeling grim satisfaction at the completeness of Julian's downfall. The man who had manipulated Damien's family was learning what it was like to have his own foundation pulled out from under him. Damien knew it was a cruel provision, but it was necessary. The children's trust funds have been established and funded, and they will have access to college expenses and reasonable living costs, but they cannot touch the principal until they are 30 years old. Even then, the terms state that any contact or attempts to reconcile will void the entire inheritance. Caleb and Lena needed to understand that some betrayals were permanent, and that some relationships couldn't be repaired with apologies and time. Damien had previously lived alone, having built his empire as a single man driven by ambition and vision. The house felt empty without his family's presence. But 15 years of marriage and fatherhood had transformed him, filled gaps in his life that now resonated with emptiness, and he didn't miss Sabrina. The woman he had believed he loved had been revealed as a lie. A show so convincing that even he had been duped. Damien knew that Caleb and Lena had been manipulated by adults they trusted, but he couldn't separate their age from their actions. They had known that betraying their father was wrong, but they chose to do it anyway. Sir, Miles Weaver appeared in the doorway carrying a stack of papers. I have the final reports from our attorneys. Damien accepted the documents, scanning the legal language that formalized the end of his family. Divorce was finalized. Custody was terminated, and property was divided based on the adultery clauses in the prenuptial agreement. Sabrina had signed everything without contest, probably on the advice of lawyers who understood how badly she had miscalculated. There's one more thing, Mileska said hesitantly. Mrs. Locke, the former Mrs. Locke, has been calling the office and wants to speak with you. What does she want? She says she has information about Mr. Travis that you should know, something about his plans for vengeance. Damien almost smiled. Even in defeat, Sabrina was trying to manipulate him to position herself as valuable or necessary. Tell her I'm not interested in anything she has to say. Yes, sir. And the children? What about them? They've been calling as well. Caleb has left several voicemails. He's very distressed. Damien walked to his window and looked out at his property's winter landscape. Snow covered the gardens where he had taught his children to build snowmen, the driveway where he had helped Caleb learn to drive, and the swing set where Lena had spent countless hours dreaming of her future. Delete the messages, he said quietly. All of them, sir. Are you certain? They're quite young. And Mileska, Damien's voice carried a warning that stopped her mid-sentence. They made their choice. That afternoon, Damien drove to Martin's place for their weekly strategy discussion, which had become a necessity. Without the anchor of family obligations, Damien found himself adrift in a life that suddenly had no purpose other than business success. You look like hell, Martin said, opening the door. I feel efficient, Damien replied, brushing past his brother into the living room. When was the last time you slept longer than 4 hours? Sleep is for those who have things to dream about. Damien, you've won. You destroyed everyone who had betrayed you. You safeguarded your business. You made everyone pay for what they did. Maybe it's time to consider rebuilding rather than punishing. Damien slipped into Martin's leather armchair. The identical chair from where he initially heard of his family's betrayal. What exactly are we rebuilding? My marriage to a woman who was scheming against me. My relationship with children that picked an enemy over their father. Perhaps not those relationships. But you could establish new ones. You are 42 years old, successful, and intelligent. You can live any kind of life you wish. Damien said calmly. I have the life I want. It was an illusion, but it was just what I wanted. Now I have insight rather than delight. This is a fair trade. Martin poured 2 glasses of whiskey and gave one to Damien. There is something we need to say about Julian Travis. Damien looked up sharply. What about him? Our connections in Seattle have been keeping track of his status. He's not just giving up and admitting defeat. He's been making phone calls and reaching out to some extremely hazardous people. What kind of people? Those who use violence rather than litigation to solve commercial difficulties. Julian's family connections include some individuals who operate outside of the standard legal structure. Damien felt a familiar cold settle in his chest, the same feeling he gets when confronted with a fresh threat to assess and eliminate. Details. Julian has portrayed himself as the victim of a corporate plot. He claims that you damaged his business illegally and that you have knowledge that could jeopardize his family's political connections. He implies that eliminating you would address a number of problems. Has he issued any direct threats? Nothing we can establish in court, but he's been asking a lot of questions about your security plans, daily routines, and vulnerabilities. Damien smiled, and Martin recognized the look that had worried Damien's business rivals for 2 decades. Good, Damien replied. I was wondering when he'd escalate to something interesting. This isn't a business negotiation, Damien. These people don't play by rules. They don't care about evidence or legal consequences. Neither do I. Martin put down his drink. What are you thinking? Damien stood and strolled to Martin's window, staring out at the Chicago street where he grew up, where he learnt that strength was essential for survival and ruthlessness for triumph. I believe Julian Travis is still unsure of who he is dealing with. He's tackling this as a business problem. Hire some muscle, remove the impediment, and move on with his life. But Martin, this isn't business anymore. This is personal. What do you want me to do? Damien returned to his brother, his demeanor calm and lethal. I want you to message Julian. I want you to make it clear that if he continues on this road, I will not simply demolish his corporate empire. I will destroy everything he has ever cared for. How would you like to convey that message? Damien's smile was icy and definitive. 3 days later, Julian Travis received a package in his Seattle hotel room. The inside had a single image. Julian's elderly mother leaves the grocery shop in Bellevue, entirely unaware that she is being photographed. Someone has scribbled clean block letters on the reverse of the photograph. Some games have no winners. Within an hour of getting the box, Julian called Damien's workplace. You son of a bitch, Julian's voice trembled with wrath. If you touch my mother, I won't need to touch your mother, Damien said calmly. Just as I won't need to touch your sister in Portland, your nephew in San Miles, or anyone else you care about. Do you understand why, Julian? There was silence on the other end of the telephone. Because you intend to cease making phone calls to risky individuals. You're going to accept that you lost this war and go quietly into whatever life you can make out of the ruins I've left behind. You cannot threaten. I am not threatening anything. I am explaining reality. You declared war on my family, so I destroyed you. If you escalate this into violence, I will respond accordingly. The choice is yours. Damien hung up and looked at Martin, who had been listening from across the room. Do you think he will receive the message? Martin nodded slowly. But are you truly prepared to follow through if he does not? Damien sat silent for a long time, peering out at the city he had conquered through will, ruthlessness, and unwavering will to win. Martin. 6 months ago, I thought I was a family man with a knack for business. Then I realized that my family was my enemy, and that everything I knew about my life was a lie. Do you think I still have any lines I won't cross? Martin had no retort because they both knew the truth. Damien Locke had transformed himself in the aftermath of his treachery. Something tougher, colder, and far more deadly than the man who previously coached Little League and never missed a school play. That night, Damien stood alone in his empty home, surrounded by the ghosts of a family that had never existed. Tomorrow, he will continue to expand his dominion. He would acquire more money, gain more influence, and win more battles in the never-ending struggle of business and ambition. But he would do so alone, free of the burden of trust and the vulnerability of love. He'd do it as if he'd learnt the most important lesson life had to offer. That in the end, you could only rely on yourself, and that mercy was a luxury only the naive could enjoy. In Seattle, Julian Travis stared at his mother's portrait, making his own calculations about power, survival, and the cost of continuous resistance. And in Phoenix, two teens wept themselves to sleep in their grandmother's home, realizing that some mistakes are permanent, and that some dads never forgive their children for siding with the wrong side in a battle they were too young to understand. Spring arrived in Chicago with a hesitant warmth that preceded every brutal winter, but Damien Locke felt no rejuvenation from the changing season. 3 months had passed since Christmas Eve, and his life had settled into a perfectly efficient rhythm. Locke Industries was more profitable than ever. His personal wealth had increased significantly, and his reputation as a ruthless but clever businessman had become legendary. He was also totally alone. Damien sat in his 47th floor office, examining quarterly data that verified his company's dominant position in the Chicago market. Every metric pointed up: revenue, profit margins, market share, and staff retention. Success without the complexities of personal connections had proven shockingly simple. His aide Miles knocked and entered, carrying the day's correspondence. "Mr. Locke, there are a few matters that need your attention." Damien accepted the stack of papers, observing Francisca's customary efficiency in sorting things by importance and urgency. She had worked for him for 8 years and knew his preferences better than his ex-wife did. The Henderson project broke ground Wednesday. Mileska stated that the mayor's administration wants to plan a picture opportunity for next week. Decline. Please contact our public relations department. Mr. Noah Martin from the Tribune called again regarding the interview request. He is persistent. Damien halted while his reading. Noah Martin was Chicago's most regarded business journalist, and an interview with him would benefit the company's public image. What topic does he wish to discuss? Your business philosophy and the company's expansion goals. Mileska paused. You've recently made personal changes. Damien's jaws constricted. His divorce and estrangement from his children were handled as discreetly as possible. But Chicago's corporate scene was small and gossip spread swiftly. Decline. There is also this. Miles kept a handwritten letter on his desk, distinct from the other correspondence. It was delivered by courier this morning. Damien recognized the handwriting immediately. Caleb's immaculate script was taught in pricey private schools and honed over years of thank you notes and birthday cards. His son's return address included a Phoenix zip code. Sir, Miles said, paying close attention to his expression. Should I leave it? Damien asked quietly. Close the door behind you. When he was alone, Damien looked at the letter for a few minutes before opening it. Caleb's comments were carefully chosen, formal, and in the style of someone attempting to sound older than 16. Asterisk. Dear Dad, I know you said no contact, but I had to try one more time. I've been seeing a counselor here in Phoenix, and she's helped me realize what we did to you. I now know that Mom and Mr. Travis deceived us, but that doesn't excuse our actions. Every day I think about you, the things you taught me, the time we spent together, and the plans we had for my future. I know I threw it all away, and I know you'll never forgive me, but I wanted you to know that I understand why. I'm not asking for another chance. I'm not asking you to change your mind about the inheritance, the trust funds, or any of the consequences you imposed. I just wanted you to know that I learned from this that I'll never again choose the easy path over the loyal one. I hope you're happy, Dad, and that you find people who deserve and protect your love better than we did. Your son Caleb. Damien read the letter 3 times, then placed it in his desk drawer next to similar letters from Lena and 2 from Sabrina. He wouldn't answer Caleb's letter, just as he hadn't answered the others, but he wouldn't destroy it either. His phone buzzed with a text from Martin. Need to meet. Julian's situation has changed. Damien grabbed his coat and drove to Martin's office at Locke Industries' security headquarters. The building, one of Damien's first major projects, was designed to house the sophisticated surveillance and protection systems that safeguarded his business empire, and it now served as the nerve center for monitoring threats to his personal safety. What is evolution? Damien inquired, settling into a chair across from Martin's desk. Martin activated a large wall display showing a map of the Pacific Northwest. Julian Travis is dead. Damien felt no surprise, only a mild curiosity about the details. How? Car accident on I-5 near Tacoma. Lost control in a rainstorm, went off an overpass. The investigating officers discovered empty whiskey bottles in the car. Suicide. Julian had been drinking heavily since Christmas, and according to our Seattle contacts, his business empire completely collapsed last month, resulting in bankruptcy, foreclosure, and a criminal investigation for fraud. His family cut off all support after the scandal broke. Damien nodded slowly. There was no indication that he was still pursuing the violent option. The dangerous contacts I mentioned dropped him as soon as his money ran out. Professional muscle does not work for free, and Julian had nothing to offer them, so he chose the permanent solution. Martin studied his brother's face carefully. Damien considered the question seriously. 3 months ago, he would have felt satisfaction at his enemy's destruction, perhaps tempered by regret for a life wasted. But now he felt only mild disappointment that Julian's story had ended so predictably. Julian Travis made his choices, which led him to a bridge in the rain with a bottle of whiskey. His death changes nothing for me. Martin leaned back in his chair, studying Damien with the concern of a brother who had watched his sibling transform into someone unrecognizable. At the very least, that chapter is closed, and you no longer have to be concerned about retaliation. The question, "Are you happy?" hung in the air between them like a challenge. Damien walked to the window, looking down at the Chicago streets where he had built his empire through determination and ruthlessness. "Happiness is for people who have things to lose," Damien replied. "I'm efficient and successful. I'm invulnerable. Those are better than happiness, are they?" Damien turned back to face his brother. "Yes. Happiness requires trust. And trust creates vulnerability. I trusted my wife, and she betrayed me. I trusted my children, and they chose my enemy over their father. I loved them completely, and they used that love against me. So, you'll never trust anyone else again. I trust you. But only because you've proven your loyalty through decades of shared experience. Everyone else will have to earn trust through actions, not words." Martin was quiet for a moment, then asked, "What about rebuilding? What about finding new people to care about?" Damien smiled, but his expression was cold. "Martin, I had 15 years to create a family with individuals I chose and loved from the moment they were born or married, and they betrayed me in the most fundamental way. What makes you believe I can trust strangers to do better? Because not everyone is Sabrina and Julian. Not every relationship is a business transaction or a power battle, right?" Damien returned to his chair, his speech taking on the analytical tone that he employed in board meetings. "Consider every relationship you've ever had, Martin. What did you give, and what did you get? What were the terms of the exchange? How did power, wealth, and vulnerability influence the dynamic?" Martin began to object, but paused as he weighed Damien's comments. His own marriage had dissolved 5 years prior, when his wife decided that the lifestyle of a security executive was too stressful and unpredictable. His present relationship was with a woman who valued his financial security as much as his personality. "You're talking about love like it's a business contract," Martin finally stated. "All relationships are contracts," Damien explained. "The only concern is whether the provisions are explicit or hidden. Sabrina and I signed a marriage contract. Damien's new worldview was put to the test several times over the next few weeks. I provided security and status, she provided companionship and family, and the terms seemed clear until I discovered she was negotiating a better deal with Julian." Damien stood and walked toward the door, then paused. "Now that I understand the game, I won't be surprised when people act in their own self-interest again." Dinner parties, charity galas, and cultural events where successful men were expected to appear with appropriate companions, Damien attended alone, politely deflecting suggestions that various wealthy widows or accomplished divorcees would make suitable partners. "You can't stay alone forever," Rich Johnston observed at a construction business luncheon. "You're young, successful, and available. Half of Chicago's women would marry you tomorrow." "For my money or my prestige," Damien said, carving his steak with surgical precision. "Neither of them seems like a foundation for trust. Not all women are like Sabrina." Damien looked up from his plate and met Rich's gaze straight. "How do I tell the difference? Sabrina convinced me she had loved me for 15 years. She was talented enough to bear my children, run my family, and support my career while covertly plotting my downfall. If I couldn't detect that level of lying in someone I lived with every day, how could I trust my judgment with strangers?" Rich had no answer because the reasoning was unquestionable. Damien Locke was betrayed by those he knew. Who has extensive knowledge of his vulnerabilities and resources? Any new relationship would begin with the core issue of Damien's understanding that love may be performance, and loyalty can be strategy.
Damien's phone buzzed with an emergency notice from Martin, interrupting their talk. Damien excused himself and went outside to receive the call. "We have a problem," Martin stated without preface. "Sabrina has been arrested." Damien felt a familiar coldness settle in his chest. For what? Fraud, embezzlement, and conspiracy to conduct corporate espionage. The FBI searched her flat this morning. They claim she was executing a plot to steal and sell business intelligence from several companies, not just yours. Damien absorbed this information with the detached demeanor of a man reading quarterly forecasts. How extensive? According to what I've learned, Sabrina had been utilizing her social contacts to obtain inside information from other CEOs, wives, and families. She and Julian weren't only after you, they were conducting a full-scale intelligence operation. And now that Julian has died, she is left to deal with the consequences on her own. Things become worse. The investigators believe the plot dates back years, possibly before she met you. There is evidence that Sabrina targeted you particularly because of your riches and business connections. Damien was quiet for a long time, contemplating the realization that his entire marriage could have been a 15-year confidence game. How does this affect the children? They are being examined as possible accomplices. Caleb and Lena's involvement with the plot may have been more substantial than we realized. Damien hung up and stood on the sidewalk outside the restaurant, watching Chicago's commercial sector pulse with the intensity of ambition and rivalry. Somewhere in the federal building downtown, his ex-wife was discovering that criminal conspiracy had ramifications beyond divorce court. Somewhere in Phoenix, his children were realizing that their father's betrayal would follow them into adulthood in ways they never expected. He felt no delight in their ruin, no justification for his savage reaction to their betrayal. He felt merely validation of lessons he had previously learned. Trust was an unaffordable luxury. Family was a fiction that dissipated under strain. The only consistent relationship he had was with his own ambition. Damien returned to the restaurant where Rich Johnston was waiting, concerned about the emergency call. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is precisely as it should be," Damien said, returning to his lunch with the placid efficiency of someone who had stopped being astonished by human behavior. 6 months after Julian Travis's death, Damien Locke mastered the ability of living without emotional attachment. His days were structured in such a way that he could optimize work while reducing the complications that come with personal relationships. He awoke at 5 a.m., worked out in his own gym, read overnight reports from his global operations, and arrived at the office at 7 a.m. to start another day of establishing his empire. Sabrina was found guilty of many charges of fraud and conspiracy following a federal probe into her espionage operation. She was serving a 5-year sentence in a minimum security facility outside Chicago, where her other convicts were likely grateful for her explanations of corporate governance and financial planning. Caleb and Lena had escaped criminal penalties due to their ages, but their involvement in the conspiracy had been meticulously documented, ensuring that their betrayal would haunt them indefinitely. Damien heard about these things from Martin's weekly security briefings, seeing them as facts rather than emotional experiences. His old family had become data points and files, which he examined with the same detachedness that he applied to market analysis and rival intelligence. Martin stated that the youngsters had inquired about you during one of their morning sessions. Their grandmother contacted my office yesterday. Damien remained focused on the financial estimates he was reviewing. What have you told her? That you had stated your viewpoint clearly, and that it would not be changing. Good. Anything else? Martin hesitated, indicating that he was going to enter territory that Damien wished to avoid. Damien, they are now 17 and 15. In a few years they'll be grown-ups attempting to establish their own lives. Perhaps Martin. Damien's voice exuded the quiet authority that ended debates in boardrooms across Chicago. We discussed this. My decision on Caleb and Lena was definite, although they were youngsters at the time. They were manipulated. They were old enough to recognize right and wrong. They were old enough to prioritize loyalty over betrayal. They made different choices. Damien finally looked up from his papers and met his brother's gaze directly. Some judgments are irreversible, Martin. Certain relationships cannot be mended. Martin nodded unwillingly and moved on to other security issues. Damien could see his brother's distress, however. Martin still believed in redemption and second chances, which Damien had abandoned along with his faith and familial ties. That afternoon, Damien attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the Mitchell Tower, a $300 million mixed-use complex that would be the pinnacle of his real estate holdings. As he posed for photos with the mayor and other dignitaries, Damien saw how the other attendees' families kept a safe distance.
Wives and children smiled for the cameras, but kept their contacts with Damien civil and brief, as if betrayal was contagious. Magnificent project, stated Timothy Ramirez, a local councilman whose support was critical to the development's approval. Your organization continues to set the benchmark for quality in Chicago. We appreciate the city's cooperation, Damien said, his customary answer to political flattery. I hope you will join us for the Chamber of Commerce dinner next month. We would be honored to have you at our table. Damien saw the invitation for what it was, a chance for Timothy to link himself with Damien's achievement. While giving Damien access to political power, it is a fair and mutually beneficial transaction. I will have my assistant arrange with your office, Damien agreed. As the ceremony ended and the audience dispersed, Damien observed a familiar figure standing at the edge of the construction site. Lena, now 15 and taller than he recalled, watched him from behind a safety barrier with the deliberate intensity of someone trying to remember a face she might never see again. Damien had no desire to approach her, no sense of paternal care or concern for her well-being. She was simply a young woman who reminded him of someone he had once loved before realizing that love was a weakness that his adversaries could exploit. Lena appeared to notice his gaze and raised her hand in a tentative gesture. Damien nodded once in acknowledgement before turning and walking toward his waiting car, without looking back. That evening Damien reviewed the day's correspondence in his home office, which was also where his family's betrayal was plotted and carried out. He pondered redesigning the space, but ultimately felt that the memories served a beneficial purpose. They reminded him. Why was emotional attachment a luxury he could not afford? His phone rang at precisely 8 p.m. Martin's daily call had established a ritual for exchanging sensitive material that could not be communicated through company communications. How did the ceremony go? Martin asked. Productive. The mayor has confirmed his support for the waterfront project. I noticed the news coverage. Good photos. Damien thought Martin was preparing for something unpleasant. What are you not telling me? Lena was there. I had someone monitoring the event for security reasons and she was spotted watching you from the crowd. I saw her. Have you spoken with her? Were there any security concerns? Martin sighed audibly. Damien, she is your daughter. She traveled downtown alone only to view you from a distance. Doesn't that bother you at all? Damien went to his window. Looking out at the Chicago skyline, which he had helped create through tenacity and merciless focus. Each light signified accomplishment that did not require trust or emotional vulnerability. Damien clarified, she was my daughter. Now she is someone who chose to deceive me when given the chance. The fact that she regrets her decision does not alter the underlying equation. She was 14 years old enough to understand allegiance and take sides in a battle she had helped create. Damien kept his voice cool, but Martin could hear the finality in it. Martin, I based my entire life on the belief that individuals act in their own self-interest. Lena acted in hers when she decided to assist Julian and Sabrina. I'm doing my part by ensuring that treachery has long-term consequences. And if you're wrong, if you're destroying relationships that could be saved, Damien smiled, though Martin couldn't see it over the phone. Martin, I am not mistaken about human nature. I was mistaken about my family, but it was because I let sentiment cloud my judgment. I will not make that mistake again. The conversation finished with Martin reluctantly accepting Damien's position, but Damien could hear his brother's displeasure. Martin still believed in forgiveness and healing. Concepts that Damien had concluded were luxuries for those who did not realize the full cost of betrayal. Damien's social itinerary filled up during the next few weeks with professional obligations that required his attendance at numerous Chicago society events. He arrived alone, as had become his custom, keeping polite conversation with associates while evading personal questions with the deftness of a man who had learned to protect his vulnerabilities. At a charity fundraiser for the Children's Hospital, Damien sat next to Victoria Clean, a well-known attorney whose husband had perished in a skiing accident the year before. Victoria was clever, accomplished, and comfortably wealthy, exactly the type of woman that could entice a prosperous businessman looking for a perfect companion. Victoria mentioned to me at dinner that you work in real estate development. Her conversations are natural and entertaining, and she primarily works on commercial and residential projects in Chicago. It must be wonderful to work on something permanent, something that will outlast the individual effort. Damien noticed the philosophical undertone in her reply. The assumption that legacy and permanence were important. He acknowledged that most buildings outlast their designers. Is your family involved in the business? The question was innocent enough. The type of social inquiry that generally resulted in talks about children's educational and professional goals. Damien's statement abruptly stopped that conversation. There is no familial participation. I prefer to keep my business and personal ties separate. Victoria's minor reluctance indicated to Damien that she had heard reports about his divorce and distance from his children. Her next statement verified it. Sometimes separation is required for everyone's well-being. Damien recognized the polite language of someone who has been briefed on the situation. Exactly. The talk shifted to safer topics. The hospital charity and recent advances in Chicago's legal community have mutual acquaintances in the city's professional circles. Victoria was charming and clever, and under different circumstances, Damien would have been interested in pursuing a relationship with her, but circumstances had taught him that charm could be manipulated, and intelligence could be weaponized. Victoria Klein could be precisely who she looked to be, or she could be another Sabrina Locke, competent enough to maintain a convincing mask for years while advancing her own agenda. Damien had no interest in determining which possibility was correct. Victoria issued a gentle invitation for future contact as the evening came to a close, and visitors began to leave. I hope we can continue our talk soon. I'm sure we'll see each other at future events. Damien gently said, acknowledging her curiosity, but failing to pursue it. Damien drove home through Chicago's midnight streets, past buildings he had built and developments he had funded, monuments to accomplishment attained through focus and dedication, unhindered by emotional complexities. His abode awaited him, immaculately clean and well organized, a haven constructed for a guy who had discovered that solitude was safer than trust. In his study, Damien went over the day's communications and reports, noting the continuous expansion of his corporate empire and his growing influence in Chicago's development world. Every metric indicated sustained prosperity, professional happiness, and personal security. He felt no loneliness in his seclusion, and no regret for the relationships he decided to leave. He felt just the cool satisfaction of a man who has learned his most important lesson. That in the end, he could only rely on himself, and that the cost of trust was vulnerability, which he could no longer afford. Outside his window, Chicago slept behind the glow of lights from structures that would outlast the people who constructed them. Monuments to ambition, unaffected by the frailty of love. 2 years after his family's downfall, Damien Locke was at the pinnacle of Chicago's corporate scene. His business included construction, real estate, and development projects that transformed the city's cityscape. At 44, he commanded respect, wielded power, and amassed wealth at a rate that surpassed even his most successful rivals. He was also the loneliest man in Illinois. The morning of March 15 brought news that would shake the foundations of the new life Damien had created from the ashes of treachery. Martin called before daybreak with knowledge that altered everything. Martin remarked without preamble, "Sabrina is dead," and Damien sat down with his coffee cup and moved to the kitchen window. Sabrina had become a stranger to Damien long before her death, and he felt no sadness, satisfaction, or sense of closure as he looked out at the grounds of the estate that had once housed a family details, a prison medical facility, and an apparent suicide. She was discovered in her cell this morning with a note. Damien hung up and resumed his morning routine with the mechanical precision that had defined his life since Christmas Eve 2 years ago. Martin's voice was unusually tense as he said, "It's addressed to you and the prison authorities want to know if you'll accept delivery. Bring it to my office this afternoon." At 2 p.m., Martin arrived at Damien's office with a sealed envelope containing Sabrina's handwriting, which he recognized from 15 years of birthday cards, love notes, and household lists. After exercising, showering, eating breakfast and reviewing overnight reports from his international operations, the news of Sabrina's death was simply another piece of information to process and file away. The daily intimacy of a marriage that had been revealed as an intricate deceit. "Are you sure you want to read this?" Martin inquired. Damien opened the envelope without hesitation. Sabrina's final letter was 3 pages long, written in the meticulous handwriting of someone who had time to consider each word deliberately. Aster is Damien. By the time you read this, I'll be beyond the reach of consequences. I'm not writing to ask for forgiveness. We both know that's impossible. I'm writing to give you something you've never had. The complete truth about our marriage and what led to its demise. You were right about almost everything, and I purposefully targeted you when we met. Before our first conversation, I researched your background, vulnerabilities, and desires, and I planned our entire relationship as a way to gain access to your wealth and status. But you were mistaken about one thing. I did not love you at first. You were just a mark, a successful man whose trust could be exploited. But something changed during our second year of marriage. I fell in love with the man I was deceiving. For 13 years, I lived with the contradiction of genuinely loving someone while betraying them. I gave you children because I wanted you to have them. I supported your career because I wanted you to succeed, and I built a house with you because I wanted us to be happy. When Julian approached me, I should have told you right away. Instead, I decided to utilize Julian to guarantee our family's future while keeping the origins of our marriage a secret. I convinced myself that you would never need to know about Julian, just as you never needed to know about my original intentions. I thought I could manage both relationships without destroying what we had built together. I was wrong about everything, and the children were never aware of my original deception. Caleb and Lena believed they were assisting their mother with a difficult situation with a family friend, not betraying you to an enemy. I manipulated them just as thoroughly as I manipulated you, and I understand why you will never forgive us. Trust, once broken, can never be rebuilt. But I wanted you to know that their betrayal was motivated by love, not malice. They feel they were helping their father, not killing him. When you asked me why I ended my 15-year marriage, I told you that I didn't know how to be honest about who I was when we met. By the time I loved you enough to want to speak the truth, too much time had passed, and too many falsehoods had been uttered. The foundation of our marriage was rotten, and the rot eventually wrecked everything constructed on top of it. I don't expect this letter to change your mind about anything. I just wanted you to understand that love and betrayal can coexist, that people can make terrible choices while meaning well, and that consequences don't always match intentions. You're a good man, Damien, and you deserve better than what I gave you. I hope one day you'll find someone who can love you without deception, someone who doesn't carry the weight of lies that make honesty impossible. Tell the kids I'm sorry. Damien read the letter twice, set it on his desk, and walked to his window, where Chicago stretched out below him, a city he had conquered through determination and ruthless focus. Tell them that their mother loved them enough to remove herself from their lives rather than continue causing them harm. Sabrina inquired about the risk. A kingdom founded on the ruins of faith. What are you thinking? Martin inquired. Damien remained silent for a few moments, contemplating Sabrina's final revelation. The marriage that had defined half his life had been founded on deception from the beginning. The woman he had completely loved had been a professional manipulator who had eventually developed genuine feelings for her target. I'm thinking, Damien finally said, that Sabrina was right about one thing. Trust, once broken, can never be rebuilt, and the children know they thought they were protecting you rather than betraying you. Damien turned away from the window and faced his brother. Caleb and Lena still chose to deceive me when given the opportunity. The fact that they were manipulated does not change the fundamental reality that they were willing to work against their father when it served their interests. Damien's voice remained calm, but Martin could hear the finality in it. They were old enough to understand loyalty, to come to me directly with their concerns rather than working behind my back with strangers. Their intentions did not erase their choices. Martin looked at his brother's face, hoping to see some softening, some sign that Sabrina's letter had opened the door to reconciliation. But all he saw was the cold determination that had characterized Damien since Christmas Eve 2 years ago. What about Sabrina's suggestion that they be told she loved them? Damien took Sabrina's letter and fed it into his document shredder, watching the pages disappear into neat strips of meaningless paper. That afternoon, Damien attended the funeral of Malcolm Bridges, a construction industry colleague who died of a heart attack at the age of 58. When Sabrina chose to use my children as weapons against me, she forfeited her right to send messages to them. Her love, real or imagined, no longer matters. Damien sat in the pew at Michael's Cathedral, where he had once planned to attend his children's confirmations and his silver wedding anniversary. As he listened to eulogies about Malcolm's dedication to family and community, Damien noticed the assembled crowd of Malcolm's relatives, friends and business associates. Children and grandchildren wept openly as colleagues shared stories of Malcolm's loyalty and generosity. Damien observed this display of affection with the detachedness of an anthropologist studying tribal rituals. These people genuinely mourned Malcolm's death because they had trusted him and been trusted in return. Damien envied their ability to trust, but he no longer possessed it himself. Betrayal had burned that ability out of him like a forest fire, leaving only the clarity of full self-reliance. Following the service, Damien was approached by Harvey Sanderson, Malcolm's long-standing business partner and occasional collaborator on municipal projects. Terrible loss, Harvey said, shaking Damien's hand. Harold was one of the last honest men in this business. He was a good partner, Damien agreed. You know, Malcolm always said you reminded him of himself at your age, driven, successful, but still connected to what really matters. Harvey paused, analyzing Damien's expression. He was concerned that you were isolating yourself too much after your divorce. Damien felt no annoyance at Harvey's presumption, only mild curiosity about Malcolm's concern for someone he had known primarily through business dealings. Isolation has advantages, Damien replied. No complications, no divided loyalties, no unexpected betrayals. Harvey's expression became serious, but it also has costs. Damien thanked Harvey for his concern and politely excused himself to leave early. Malcolm used to say that success without someone to share it with is just expensive loneliness. Malcolm had a family he could trust, which changed the calculation significantly. Trust can be rebuilt, Damien, not necessarily with the same people, but with new ones who earn it honestly. As he drove home through Chicago's evening traffic, Damien considered Harvey's words about rebuilding trust and Malcolm's supposed concern for his isolation. The advice was well-meaning but impractical. Damien had spent 2 years building a life that protected him from the vulnerabilities that had almost destroyed him. Damien had built walls that kept out betrayal, deception, and the kind of emotional manipulation that had characterized his marriage, but they also kept out love, companionship, and the possibility of genuine human connection. He recognized the trade-off and decided it was worthwhile. Damien sat in his home office that night, reviewing financial reports that confirmed his continued success. Since his divorce, Locke Industries had grown by 30%, his personal wealth had doubled, and his influence in Chicago's business community had reached levels that would have been unimaginable if he had been focused on family obligations. At 11 p.m., Damien's secure line rang with a call from his head of security. "Sir, we have a situation at the front gate." He had everything a businessman could want: wealth, power, respect, and complete freedom from personal complications that could impair his judgment or create vulnerabilities for his enemies to exploit. Damien walked to his security monitor, where he saw a young woman waiting in the rain outside his property's entrance. Despite the camera's distortion and the darkness of the night, he recognized Lena right away. "How long has she been there?" "About 20 minutes, Damien asked. "She's simply standing there, not attempting to enter or make contact." "Should we approach her?" Damien observed his daughter, the little girl he had once pushed on swings and taught to ride a bicycle, standing alone in the rain outside the gates of the house where she had previously lived. "Sir," the security officer prompted. Damien felt no urge to go to her, no paternal instinct to bring her inside out of the rain, only the cold recognition that some distances and relationships couldn't be bridged or repaired. She was 17 now, nearly an adult, trying to find the courage to approach a father who had made it clear that she was no longer welcome in his life. "She's not a security threat," Damien said quietly. "Let her stand there as long as she wants. But don't let her onto the property." Damien turned off the monitor and walked to his bedroom, where he prepared for sleep with the same methodical routine that had organized his life since he realized that family was an illusion and trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Outside in the rain, Lena Locke waited at the gates of her childhood home, trying to find the words for an apology that would never be accepted, and hoping for forgiveness from a father who had taught her that some betrayals were permanent. She eventually gave up and walked away at midnight, leaving Damien Locke alone in the empire he had built from the ashes of love, surrounded by success that no one could take away from him, and protected by walls that no one could breach. He had won every war that mattered and destroyed every enemy who dared to challenge him. He had achieved the ultimate victory, a life where betrayal was impossible because trust no longer existed. In the darkness of his empty house, Damien Locke slept the dreamless sleep of a man who had learned life's most brutal lesson and chosen survival over hope, power over love, and the cold certainty of solitude over the dangerous vulnerability of allowing anyone close enough to hurt him again. In the end, Damien Locke had everything he thought he wanted. In his ruthless pursuit of invulnerability, he destroyed every possibility of joy, love, and human connection. He had taught his enemies that some lines should never be crossed and some wars could never be won against him, and he had unlimited wealth, power, and protection from betrayal. Damien Locke had won the war against betrayal by eliminating the very relationships that make victory meaningful. As this story quietly slips away into the shadows of your mind, dissolving into the silent spaces where memory and mystery entwine, understand that it was never just a story. It was an awakening, a raw pulse of human truth wrapped in whispered secrets. Every word is a shard of fractured reality. Every sentence is a bridge between worlds seen and unseen, between the light of revelation and the dark abyss of what remains unsaid. And it is in this liminal space that stories breathe their most powerful magic, stirring the deepest chambers of your soul, provoking the unspoken fears, buried desires, and fragile hopes that cling to your heart like fragile embers. This is the power of these stories. These digital confessions whispered into the void where anonymity becomes the mask for truth and every viewer becomes the keeper of secrets too heavy to carry alone. And now that secret, that trembling echo of someone else's reality, becomes part of your own shadowed narrative, intertwining with your thoughts and awakening that undeniable curiosity. Hold on to this feeling, this electric thread of wonder and unease, because it is what connects us all across the vast unseen web of human experience. If your heart races and your mind lingers on the what-ifs and may, you know the story has done its job. Its magic has woven itself into the fabric of your being, so before you step away from this realm, remember this. Every story you encounter here is a whispered invitation to look deeper, to listen harder, to embrace the darkness and the light alike. And if you found yourself lost, or even slightly changed, honor this connection by keeping the flame alive. If the story haunted you, like this video, subscribe to join the fellowship of seekers who chase the unseen truths, and ring the bell to be the first to greet the next confession, shadow or revelation waiting to rise from the depths. We don't just tell stories here, we summon them. We become vessels for the forgotten, the hidden, and the unspoken. And you, dear listener, have become part of this sacred ritual. So, until the next story finds you in the quiet hours, keep your senses sharp, your heart open, and never stop chasing the whispers in the silence. Thank you for reading. Take care, and good luck.
My mother stole my boyfriend and convinced him to marry my sister while I was at MIT, never realizing I'd rise higher than them both. I'm Clara West, 32 years old, and I never imagined my life would turn out this way. As a successful software developer, I always dreamed of finding the perfect love story. Instead, I watched my mother convince my boyfriend to marry my sister in the ultimate betrayal. Years later, when they showed up at my reconciliation party, the looks on their faces when they met my husband were absolutely priceless. Sometimes, life's biggest heartbreaks lead to the greatest blessings. Before I dive into this wild journey, let me know where you're watching from in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want more stories about turning family betrayal into triumph. Growing up in suburban Boston, our family looked picture perfect from the outside. Our colonial-style home, with its white picket fence and manicured lawn, hid the dysfunction that brewed within. My mother, Margaret, ruled our household with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. She was the type of woman who smiled sweetly at neighbors, while critiquing everything about them once they left. My father, Richard, was her opposite. Quiet, passive, and perpetually nodding along to keep the peace. Then there was my sister, Vanessa, 3 years older than me. She was everything my mother wanted in a daughter. Blonde, beautiful, and socially gifted, Vanessa could charm anyone within minutes of meeting them. She was a cheerleader, homecoming queen, and the girl every boy wanted to date. I, on the other hand, was the family's black sheep. While Vanessa spent hours perfecting her makeup and social status, I buried myself in books and computer code. My bedroom walls were covered with academic awards rather than boy band posters. By age 14, I taught myself 3 programming languages and built my first rudimentary website. None of this impressed my mother. "Computers are for boys, Clara," she'd say with a dismissive wave. "You'll never find a husband if you keep hiding behind those screens." Every achievement of mine was met with the same response. "That's nice, dear. But did you hear about Vanessa's new modeling opportunity?" My sister's temporary jobs and failed ventures were celebrated, while my consistent academic excellence was treated as an afterthought. My father would occasionally sneak into my room after these exchanges, awkwardly patting my shoulder. "Your mother means well," he'd say. "She just worries about you." But his eyes told a different story. He knew the favoritism was wrong, but lacked the courage to confront it. The summer before my senior year of high school, I won a national coding competition that came with a college scholarship. When I excitedly shared the news at dinner, my mother's response was, "Well, I suppose that's one way to get to college, since you won't be getting any athletic scholarships like Vanessa did." My father stared at his plate, while Vanessa smirked. That night, I made a promise to myself. I would use that scholarship as my ticket out. I applied only to colleges at least 3 states away, and celebrated privately when my acceptance letter from MIT arrived. My mother's only comment was concern about me moving so far from family. College became my salvation. For the first time, I was surrounded by people who valued my intelligence and passion for technology. I met my best friend Lauren during orientation week, when we both reached for the same computer science textbook in the campus bookstore. You can have it, she said. I'll just copy your notes when you inevitably understand everything better than me anyway. Her honesty and humor were refreshing. Through Lauren, I began building the confidence my family had systematically dismantled. She couldn't understand why I dreaded going home during breaks. Your family sounds like a bad reality TV show, she said, after hearing stories about my mother and Vanessa. You know that's not normal, right? I did know, intellectually, but emotionally I still craved their approval. Each break, I returned home hoping things would be different. They never were. If anything, the contrast between my college life and home life made the dysfunction more apparent. By junior year, I'd limited my visits to major holidays. Each time I returned, I felt increasingly alien in my childhood home. My growing independence seemed to irritate my mother, who doubled down on criticism. MIT is making you cold, she accused, when I declined to play along with one of Vanessa's dramatic stories about a boyfriend who dumped her. You used to be such a sweet girl. The truth was, I was finding my voice. For the first time, I started pushing back against my mother's comments, politely, but firmly. My father watched these exchanges with a mixture of concern and what I thought might be pride. During winter break of my senior year, when my mother suggested I dress more like Vanessa for a neighborhood party, I calmly replied, "I'm comfortable with how I look, Mom." The shocked expression on her face was worth the silent treatment that followed. Little did I know, this newfound strength would be tested in ways I couldn't imagine when I brought home the first man I truly loved. I met Ethan Carter during a tech conference in my senior year at MIT. He was presenting a startup's new app that helped connect small local businesses with consumers. His presentation was confident, but not arrogant, technical, but accessible. When he fielded questions from the audience, he seemed genuinely interested in feedback, rather than defending his ideas. I was impressed. After the presentation, I worked up the courage to approach him with some suggestions about his user interface. Instead of dismissing me, he pulled out his notebook and asked me to explain further. We ended up talking for over an hour, eventually moving to a nearby coffee shop when conference staff needed to close the room. He had warm brown eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a habit of running his hand through his dark hair when he was thinking deeply about something. Your perspective is exactly what this project needs, he said as we finished our third cup of coffee. Would you be interested in meeting again to discuss this further? That meeting turned into weekly coffee dates, which evolved into coding sessions at the campus library, which eventually became actual dates. Ethan was unlike anyone I'd ever met. He was brilliant, but humble. Ambitious, but ethical. He listened when I spoke, and valued my opinions. For the first time, I felt truly seen. Our relationship deepened over the next few months. We'd spend hours talking about everything from algorithmic efficiency to our favorite childhood cartoons. He shared his dreams of building technology that would genuinely improve people's lives, not just make money. I found myself opening up about my family dynamics, something I rarely discussed with anyone besides Lauren. They sound challenging, he said carefully, after I described a particularly painful Christmas where my mother had compared my academic scholarship to Vanessa's beauty pageant win, declaring only one of those would last beyond youth. Your intelligence and passion are incredible gifts, Clara, Ethan continued. Anyone who can't see that isn't seeing you clearly. By spring break we were serious enough that I invited him to come home with me to meet my family. Part of me wanted to show off this amazing man who valued exactly what my family dismissed about me. Another part hoped that seeing me with someone like Ethan might finally make my mother recognize my worth. The visit started promisingly. My father seemed genuinely interested in Ethan's business, asking thoughtful questions about his startup's growth strategy. My mother was uncharacteristically warm, serving her special Sunday roast, usually reserved for Vanessa's boyfriends. You've done well for yourself, Ethan, my mother said, refilling his wine glass for the third time. Stanford, Google, and now your own company at such a young age, very impressive. I should have recognized the gleam in her eye. It wasn't approval of my choice. It was assessment of an asset. Vanessa arrived halfway through dinner, making what I now realized was a calculated late entrance. She'd been in the area and decided to drop by, though she lived 40 minutes away. She was between boyfriends at the time and had recently been laid off from her receptionist job at a local real estate office. My sister swept into the dining room in a form-fitting dress, hair and makeup perfect despite her claims of just being in the neighborhood. She kissed everyone hello, lingering slightly when she reached Ethan. I noticed her hand resting on his shoulder as she leaned in. So, you're the genius programmer Clara's been hiding from us, she said with a laugh that somehow made it sound like I'd been keeping secrets, rather than simply living my life 3 states away. Throughout the remainder of dinner, Vanessa inserted herself into every conversation, strategically highlighting connections between herself and Ethan. They discovered they both enjoyed hiking, though Vanessa had gone exactly once for a photo shoot. They both loved sushi, though Vanessa typically complained about raw fish. They both enjoyed indie films, though Vanessa usually fell asleep during anything without explosions or romance. I watched Ethan carefully during these exchanges, relieved to see him responding politely but returning his attention to me or my father after each of Vanessa's interruptions. When she asked about his business model, claiming a secret interest in tech entrepreneurship that was news to everyone at the table, he gave brief answers before turning to me. "Clara's actually been helping me refine the algorithm," he said, squeezing my hand under the table. "She spotted inefficiencies I'd missed entirely." My mother cleared her throat. "Well, isn't that nice? Vanessa has quite a head for business too. You know, she nearly majored in marketing before deciding on communications." "I changed because marketing seemed too limiting," Vanessa added quickly. "I wanted something broader." What she didn't mention was that she'd failed the introductory marketing course twice before switching majors. Despite these undercurrents, the weekend visit ended on a positive note. Ethan and I drove back to Cambridge, and he seemed genuinely impressed with my family. "Your mother really went all out with that dinner," he said. "And your sister is certainly energetic." I laughed nervously. "That's one way to put it. Your dad seems great too, though quieter than I expected based on your stories." "He's different when my mother's around," I explained, more subdued. Ethan nodded thoughtfully, but didn't comment further. Over the next few weeks, our relationship deepened further. Late one night, as we lay looking at the stars from the roof of his apartment building, Ethan broached our future for the first time. "Have you thought about what happens after graduation?" he asked, his fingers intertwined with mine. "Job hunting, I guess," I replied. "I've had a few interviews lined up." "What if—" he hesitated. "What if you came to work with me instead? We could expand the business together. Your skills complement mine perfectly." My heart raced. "Are you serious?" "Completely, and maybe—" he squeezed my hand. "Maybe we could look for an apartment together too. If you wanted." For the first time, I allowed myself to envision a future where I was truly happy, a life built with someone who valued me for exactly who I was. I turned to kiss him, overwhelmed with emotion. "I'll take that as a yes," he whispered against my lips. Little did I know that while I was dreaming of our future together, forces were already in motion to ensure it would never happen. My final semester at MIT should have been exciting. I had excellent job prospects, a capstone project that was garnering attention from industry professionals, and a relationship that gave me the emotional support I'd always craved. Instead, it became the period when everything fell apart. The changes were subtle at first. Ethan began taking longer to respond to texts. Our daily phone calls became every other day, then twice a week. He canceled our standing Friday night date 3 weeks in a row, citing meetings with potential investors that mysteriously always seemed to run late. "I'm sorry, babe," he'd say, sounding genuinely regretful. "This round of funding is crucial. Once it's secured, things will calm down." I believed him because I had no reason not to. His startup was at a critical growth stage, and I understood the demands of the tech world. I was busy too, spending long hours in the lab perfecting my capstone project. Still, something felt off. One evening, while scrolling through Instagram, I noticed a post from a restaurant in my hometown. The image showed their famous chocolate lava cake, and the caption mentioned a special visitor from the tech world. In the background of the photo, blurred but recognizable, was Ethan's profile. My stomach dropped. He told me he was in New York that weekend, meeting investors. What was he doing in my hometown, 3 hours in the opposite direction? When I confronted him during our next call, his explanation came too quickly. "It was a last-minute change of plans. A potential investor lives near your parents and suggested meeting there. I was going to tell you, but I knew you were stressed about your project deadline." "Did you see my family while you were there?" I asked. A pause. "Too long. I ran into your mom at the grocery store. Pure coincidence. She insisted I come over for coffee since I was in town." Something in his voice sounded off, but I couldn't identify what. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the distance and stress were making me insecure. I threw myself deeper into my project, ignoring the growing unease. 3 weeks later, during spring break, I decided to surprise Ethan by driving to his apartment instead of going home. I hadn't told my family I was coming either. The thought of another tense dinner with Vanessa's increasingly obvious flirtation toward Ethan was more than I could handle that week. When I arrived at Ethan's building, his car wasn't in its usual spot. On a hunch, I drove to his office. His car wasn't there either, but his business partner Ryan was just leaving. Ethan? Ryan looked confused when I asked. He took a few days off, said he was visiting family. Ethan's family lived in California. Mine lived in Massachusetts. We were in Cambridge. I drove home in a daze, not entirely sure what I was thinking or planning. 6 hours later, I pulled into my parents' driveway at 11 p.m. My father's car was there. So was my mother's. And parked behind them was Ethan's distinctive blue Subaru, with a small dent in the passenger door from when we'd gone hiking and a rock had hit it during a minor landslide. The house was dark, except for the living room. I used my key to enter quietly, hearing low voices from that direction. I moved toward the sound, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they would hear it. I stopped at the living room entrance, partially hidden by the hallway wall. Ethan sat on our couch, my sister beside him, closer than friends would sit. My mother was in her favorite armchair across from them, leaning forward animatedly as she spoke. "You two make so much sense together," she was saying. "Clara is so absorbed in her computer world. She'll never fully appreciate what you're building, Ethan. You need someone who understands the social aspects of business, the connections, the networking. Vanessa has those skills in abundance." "Clara has been really distant lately," Ethan replied, though he shifted uncomfortably. "Always working on her project." "That's how she is," Vanessa chimed in, placing her hand on his knee. "Always choosing computers over people. Remember when she skipped my college graduation to attend that tech conference?" I hadn't. I'd skipped it because Vanessa specifically told me not to come after I'd refused to write her final term paper for her. "I just don't know anymore," Ethan continued. "Things were so clear a few months ago. But now you need to think about your future," my mother pressed. "Vanessa can be the perfect partner for a man with your ambitions. The supportive wife who makes the right connections, hosts the right dinner parties. Can you honestly see Clara doing that? She'd probably wear jeans to a business function and talk about coding all night." I must have made a sound, because suddenly all three heads turned in my direction. The look on Ethan's face, shock mingled with guilt, told me everything I needed to know. "Clara," my mother recovered first. "What a surprise. We thought you were staying at school this week." I ignored her, focusing on Ethan. "How long has this been going on?" He stood up, moving away from Vanessa. "It's not what it looks like." "Really?" "Because it looks like you've been coming to my family home behind my back. It looks like you're sitting here with my mother and sister, discussing our relationship and your doubts about me. What part am I misinterpreting?" "Sweetheart," my mother interjected, "we're just having a conversation. Ethan has been kind enough to visit your father and me occasionally. Is that so wrong?" "And me ending up here during those visits is pure coincidence," Vanessa added with a smirk, one that disappeared when my mother shot her a warning look. "When did these visits start?" I asked Ethan directly. He couldn't meet my eyes. "A couple months ago, your mom called me. Said your dad was having health issues and wanted some company while your mom ran errands. It seemed harmless. My father had no health issues, and he was currently upstairs, oblivious, or deliberately absent from the scene." "And then?" Ethan ran a hand through his hair, that familiar gesture now painful to watch. "Then it became regular. Your mom would call, say they missed having young people around. I'd stop by when I was in the area. When you told me you were somewhere else." He didn't deny it. "Clara," my mother stood, approaching me like I was a wounded animal that might lash out. "You're overreacting. Ethan has been confused about your relationship. That's natural when young people are planning their futures. I simply pointed out that perhaps you two want different things, and suggested my sister as a convenient replacement," I finished for her. "Don't be crude," my mother snapped, her gentle facade cracking. "I merely observed that Vanessa might be more aligned with the type of life Ethan is building. You've made it abundantly clear that your computers come first. What successful man wants to be second place in his wife's life?" The word wife hung in the air. Ethan and I had discussed moving in together, but marriage had been only an implied someday. I turned to Ethan. "Do you agree with her assessment, that I'm too focused on my career to be a good partner to you?" He hesitated. And in that hesitation, I had my answer. "Clara," he finally said, "you have to admit, things have changed. You're always working on your project for graduation." I interrupted. "It's temporary. And you've been equally busy with your startup. I never once doubted your commitment because of it. It's not just that, he continued weakly. Your family has helped me see that maybe we want different futures. My family, I repeated flatly. You mean my mother, and the sister who's apparently been pursuing you behind my back. No one's been pursuing anyone, Vanessa protested, though her hand still rested possessively on the couch where Ethan had been sitting. I laughed, a hollow sound that startled even me. Mom, why? Why would you do this? For a moment, my mother's mask slipped completely, revealing the calculating woman beneath. Let's be practical, Clara. Vanessa needs a successful husband more than you do. You'll always be able to support yourself with your computer job. Vanessa needs security, social standing. The brutal honesty stunned me into silence. Besides, she continued, apparently believing this logic would convince me. You were never going to be the right wife for someone like Ethan. He needs someone who understands the social requirements of being married to a successful man, someone who can entertain, who knows the right people, someone who puts family first. I think what your mother means, Ethan interjected, apparently finding his voice, is that we might want different things in life. No, I think my mother was perfectly clear, I replied, surprising myself with how steady my voice remained. She decided my sister deserves you more than I do. So she orchestrated this whole scenario, and you went along with it. I turned to leave, then paused. Where's Dad in all this? My mother's expression tightened. Your father doesn't involve himself in these matters, which meant he knew and did nothing. Again. I looked at Ethan one last time. We're done. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't try to explain. Whatever we had is over. As I walked out, I heard my mother saying, she'll calm down eventually. Clara has always been dramatic about these things. I got in my car and drove until I couldn't see through my tears anymore. Pulling over at a highway rest stop, I called the only person I could trust. Lauren, I need help. Everything's falling apart. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and definitely couldn't focus on completing my final semester. After spending 4 years working toward my degree, I made the painful decision to withdraw with just 2 months remaining. My academic advisor was shocked. This isn't like you, Clara, she said during our meeting. Whatever is happening, we can work around it. Extensions, incomplete grades that you can finish during the summer. But the thought of remaining in Cambridge, where every coffee shop and library corner held memories of Ethan, was unbearable. More importantly, I couldn't bear the thought of graduation with no one in the audience truly cheering for me. The facade had been completely shattered. Lauren offered me her couch until I figured out my next steps. Her tiny apartment became my refuge as I cycled through grief, rage, and paralyzing self-doubt. Some days, I couldn't get out of bed, replaying my mother's words in my head. Vanessa needs a successful husband more than you do. Had my entire family relationship been a competition I wasn't even aware I was participating in? Your mother is genuinely the most toxic person I've ever heard of, Lauren declared one evening as we split a pint of ice cream. And I once had a roommate who stole my identity and opened 3 credit cards. Despite her attempts at humor, I could see Lauren's growing concern. After I spent a week barely leaving the couch, she gently suggested therapy. Just a few sessions, she urged. My cousin went after her divorce and said it changed her life. Mostly to appease her, I agreed. The therapist, Dr. Linden, was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a direct manner that cut through my foggy mental state. What your family did was a profound betrayal, she told me in our first session. Your feelings are completely valid, but you have choices now about what role they play in your future. Over the next few months, those weekly sessions became anchors. Dr. Linden helped me see patterns in my family dynamics that went far beyond this final betrayal. More importantly, she helped me understand that I didn't have to continue participating in them. Your mother's behavior suggests deeply rooted insecurities that she's projecting onto both you and your sister, Dr. Linden explained. But her issues don't have to become your issues. By August, I had made a decision. I applied to complete my degree at the University of Washington in Seattle, as far from both Boston and California as I could reasonably get. With my MIT transcript and glowing recommendations from professors, I was accepted with a scholarship that would cover my final semester. Saying goodbye to Lauren was difficult. She had been my rock during the darkest period of my life. You better video call me every week, she said fiercely as we hugged at the airport. And I'm coming to your graduation with an embarrassingly large sign, and air horns. Seattle felt like breathing fresh air after being underwater. The city's blend of technology and natural beauty suited me perfectly. I found a tiny studio apartment near campus and decorated it with absolutely nothing that reminded me of my past life. No family photos, no mementos from MIT, no traces of Ethan. My phone remained largely silent. Ethan had tried calling and texting for the first few weeks after our confrontation, his messages evolving from defensive, "You didn't give me a chance to explain," to apologetic, "I made a terrible mistake," to pathetically nostalgic, "Remember when we watched the meteor shower on my roof?" I never responded, eventually blocking his number. My parents' communications followed a predictable pattern. My mother acted as if nothing had happened, sending chatty texts about neighborhood gossip and Vanessa's latest adventures. My father sent occasional brief messages, usually devoid of any real content. "Hope you're doing well." Neither acknowledged the betrayal directly. I responded minimally to my father and not at all to my mother. Through social media, which I rarely checked anymore, I learned that Ethan and Vanessa were officially dating. 2 months later, they were engaged. The announcement featured a photo of them with my beaming mother between them. My father stood slightly apart, his smile not reaching his eyes. I deactivated all my accounts that day. With my social media gone and my old connections fading, I poured everything into rebuilding my life. I completed my degree with honors, attended by Lauren and her family, but no one from my own. After graduation, I accepted an entry-level position at a mid-sized tech company in downtown Seattle. The salary was modest, but the role offered valuable experience and, most importantly, a foot in the door of the Seattle tech scene. Slowly, I built a new friend circle. There was Kim from the rock climbing gym, who dragged me out for weekend hikes, insisting physical activity was essential for mental health. Aaron and David, a couple from my apartment building, adopted me into their friend group after discovering my pitiful, empty refrigerator when they brought over misdelivered mail. And there was Lena from work, whose quiet competence and dry humor made our long coding sessions enjoyable, rather than merely tolerable. These new friends knew nothing of my family drama. To them, I was simply Clara from the East Coast, who didn't talk much about home. They accepted this without question, filling our time together with present joys rather than past sorrows. 1 year after moving to Seattle, I received a text from my father that finally acknowledged reality. "Vanessa and Ethan's wedding this weekend. Your mother asks if you've changed your mind about attending." I hadn't been invited. I hadn't expected to be. I responded simply, "No." My father's reply came hours later. "I understand. I'm sorry, Clara." It was the closest thing to an apology I'd received from any of them. And while insufficient, it opened a thin channel of communication between us. We began exchanging occasional texts, nothing deep, usually just brief life updates. He never mentioned my mother or Vanessa, and I never asked. Through this minimal connection, I learned that Ethan's startup had failed 6 months after their wedding. He was now working for a competitor of the company he'd founded, a significant step down from CEO. Vanessa was between jobs again. They had moved into my parents' guest house temporarily while Ethan regrouped. This information should have brought satisfaction, perhaps even joy. Instead, I felt a strange emptiness. Their struggles didn't undo my pain or restore what I'd lost. Success, I realized, would be the best revenge, not because it would hurt them, but because it would fulfill me. Around this time, I was assigned to a new project at work, developing software for healthcare systems. The project lead was Omar Khan, a brilliant developer with 15 years of experience who had recently transferred from our San Francisco office. Under his mentorship, my skills expanded exponentially. "You have remarkable talent," he told me during a code review, "but you're playing it safe. Don't be afraid to propose solutions that break conventional approaches." His encouragement pushed me to develop innovative algorithms that significantly improved our system's efficiency. When the project was completed ahead of schedule and under budget, Omar made sure the entire department knew my contributions had been key to its success. That project led to my first promotion, then to larger responsibilities and leadership roles. By my 3rd year in Seattle, I had established a reputation as someone who solved problems others couldn't. My career was flourishing in ways I couldn't have imagined during those dark days on Lauren's couch. Yet despite professional success and a supportive friend circle, I kept potential romantic partners at arm's length. The betrayal had left scars that made trusting difficult. Several promising relationships ended when I couldn't bring myself to be fully vulnerable. The wall I'd built for protection had become a prison of sorts. Dr. Linden, with whom I still had occasional video sessions, gently pointed this out. "Walls keep out pain," she said. but they also keep out joy. At some point, you'll need to decide if the protection is worth the isolation. I wasn't sure it wasn't, but life has a way of making decisions for us when we hesitate too long to make them ourselves. The Nexus project was my company's most ambitious undertaking to date, a comprehensive system designed to integrate patient data across healthcare providers while maintaining strict privacy protocols. The complexity required assembling an elite team drawn from multiple departments. As one of the lead developers, I attended the kickoff meeting with both excitement and trepidation. Our department head opened the session. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce Daniel Zhang, who's joining us from our Toronto office. Daniel will be the technical architect for Nexus, bringing his expertise in secure systems design and implementation. Daniel entered the conference room, and my first impression was of quiet competence. Around my age, maybe a year or two older, with thoughtful eyes behind simple glasses and a presence that commanded attention without demanding it. When he spoke, explaining his vision for the project architecture, his passion for the work was evident in every carefully chosen word. During the breakout sessions that followed, Daniel and I were assigned to map the data flow framework. As we worked, I found myself repeatedly impressed by his approach to problem solving, methodical yet creative, with an eye for elegant solutions. "That's an interesting way to handle the authentication sequence," I commented as he sketched a diagram. "I wouldn't have considered decoupling those components." He smiled slightly. "Sometimes the best solutions come from questioning assumptions about what belongs together." Something in his tone suggested he might be talking about more than just code. Over the following weeks, Daniel and I developed a productive professional rhythm. We challenged each other's ideas respectfully, building on our different strengths to create something better than either of us could have designed alone. I found myself looking forward to our working sessions, extending them with questions that could have waited until the next day. One evening, as we were the last two people in the office, Daniel leaned back in his chair and asked, "Want to continue this discussion over dinner? There's a great Vietnamese place around the corner." The invitation was casual, clearly professional, yet I hesitated. This boundary between work colleague and potential friend was one I rarely crossed. Noticing my hesitation, he added, "No pressure. I just thought food might help us solve this permissions hierarchy issue." I surprised myself by agreeing. That dinner became the first of many. Our conversations expanded beyond work to books, hiking trails, the challenges of urban gardening, his passion, and rock climbing, mine. Daniel spoke of his family, Chinese immigrants who had settled in Vancouver, his father's small accounting practice, his mother's community college teaching career, his younger sister's medical studies. His stories were filled with warmth and respect. So different from the dynamics I'd grown up with. I shared carefully edited versions of my own background, mentioning MIT but not my incomplete final semester, describing Boston but not my family. Daniel never pushed for details I wasn't offering, yet his attentive listening created a space where I gradually wanted to share more. 3 months into the project, Daniel suggested a Saturday hike to celebrate completing a particularly challenging module. The trail he chose offered spectacular views of Mount Rainier, and as we reached the summit viewpoint, something shifted in our interaction. Away from keyboards and conference rooms, surrounded by towering trees and mountain vistas, we were simply two people enjoying each other's company. During our descent, Daniel mentioned a documentary film festival happening the following weekend. "Would you be interested in going?" "Not as colleagues," he clarified, "but as a date." The word date triggered an immediate internal panic. I'd successfully avoided anything beyond casual coffee meetups since moving to Seattle. The prospect of opening myself to potential hurt again was terrifying. "I need to think about it," I replied honestly. Daniel nodded. "Take all the time you need. The offer stands." That evening, I called Lauren for the first time in weeks. "He asked you out, and you said you'd think about it?" she exclaimed. "Clara, this is progress. 6 months ago, you would have invented an imaginary pet emergency to avoid answering." "But what if it goes wrong?" I asked. "What if he's not who he seems to be?" "What if he is exactly who he seems to be?" she countered. "Look, I get it. Ethan and your family did a number on you, but from everything you've told me, Daniel seems genuinely decent, and you clearly like him enough to be scared of liking him." She was right. After wrestling with my fears for another day, I texted Daniel to accept his invitation. Our first official date revealed another layer of Daniel that deepened my attraction. His intelligence I already knew, but outside of work, his playful sense of humor emerged. He asked thoughtful questions and remembered small details from our previous conversations. Most importantly, he seemed completely comfortable with himself, lacking the insecurity that often drives people to impress others. As weeks became months, our relationship deepened. Daniel's patience allowed me to set the pace, never rushing intimacy or declarations of feeling. When I finally told him I was falling in love with him 8 months after our first date, his response was both joyful and reassuring. "I've been in love with you since our third project meeting," he admitted. "When you demolished my security protocol design and then immediately built it back up better than before, I knew then you were someone special." Still, I kept my deepest wounds hidden. Daniel knew I was estranged from my family, but not why. That changed after a year together, when he invited me to Vancouver to meet his parents during Lunar New Year celebrations. The Hayes family welcomed me with genuine warmth. Watching their interactions, the teasing affection, the arguments that resolved with laughter, the unquestioned support, brought both joy and an ache of comparison I couldn't suppress. After we returned to Seattle, Daniel found me crying in our hotel room. "What's wrong?" he asked, immediately concerned. "Did my family overwhelm you? My mother can be intense, I know." "No, your family is wonderful," I managed through tears. "It's just, they made me see what I never had." That night, I finally shared the full story. MIT, Ethan, my mother's manipulation, my sister's betrayal, my father's complicity, the shattered life I'd fled, and the new one I'd built from the pieces. Daniel listened without interruption, his expression shifting from shock to anger to deep compassion. When I finished, he took my hands in his. "Thank you for trusting me with this. I understand now why trust is so difficult for you." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "What they did was unforgivable. But I need you to know something. Not everyone will betray you. I won't betray you." "You can't promise that," I whispered. "I can promise to try every day to be worthy of your trust," he replied. "And I can promise that if we ever have conflicts or doubts, I'll bring them directly to you, not to anyone else." His response wasn't a blanket reassurance that my fears were unfounded. Instead, it acknowledged the reality of my experience while offering a different path forward. That honesty meant more than 1,000 promises never to hurt me could have. Our relationship deepened after that night. With my history no longer a shadow between us, I could fully embrace the possibility of a future together. Daniel became not just my partner, but my closest friend, challenging me when I needed challenging, and supporting me when I needed support. 2 years into our relationship, during a weekend trip to the San Juan Islands, Daniel proposed. The ring was an emerald rather than a diamond, set in a design he'd helped create. "It reminded me of your eyes," he explained. "And emerald symbolizes truth and love. Both seem appropriate." Though I'd known this moment might come, I found myself hesitating. "Are you sure? My family baggage is considerable." Daniel smiled. "I'm not marrying your family. I'm asking to marry you, Clara West, with all your brilliance and strength and carefully protected heart. Will you build a life with me?" "Yes," I said, the word carrying all the certainty I'd never thought I'd feel again. "Yes, I will." We planned a small wedding with just our closest friends. I didn't invite my family, though I sent my father a brief text letting him know I was getting married. His response was typical. "Congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy." No mention of attending. No questions about Daniel. I hadn't expected otherwise. Our wedding day was perfect in its simplicity. Lauren served as my maid of honor, flying in from Boston with her new fiancé. Daniel's sister Sophie was a bridesmaid, and his college roommate Caleb stood as best man. We exchanged vows in a garden overlooking Puget Sound, surrounded by 40 people who truly cared about us. "Today I choose you," Daniel said in his vows. "And I'll choose you again tomorrow and every day after that." My own vows acknowledged the journey. "You taught me that trust isn't naive. It's the bravest choice we can make. I trust you with my heart, my future, and all the dreams we'll build together." After the wedding, life expanded in unexpected ways. Daniel and I combined our technical expertise to launch a healthcare data security startup. The timing was perfect. Increased regulations around patient data privacy created an immediate market for our solutions. Within 18 months, we'd grown from just the two of us working evenings and weekends to a company of 20 employees with significant venture funding. Success brought visibility I hadn't anticipated. Our company was featured in tech publications and local business journals. I gave interviews about data security and presented at conferences. Though I used my married name professionally, Clara Hayes, it was only a matter of time before my past and present collided. That collision came in the form of a LinkedIn message from Ethan. "Congratulations on your success. You always were the brilliant one. We'd love to catch up sometime." I showed the message to Daniel, who raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing," I replied. "He's not part of my life anymore." I deleted the message without responding, but it triggered thoughts about my family that I'd managed to suppress for years. Through occasional texts with my father, I knew that Ethan and Vanessa's marriage was struggling. His career had never recovered from his startup's failure, and Vanessa had grown resentful of their financial dependence on my parents. My mother apparently still controlled the family narrative, positioning me as the ungrateful daughter who had abandoned them. Then came news that changed everything. My father had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. His text was characteristically understated. "Doctor says 6 to 12 months. Would like to see you before then." After years of maintaining emotional distance, I found myself at a crossroads. The hurt remained, but so did earlier memories of my father, teaching me to ride a bike, sneaking me extra dessert when my mother wasn't looking, quietly encouraging my academic interests even when he didn't understand them. "I think I need to go," I told Daniel that evening. "Then we'll go," he replied simply. "Together." The decision to reconnect with my family opened the door to a confrontation years in the making. A confrontation that would finally bring everything full circle in ways I never could have anticipated. After careful consideration, Daniel and I decided that, rather than visiting my family home where my mother would control the environment, we would invite them to Seattle. The distance would give me emotional space and the home field advantage I needed for such a loaded reunion. "We'll host them at our place," Daniel suggested. "That way, you can set the terms of engagement." Our place was a waterfront property on Mercer Island, purchased after our company's second round of funding. The modern glass and cedar home, with its expansive views of Lake Washington, reflected our success in a way that words couldn't convey. I wasn't above wanting my family to see what I'd built without them. I called my father directly to extend the invitation. His voice, thinner than I remembered, brightened when I suggested the visit. "We could come next month," he said. "Your mother and I. And would it be all right if Vanessa and Ethan came too? They're living with us now, and your mother doesn't want to leave Vanessa alone while we're gone." The request sent ice through my veins. Seeing my parents after 6 years would be challenging enough. Facing Ethan and Vanessa seemed impossible, but I recognized the manipulation. My mother was ensuring I couldn't have time alone with my father. "Everyone is welcome," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice remained. "We have plenty of room." Daniel squeezed my hand in support as I ended the call. "Are you sure about this, including Ethan and Vanessa?" "No," I admitted, "but I need to do this completely, no more shadows hanging over us." The month before their visit passed quickly. Between preparing our home and managing our growing company, I had little time to dwell on anxiety. Daniel arranged for a private chef to handle the first night's dinner, understanding that cooking for the people who had hurt me so deeply would be an unfair burden. The day of their arrival, I stood in our living room, looking out over the water, trying to center myself. Daniel came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. "Remember," he said softly, "you're not that vulnerable girl anymore. You're Clara Hayes, co-founder and CTO of Hayes Secure, with 14 patents and a wait list of clients. More importantly, you're a woman who rebuilt her life from scratch. Nothing they say or do can take that away." The doorbell rang precisely at 4 o'clock. My mother had always valued punctuality. I took a deep breath and opened the door. My father stood closest, dramatically thinner than I remembered, his skin bearing the yellowish tint characteristic of his disease. Despite his obvious illness, his eyes lit up at the sight of me. "Clara," he said, his voice catching. Without thinking, I stepped forward to embrace him, his body feeling fragile beneath my arms. My mother stood just behind him, barely aged from my memory. Her critical eyes took me in, then shifted to assess our home visible through the open door. "You look well," she said, her tone suggesting surprise at this fact. "Thank you for having us." Vanessa and Ethan hung back awkwardly. My sister had gained weight, her once model-esque figure now softer, her carefully maintained blonde hair showing dark roots. Beside her, Ethan looked almost exactly as I remembered, though a new tension lined his face and his once confident posture had diminished. "Please come in," I said, stepping back to allow them entry. "Daniel is looking forward to meeting you all." As they entered our home, I watched their expressions. My mother's practiced neutrality couldn't fully mask her shock at the obvious luxury. Vanessa's eyes widened, darting from the vaulted ceilings to the designer furniture to the floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the lake view. Ethan seemed to physically shrink as he took in the success I'd achieved without him. Daniel appeared from his office, the consummate host. Tall, distinguished in casual linen pants and a light blue button-down that complemented his warm complexion, he radiated confidence without arrogance. "Welcome to Seattle," he greeted them, shaking hands with my father, then my mother. When he reached Ethan, there was a brief, charged moment as the two men assessed each other. Daniel's smile never wavered, but I saw Ethan recognize something in my husband's eyes, knowledge of exactly who Ethan was and what he had done. "We've prepared the guest rooms upstairs," Daniel continued smoothly. "Why don't you all get settled before dinner? Clara can show you the way." As I led my family upstairs, my mother fell into step beside me. "This is quite a home," she remarked. "Your husband must be very successful." "We both are, Mother," I replied evenly. "I co-founded our company with Daniel. We're equal partners in every sense." She absorbed this information with a tight smile. "How progressive." I showed them to their rooms, my parents in the main guest suite, Vanessa and Ethan in the smaller room across the hall. As they unpacked, I retreated downstairs to find Daniel opening wine in the kitchen. "They're exactly as you described," he said quietly. "Your mother started assessing the property value within 30 seconds of arrival." I laughed despite my tension. "Just wait until dinner. She'll be counting the silver." The private chef Daniel had arranged prepared an exquisite meal. As we gathered around our dining table, the conversation remained superficial. Seattle weather, their flight, my father's treatment options. Daniel expertly filled awkward silences with questions about Boston and observations about the differences between Canadian and American healthcare systems. It was during dessert that my mother finally broached the subject of our company. "So," she said, setting down her fork with precision, "Clara mentioned you run a business together. What exactly do you do?" Daniel glanced at me, silently offering the chance to answer. I took it. "We founded Hayes Secure 4 years ago," I explained. "We specialize in healthcare data security systems. Our software protects patient information while allowing authorized access across different healthcare providers." "Hayes Secure," my mother repeated. "You took Daniel's name for the company." "It tested better with focus groups," I replied smoothly, though the real reason was simpler. I'd wanted nothing of my past associated with my future. "They're being modest," my father interjected. "I looked up their company before we came. They were featured in Forbes last year. Healthcare Security Revolution, the article called it." My mother's eyebrows rose fractionally. "How impressive." Ethan cleared his throat. "What's your market valuation now?" "Last funding round," Daniel answered casually. "Our last valuation was just over $300 million. We're not looking for additional investment currently. We're cash flow positive and growing sustainably." The figure hung in the air, $300 million. Ethan's failed startup had peaked at a $4 million valuation before collapsing. $300 million, Vanessa repeated, looking at Ethan with an expression I couldn't quite read. "That's... wow." "Enough about business," my mother interjected briskly. "Clara, will you and Daniel be starting a family soon?" "You're not getting any younger, Mom," Vanessa protested weakly. "It's a reasonable question," my mother defended. "They have this enormous house. Seems a shame not to fill it with children." "We're focused on our company right now," Daniel answered diplomatically. "But we haven't ruled out children in the future." My mother turned to me. "You always said you wanted children, Clara. Remember those dolls you used to line up in your room? You had names for all of them." I had no such memory. Vanessa had been the one obsessed with dolls. This subtle rewriting of history was so typical of my mother that I almost laughed. "If Clara and I decide to have children," Daniel said, his voice gentle but firm, "it will be on our timeline, not anyone else's." My mother's smile tightened, unused to being challenged so politely yet definitively. As the evening progressed, the dynamics became increasingly clear. My mother attempted to reassert control through passive-aggressive comments and selective memories. My father observed quietly, occasionally catching my eye with what seemed like apology. Vanessa fluctuated between feigned interest in our lives and thinly veiled envy. And Ethan grew progressively more uncomfortable, drinking too much wine and barely contributing to the conversation. By the time we moved to the living room for after-dinner drinks, the facade of a pleasant family reunion had worn dangerously thin. How are things in Boston? I asked, deliberately vague. A weighted silence followed. My father stared into his whiskey. My mother smoothed an invisible wrinkle from her skirt. We're between opportunities at the moment, Vanessa finally answered. Ethan's exploring several promising positions. I see, I replied. And you're living with mom and dad while you explore? Temporarily, Ethan said quickly. My non-compete clause from Growth Tech just expired, so I can finally look at other startups in the same space. It's been 3 years, Vanessa added, an edge to her voice. A very long temporary arrangement. We're happy to help family through difficult transitions, my mother said pointedly. That's what families do. They support each other through challenges. The implication hung heavily in the air, that I had abandoned my family responsibilities by cutting contact. Daniel, sensing the rising tension, stood. Would anyone like to see the garden? We've just installed a Japanese-inspired meditation area overlooking the water. My father rose eagerly. I'd enjoy that. As the others followed Daniel outside, I remained behind to refresh drinks. Ethan lingered awkwardly, handling his empty glass. Your husband seems like a good man, he said finally. He is, I replied simply. You've done incredibly well for yourself, Clara. I always knew you would. I looked at him directly for the first time that evening. Did you? Because I recall you agreeing that I was too focused on my career to be a good partner, that I'd never understand the social aspects of business. He flushed. I was confused. Your mother can be very persuasive. Yes, she can be. But we all make our own choices, Ethan. He set down his glass. I made the wrong one. Surely you know that by now. Before I could respond, my father appeared in the doorway. Clara, could I speak with you privately for a moment? Ethan nodded awkwardly and slipped past my father toward the garden. My father took a seat on the couch, his movements slow and deliberate. Your home is beautiful, he said. But more importantly, you seem happy. I am, I confirmed. I owe you an apology, he continued, his voice slow. Many apologies, actually. I failed you, Clara. I knew what your mother and Vanessa were doing with Ethan, and I did nothing to stop it. The directness of his admission startled me. Why not? He sighed heavily. Cowardice, mainly. I've spent 40 years taking the path of least resistance with your mother. It was easier to let her have her way than to fight battles I didn't think I could win. He looked up, his eyes damp. But that's no excuse for letting her hurt you, for hurting you myself through inaction. His sincere regret pierced the armor I'd built around my heart. I needed you to stand up for me, Dad. I know, and I'll regret until my dying day that I didn't. He reached for my hand. I don't expect forgiveness, Clara. I just wanted you to know that I see clearly now what happened, and I'm deeply sorry for my part in it. From the garden, raised voices drew our attention. Through the windows, I could see my mother and Vanessa in what appeared to be a heated discussion, with Daniel standing calmly between them. We should join them, my father suggested. Your mother becomes unpredictable when challenged. In the garden, the scene became clear as we approached. My mother was berating Daniel about something while Vanessa stood nearby, arms crossed defensively. Absolutely inappropriate to suggest such a thing, my mother was saying. Our financial arrangements are private family matters. Daniel noticed our approach and turned. Ah, Clara, Richard. We were just discussing family dynamics. He's suggesting we're taking advantage of Dad's finances, Vanessa blurted, as if we're some kind of parasites. Daniel shook his head. That's not what I said. I simply observed that multi-generational living can create complex financial interdependencies that sometimes prevent people from making fully independent choices. My mother's face flushed with anger. You know nothing about our family. On the contrary, Daniel replied calmly. I know a great deal about your family. From Clara's perspective. I know about the manipulation, the favoritism, the betrayal. Daniel, I warned softly, though part of me thrilled to hear someone finally confront my mother directly. Betrayal is a strong word, my mother sniffed. Family matters are complicated. Clara has always had a flair for drama and a selective memory. Mom, Vanessa interrupted, surprising everyone. Stop. Just stop. My mother turned to her in shock. Excuse me? He's right, Vanessa continued, her voice shaking. We both know what you did with Ethan. What we did. It was wrong. Ethan, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Your mother told me Clara was seeing someone else at MIT, that she was using me as a backup plan while pursuing a professor she was interested in. I gasped. That's completely untrue. I know that now, he said quietly. But at the time, it made sense of why you were so busy, why you seemed distant. Your mother showed me texts from your phone that seemed to confirm it. I never texted anything like that, I said, my mind racing. She must have used my phone, Vanessa finished. She had me text things from your old number that she'd kept in her contacts, made it look like they were coming from you. My mother's face hardened. This is absurd. I was simply helping two people who are clearly better suited find their way to each other. By lying? My father asked, his voice stronger than I'd heard it all weekend. By manipulating a young man's feelings and betraying our daughter. I did what was necessary, my mother insisted. Vanessa needed stability that Clara didn't. Clara was always going to be fine on her own. So, you decided to sacrifice my happiness for Vanessa's? I asked, the hurt still fresh despite the years. I made a practical decision, my mother replied unapologetically. Vanessa's looks were her only real asset. She needed to capitalize on them before they faded. You had your education, your career potential. Mom, Vanessa exclaimed, clearly wounded. Is that really how you see me, as nothing but a pretty face with an expiration date? My mother waved dismissively. Don't be so sensitive, I'm simply being practical. I did what any mother would do, ensured both my daughters' futures as best I could. No, my father countered, surprising us all with his firmness. You did what served your vision of how things should be. You didn't consider what either of your daughters actually wanted or needed. The garden fell silent. My mother's face registered shock at my father's rebellion. Vanessa looked torn between vindication and devastation at our mother's assessment of her worth. Ethan stared at the ground, the full extent of his manipulation finally clear. Daniel moved to stand beside me, his hand finding mine in silent support. I think, I said finally, that we've all had enough truth for one evening. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow after everyone's had some rest. As we headed inside, Ethan caught my arm gently. Clara, I need you to know how sorry I am. I should have trusted what we had. I should have talked to you directly. I looked at the man I had once loved so deeply, now a diminished figure, trapped in a marriage built on lies. Yes, you should have. Later that night, as Daniel and I prepared for bed, he asked, "Are you okay?" That was intense. I considered the question carefully. I think I am. For years I've carried this wound, never fully understanding how deep the deception went. Now I know, and strangely, that helps. Your sister surprised me, he observed. I didn't expect her to break ranks with your mother. Me neither, I admitted. Maybe there's hope for her yet. Daniel pulled me close. What happens now with your family? I rested my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I don't know exactly, but for the first time, I think there might be a path forward. At least with my father, and maybe eventually with Vanessa. My mother. That's more complicated. Whatever you decide, Daniel said, kissing my forehead. I'm with you every step of the way. As I drifted toward sleep, I realized that the confrontation had shifted something fundamental within me. The people who had once held such power over my happiness now seemed smaller, less significant. They hadn't determined my fate after all. I had. The morning after our confrontation brought a strange calm to the house. My father joined me for early coffee on the deck, watching the sunrise paint the lake in gold and pink. We sat in comfortable silence for a while before he spoke. I had a long talk with your mother last night, he said, his thin hands cradling his mug. One of many we should have had years ago. I told her things need to change if she wants any relationship with you going forward. And how did that go? I asked, already knowing the answer. He smiled ruefully. About as well as you'd expect. She's not used to ultimatums, especially from me. What about you, Dad? What do you want? He looked out over the water, considering. I want whatever time I have left, to be honest. No more pretending. No more enabling behavior that hurts the people I love. He turned to me. And I want to know my daughter again, if she's willing. Over the next 3 days, our family dynamics shifted in ways I never anticipated. My father and I spent hours talking, filling in the gaps of our lost years. I showed him our company offices, introduced him to colleagues, shared the work that filled me with purpose. He listened with genuine interest, asking insightful questions that reminded me of the thoughtful man who had encouraged my early curiosity about computers. "I'm proud of you, Clara," he told me as we walked along the waterfront. "Not because of your success, though that's remarkable. I'm proud of the woman you've become. Strong, compassionate, resilient. You created this life despite us, not because of us." His cancer made our reconciliation bittersweet, a relationship rebuilt with an expiration date looming. Yet, there was grace in having this time, in clearing away the debris of the past before saying goodbye. With Vanessa, healing came more tentatively. The morning after the confrontation, she asked if I would walk with her around the neighborhood. "I don't even know where to start," she said as we strolled past waterfront mansions. "Sorry seems inadequate." "Why did you do it?" I asked. The question had haunted me for years. She was quiet for a long moment. "At first, it was just flattering to have someone like Ethan interested in me. Mom kept saying what a good match we'd be, how much more I deserved someone successful than you did." She glanced at me. "I know how awful that sounds now. And later, when you knew how much it hurt me." By then I was trapped in Mom's narrative. If what we'd done wasn't justified, then I was just terrible. It was easier to believe you'd be fine, that you didn't need Ethan like I did. She stopped walking. "The truth is, I was weak. I let Mom make my decisions because taking responsibility for my own life was scary." Her honesty surprised me. "When did that change?" "Watching you yesterday. Successful, confident, genuinely happy with Daniel. It made me see what taking control of your own life actually looks like." She sighed. "I'm 35, living in our parents' guest house, in a failing marriage, with no career or purpose. Mom still buys my clothes and tells me how to wear my hair." I felt an unexpected pang of empathy. While my mother had betrayed me, she had infantilized Vanessa, keeping her dependent and diminished. "It's not too late to change that," I said carefully. "How?" The desperation in her voice was palpable. I considered my response. "Start with something small but meaningful. Get a job. Any job that's yours alone. Open a bank account in only your name. Build from there." Over the following days, we had several similar conversations. I didn't offer forgiveness. That would take time. But I did offer perspective and practical advice. To my surprise, Vanessa listened. My relationship with my mother remained the most complicated. After the confrontation, she retreated into cool politeness, maintaining the fiction that she had acted in everyone's best interests. On their final evening with us, however, as Daniel and my father discussed baseball in the living room, and Vanessa helped our housekeeper with dishes, my mother found me alone on the deck. "You've done well for yourself," she said, an admission that clearly cost her. "Better than I expected." "Thank you," I replied, not taking the bait of her qualified praise. "I still believe I did what was necessary at the time," she continued. "But I recognize that my methods were perhaps overly controlling." Coming from my mother, this was the closest thing to an apology I was likely to receive. "I won't pretend what you did didn't hurt me deeply," I said. "But I've built a good life. A life that makes me happy." She nodded, looking out at the water rather than at me. "Your father wants us to seek counseling, family therapy, he calls it." I couldn't hide my surprise. "And you agreed?" "It's important to him." She smoothed her slacks, a nervous gesture I remembered from childhood. Would you consider joining us occasionally?" "Not regularly, of course. I know you're busy." The request, halting and uncomfortable, revealed vulnerability I'd never seen in her before. "I'll think about it," I promised, not ready to commit, but unwilling to refuse outright. She accepted this with a nod, and we stood in silence watching the sunset. Two women with a broken past and an uncertain future, but perhaps a sliver of possibility between us. The most surprising conversation came from Ethan, who asked to speak with me privately before their departure. Daniel raised an eyebrow when I mentioned the request. "Are you comfortable with that?" he asked. "Yes," I assured him. "There's nothing he could say that would affect us." Ethan and I sat in the garden, the space between us filled with history and regret. "I wanted to thank you," he began, which was not what I expected. "For what?" "For not hating me," he said simply. "You would be justified. I considered this. Hate requires energy. I'd rather direct it elsewhere. Besides, I've come to understand how thoroughly you were manipulated." "That doesn't excuse my choices," he said, showing more self-awareness than I remembered. "I betrayed your trust. I let myself be convinced that what we had wasn't real or valuable. He hesitated. Seeing you with Daniel, the way he looks at you, the respect between you, it's made me realize what I gave up. I tensed, worried this was heading toward an inappropriate confession. He noticed and quickly added, I'm not saying this to disrupt your life or suggest anything inappropriate. I want you to know that I recognize what I lost, the person I hurt. My biggest regret isn't the failed startup or the career setbacks. It's that I let someone else define what should have mattered most to me. His sincerity seemed genuine, his regret palpable. What will you do now? I asked. He sighed. Start over, I think. Vanessa and I have been pretending for years. Neither of us is happy. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and meant it. Despite everything, I didn't wish them misery. Don't be. It's time for both of us to face reality and make better choices. He stood to leave, then paused. You deserved better, Clara. I'm glad you found it. After they left, our house felt simultaneously emptier and lighter. The confrontation had been painful but necessary, clearing away festering wounds and replacing them with clear-eyed understanding. I couldn't change the past, but I could choose how it affected my future. In the months that followed, we established new patterns of connection. My father and I spoke weekly by phone and video chat as his condition deteriorated. I flew to Boston twice to spend time with him, difficult visits that nevertheless brought peace to both of us. When he passed away 8 months after our reunion, I stood beside my mother and sister at his funeral, united in grief if not in full reconciliation. After my father's death, Vanessa surprised everyone by following through on her promises to change. She filed for divorce from Ethan, moved into her own apartment, and found work as an administrative assistant at a community college. The position was modest, but represented independence she'd never known. We maintained cautious but increasingly warm contact, rebuilding a relationship that had been poisoned since childhood. My mother remained my mother, critical, controlling, resistant to change. But our confrontation had shifted the power dynamic permanently. She could no longer rewrite history or manipulate me. I engaged with her on my terms, or not at all. It wasn't a warm relationship, but it was an honest one. With my family receding to their appropriate place in my life rather than dominating it, Daniel and I focused on our future. Our company continued to thrive, expanding internationally and developing new security protocols that became industry standards. 2 years after the family confrontation, we welcomed our daughter, Emma, followed 18 months later by our son, Noah. Becoming parents ourselves cast my family history into sharper relief. As I held my children, I made silent promises never to play favorites, to see and celebrate them for exactly who they were, to let them chart their own courses with support rather than control. Watching Daniel with our children, patient, attentive, delighting in their uniqueness, I often reflected on how completely my life had transformed from what it might have been. Had my mother not orchestrated that betrayal, had Ethan and I married as once planned, would I have found this level of fulfillment? The painful truth was that their betrayal, while devastating, had ultimately freed me to build something far better than I might have otherwise. This wasn't about forgiving the unforgivable, or finding silver linings in trauma. It was about recognizing that our worst moments don't define us unless we let them. That sometimes the path forward requires leaving behind not just people who hurt us, but also dreams and expectations that no longer serve us. The ultimate victory wasn't financial success or professional recognition, though those were gratifying. It wasn't even the beautiful family Daniel and I created, precious as they were. The victory was internal, the knowledge that I had rebuilt myself from broken pieces into someone stronger, wiser, and more compassionate than before. On my daughter's 3rd birthday, as our home filled with friends and laughter, I caught sight of myself in a window reflection. The woman looking back bore little resemblance to the devastated girl who had once fled her family's betrayal. This woman stood tall, confident in her worth, surrounded by love she had chosen, and that had chosen her in return. I often think about the question of forgiveness. Have I forgiven my mother, my sister, Ethan? Not entirely. Some betrayals leave permanent marks, but I've released the anger that once threatened to define me. I've learned that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. And I've found peace in allowing those who hurt me to occupy an appropriate space in my heart and history, acknowledged, but no longer central. The journey from betrayal to this peaceful place wasn't linear or simple. It required confronting painful truths, setting boundaries, and most importantly, believing I deserved better. Perhaps that's the most valuable lesson of all, that our capacity for happiness expands when we truly believe we're worthy of it. So if you're facing betrayal or heartbreak right now, remember this. The people who hurt you don't get to decide your worth. They don't get to write the ending to your story. That power belongs to you alone. Sometimes life's greatest gifts come disguised as its cruelest blows, redirecting us toward paths we might never have chosen, but that lead to places far better than we imagined. What painful experience has ultimately led you to something better? Share your story in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this resonated with you, and hit that notification bell to catch my next video. Remember, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Thank you for listening to my story. Take care. Good luck.